What up, Buckeye Nation? Welcome to the Buckeye Boys, where we talk about college football with real fans. I'm Devan. That's Melo. And tonight, we got a couple special guests with us in here tonight. Melo, I'm going to let you introduce him. You brought him on here, so do your thing, bro.
So these my bros right here. I mess with these dudes outside of football. That's my boy right there. That's 3M Maze Madman. MQ right here is my boy from the Bronx. We from the same area. The Maniac.
You already
How you guys
know.
doing today?
Yeah, man, we're great, man. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for having us on, man. It's a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. I feel the sentiments mutual. Obviously, it's a pleasure to rock with you guys, but it is hate week.
It is hate week. To touch on that real fast. We had a little chat before the show started, but obviously, man, everybody's grown men here. All y'all in the chat, we're all grown up, so be respectful. No personal jabs toward each. We hate each other's team. That's perfectly fine, right? We're going to get into it. We might yell at each other. We might get heated up in here over the two teams, but can't cross that line. Same with the chat, man. Try to keep it civil, but man, it's hate week, man. It's the best rivalry in all of freaking sports. That is something we have in common, fellas. That's one thing we do have in common, man, is this rivalry is unmatched. It's unmatched at all. I go back, I watched all these things on Netflix and everything about the rivalry. It just gets me pumped up, man. It's an honor to, be involved in it. I'm a Buckeye fan. Y'all are the fans of the other team, but still, we are part of that rivalry, and it's a beautiful thing. And believe it or not, as much as we hate to say it as Ohio State fans, and I'm sure you guys do vice versa, everybody's a part of that rivalry, man. We are, you are as fans, and that's what makes it, dude. Us fans and the disputes we have towards each other and everything, that's what makes this thing the best rivalry in all of sports.
Hands down.
Yeah, it's not even close. And growing up in this rivalry, I have seen this firsthand. I'm from Ohio, so I know this thing in and out, and it's definitely the best, the greatest rivalry in all of sports.
No, Maze, man, that vile state, man. Come on, let's keep.
Yeah, that vile, disgusting cesspool in Columbus.
There you go. There you go. Come on.
Got a little less vile since you moved up out of there, though. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. Columbus always been a decent city. I'm from Dayton. A little less vile, or
Which
more
is
vile.
crazy
I'm
to
sorry,
me,
but
because Dayton is
crazy.
heavy Buckeye fandom.
Very heavy. Right?
How the heck did you become a part of the Ops?
I've always been kind of a contrarian, you know what I mean? And my entire family, both sides, are Buckeye fans. And the late '90s, when I really was like conscious to watch football, Charles Woodson was playing for Michigan, of course. And it was just electric to watch him play. And that kind of like, swayed me there. But even before that, the Fab Five kind of like made me a Michigan fan. And then Charles kind of just took it over the top.
Well, fellas, I got a little graphic that I'm going to put up here. And what it's going to do is it's going to lead us into our first conversation. Before we start talking about the game, I want to hit the past a little bit. Obviously, we got the Connor Stallion stuff brought up. You know how we feel. I want to get your guys' thoughts on how you feel. So this is what I'm about to pull up. If this is the correct one, let's see here. It's been 4,751 days since Scum beat Ohio State. That is because you obviously know why that is. So let me get your guys' thoughts. Where do you guys stand with what has occurred the past 3 years in football? Let us have it, man. Let us have it.
Yeah, so let me get in the kitchen for this one, man. So for the Connor Stallions, right? Buckeye Nation, please stop it. Cut it out. You're talking about, all right, guys, this is crazy. So according to the nation, right? Michigan cheated 3 years in a row. Y'all only beat Ohio State because you knew all they plays. Guys, you've been watching football for too damn long. First of all, your 2021 team, that was one of the worst statistically defenses Ohio State has had in forever, right? Numbers don't lie. You could go back. We took advantage. We ran the ball. That's who we were. Our identity. We beat Ohio State with the same identity we've had for those 3 seasons. That's running the ball. Michigan was just tough in the trenches. There was nothing there where you could say, well, you know what? Damn, but how did they knew that? TJ Stroud only threw for 100 yards against Michigan. Because, guys, if we knew all your plays, man, these games, Michigan scored 60 against you guys. You guys scored maybe 10 points. And we're talking about knowing every play. Now, this is what I would say regarding Connor Stallions. This is the only thing that I find a little funny, right? The documentary, I'm pretty sure all Ohio State fans watched that one, was the sending people to games, right? Or friends, quote unquote. These guys got $100 tickets to 50-yard line. Now, that don't make sense. We all been to football games. I could never get 50-yard line for $100, right? That's definitely, right? So I'll say this, though. Even if, right, let's think outside the box. You're talking about a guy on the iPhone 4, or these guys, they like this in the stadium. Crowd, beer. And he's recording the sideline. Because it wasn't him. Remember, he's never been to a game and did it. That's the proof. He sent people. Now he sent people. So now he comes back with these people come back with this information and say, look, this information in this phone with all this noise with beer on it is the reason Michigan is going to be good for the next 3 years, because now you're going to know all the plays. Guys, we have the all 22. Connor Stallions, he probably, like he said, he probably hit a gray line there, right? Because in-game scouting was what they got rid of it. Not because they said it would be an advantage. They said because if the rich people can't, if the poor can't do it, the rich can't do it. That's all that rule was. It wasn't about, well, the reason we got to ban this, because if somebody's at a game and they recording, they're going to win games. They could win the Natty. Come on, guys. I get it. To say if I was on the opposite side, I'd probably be feeling kind of different. But I looked at it, partially. I said, listen, let me take a look at it. And it's like, nah, man, he's not the reason. Michigan was just better, and that's it. And not by miles. We weren't like better. The trenches, and you're going to do numbers, right? Dev, look at the last 15 games. The team that's won the Russian battle, it probably goes further than that. Who wins the game? The team that has the most rushing yards. It comes down to the trenches, man. Big Ten football, November football, smash mouth. If you can't run the ball, you're not winning the Big Ten.
So my thing is, yes, they made it illegal for those reasons, but we weren't advanced scouting or in-game scouting, so you had an advantage there. That's where the problem is. Number two, when you look at it, why is it a problem? Why could you run the ball? Because you knew our plays that we were running, even plays that weren't even on film in terms of passing. So we're throwing the ball and we start scoring touchdowns. Guess what that makes you do? You can't run the ball anymore. You have to pass. So that's where the advantage comes in, because your game plan can take off. So yes, he cheated, and it's gonna show whether it's the hammer or not, because y'all about to get hammered tomorrow anyway. So we can start there.
Let me ask you this, though, Melo. So you say that, right? 2022, you guys rushed for over 100 yards. Your man, what's the Arizona State transfer? I mean, he's not with you guys no more. Number 19, Trevion. I forgot his name. He had a weird last name. Number 19.
Chip.
Yes.
We're talking about Chip.
The converted linebacker.
Yeah, he's at Kentucky now.
He was cooking in that 22 game. You guys rushed for over 100 yards. Right? You was winning at halftime. So how is it that we're cheating and you're winning at halftime?
Well, there's a theory out there that he had a computer system, because they did change the plays, and he in that live caller, and that he went in the locker room and figured it out, and that's why the second half was completely different. But we won't know until the investigation, all the information.
Okay, bro.
No, listen. So hold on, Anthony. I'm gonna let you, after this one. I'm gonna let you guys go. So okay. Remember this, all three games, 21, 22, and 23. At one point, late in the fourth quarter, it was only a one-score game. It was only a 1-score game late. Michigan just ran away with them games late. So this is what I'm saying. If we knew all these plays, why these games were so close?
Because the talent discrepancy. Even though you knew all the plays, we just have way better talent. Look at your players right now. All your players from those teams are struggling in the NFL. Not for long. That's what it's going to be. Our players are not struggling in NFL. That shows, to me, that's a direct correlation of you knew the play and you had an advantage. What's about your boy Mozzie? He looks terrible for Dallas. They want
How about Aiden Hutchinson?
He's the only one, but he was a superstar regardless. He would have been a superstar.
He was a regular 4-star coming out of high school. He wasn't
a regular 4-star. 4-star is pretty high. You act like he was a 1-star, but like
he wasn't JT Sawyer. He wasn't JT Sawyer. JT, highly touted 5 stars. You know, no, listen.
And you know, maybe if he knew all the plays, JT would be out there getting 20 sacks a season too.
Hey, so I got a question for you. Let me ask you a question real fast and dive in here. So if Connor acquired one signal illegally, just one, and he only used it for one play during the Ohio State game, it only affected one play in the game for you guys positively, right? Do you think that the game should be thrown away? What weight do you put on that? Do you think that's still considered cheating? Or are you trying to say that, no, there was just zero help from Connor whatsoever? All this evidence that is piled up by the NCAA, him being on the Central Michigan sidelines, all this stuff. Because I'll tell you, when this first came out, I'm not one of those guys to jump on it and just be like, oh, yeah, this definitely happened. Let's fight it. Let's find it. No. It's how everything kept building up, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because last year, I will tell you this, I don't think you needed to cheat, okay? I think you had a very, very good football team, but I still think that was going on. So give me your thoughts on that. M3, I know you had a couple things to say as well.
Yeah, first I want to, because I'm going to circle back and answer that, and I'm not going to take a lot of time. The theory on the computer system in the locker room that deciphered, unless he had, Google text in there with him, the AI machine learning thing going on, I think that's a ridiculous claim. Now, if you ask me if I believe that he acquired signals illegally, I think it's illegally in the sense of breaking that NCAA rule. I absolutely believe that, right? I'm not even gonna hop out of or put blinders onto that. What I am saying, what I believe is that people are stealing signs all the time, right? Coaches are sharing information with other coaches all the time, right? Now there may not or may be a rule against that, but either way, it goes on all the time. What I also stand on, and I will die on this hill. If Connor Stalions knew 100% of the plays that you were going to call, offensive and defensive, because that's in essence what would have to happen here for all of the hammer to come down in the way that all of you guys think it's going to come down. If he knew 100% of the plays, he would still have to see that play, right? Decipher that information, relay that information, though the people on the field after getting the information have to then decipher the information, decode it on the field, and then go and do it. Now, unless you're telling me that we also sent AI machine learning robots out on the field to play the game, then I believe it's a moot point, because everybody, right, is stealing signs, especially at that time. Now, obviously, there's the headsets, right, and they're doing it in a way more professional way, a way that probably should have been done a long time ago. So that's where I stand on that. And I will say, I believe that plays that he may have got, signals he may have gotten illegally affected a play positively for Michigan. Absolutely. What I am also saying, though, is that percentage of the positive plays in Michigan's favor affected by Connor Stalions in the moment on a football field in real time is very small.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I've always been curious as to what people think about that, because what I believe, and I like to tell myself, okay, that if the roles are reversed here, that I would have the same way of thinking. Obviously, the roles aren't reversed, so you guys can nitpick me however you want here and say I'm bull crapping and all that stuff. But I would like to think that if I even thought Ohio State, right, and you guys might even think we do cheat, right? But if all this evidence came out and all this stuff came out, and I thought I would be disgusted, right? If I thought it happened for one play in the game, that's like saying you got caught cheating on one problem on the math test. You fail the whole test. They don't give you partial credit because they found out you were only cheating on one question. Because as you guys know, in college football, one play can absolutely change everything. Now, I don't want this show to just be all about this. We all know all our feelings and everything. So let's give our final thoughts, our final words. We can go around final words on this here, and we can dive into what really matters. That's this game tomorrow, baby. So Melo, what's your final thoughts on what we got going on here?
They cheated. I mean, there's clear evidence on the video. Connor's pointing up, the whole sideline's pointing up, and they all run that way. So, I mean, they all knew that what was coming. So,
you talking about the play y'all score a Buckeyes scored a touchdown on?
We didn't.
So listen, if you're the one if you're a sign stealer, right? Remember, let's take this into account. His first job was at the Naval Academy for the football team against Ohio State, right? He was deciphering calls right then and there.
Whole different coaching staff.
The DC's like, yo, who is this guy? But what I'm saying is, that's your job as a sign stealer, right? To relay info. Yo, I saw that. They're gonna run this because let's and I want you guys, where's the definitive proof he cheated? Like, look, right? Let's be honest, there's no definitive proof. It's just hearsay. No one's come out and said, yes, look, this is the video I paid Connor and gave him. He's never been to a game. Now, people's talking about him being on the Central Michigan sideline, right, against Michigan State. Now, I think that's him. I'm going to be honest, even though there's no 100% proof because we saw the docu. But even let's say that was him. Why nobody's talking about Central Michigan?
They are.
They are.
They're like, oh,
coaches are fired. Everything else
because you're a bigger brand.
But look, he's just there. What is it that he's doing exactly? Is he like this? Is he like this?
He had on the recording glasses, bro.
Oh my, the recording glass. The one from James Bond. The one he got from James Bond. 007.
Bro, you didn't see those recording glasses? Those are real.
No, recording glasses are real. And my quick opinion of this is that yes, we did see Connor pointing up, we did see the staff pointing up, we did see the players point up and react. That said, during that time, pre radio in the headset, I mean, every team is doing that, right? All the teams are saying, hey, this or that or whatever, and then that's being relayed and people are reacting to that. So I don't want to give too much credence to him pointing to the sky and then that being a wave or a chain reaction and then people reacting to it because everybody did that.
All right. So in the energy of moving forward, let me just ask this question to everybody. And I'll start off by saying that I believe the cheating drastically affected the outcomes of the game. I don't like it at all. I think it affected way more things than just on-field results. I think it took Heisman's away from people. It cost people their jobs. These kids live for college football. And and it kind of sucks, man, because for me, like I said before the show, it's the greatest rivalry in all of sports. And I don't think any cheating was necessary to begin with because – I know that you guys had your down year, but you're still a blue blood program. You guys would have figured it out eventually in some way, shape, or form without doing that. I believe it happened. I believe it nobody will ever know how much it affected the game. So that's a fact. Nobody will ever know, exactly how it affected the game. But that's where I stand on it. So let's just do that. If you don't feel you guys cheated at all, then go around and say, nah, no cheating happened at all if you feel like it did happen. So let's just go around with that, and then let's dive into the game. So, Maniac, your thoughts, cheating, no cheating, did it affect anything?
No, it was gray area. There's a difference between cheating and gray area. And remember, Connor was on this staff since like 2018. Nobody talks about that, right? It's funny how Ohio State fans never talk about that part. I don't care what was at the time his position. You're telling me you're coming from a program known for deciphery signs. You're telling me Michigan's not going to ask him, bro, do you see anything? And it just, y'all waited till we winning? Oh, that's the reason y'all started winning. Look, the bottom line is this. We're going to agree to disagree. Now, I'm not for cheating. I'm going to be honest. I'm not saying, well, he did it. What I'm saying is this. There's still no definitive proof. In the NOA, there's nothing saying that, yo, we caught him. We have. You just got Venmo tickets or whatever. Your man Brohio, he got to cover his face because he's an investigator. Like, people going real deep into this. That's what I find a little weird. But I think when it's all said and done, Michigan will be punished. But I don't think there's enough information to say, look, bro, you cheated this game, and this is how y'all cheated. There's no info, because if we cheated, it was so blatant that the proof would be there. So I don't.
Quick answer for me. First of all, Dev, I don't appreciate you trying to back us into this corner on if we cheated or not.
Well, you can refuse to answer. We can move on. Ain't no big deal, dude.
I plead the fifth.
Okay. Gotcha.
I believe obviously the signs were taken. Let me say that. I believe obviously Connor Stallions did with those signs what any person his age with no girlfriend and no life would do, and that's to stay in his room with a green screen and do all the things like he's like fucking on the tarmac with all this. Absolutely. And create manifestos and things like that. I will say that. Other than that, though, I mean, if you're not cheating, you're not trying to win. That said, I stand on business. We won those 3 games until they say we didn't win those 3 games.
Gotcha.
Melo, final thoughts.
You know where I stand. I think they cheated, and it is what it is. I'm ready to talk about tomorrow and this BTA that's coming.
Yeah. All right. So here we go, fellas. We obviously know where we're at now, man. Your guys' season has not turned out the way you guys have hoped it to turn out. Our season has turned out pretty good. We're liking it where we're standing now. So first off, I got some stats to bring up. But before I do that, I just want to get your guys' initial thoughts on this game. Number one, the importance of this game. Because honestly, where I sit, I'm hearing a lot of people say that this game doesn't mean much because why should Ohio State get pumped up to beat such a bad scum team, right? I don't know where you guys stand with that, but give us your thoughts on where you guys stand with this game. Is it still important? Do you still want to win? Do you still give credit to Ohio State if we win or when we win? So where you at?
Anthony, go ahead.
All right. So this game is always important. Let me start by saying that. If you guys were 0-11 coming into this game and we beat you 57-0, I would celebrate it like it was, the 2016 for you guys, right? This game always means something, and it is always going to mean something as long as it's being played. We are having a bad year, by the way. And if you watched our show, anybody who did, me and the Maniac here were going crazy preseason. We thought Michigan was going 12-0. It was the dumbest thing of all time. That said, we quickly were brought back down to earth, and it was quickly understood there was a real problem on offense, right? And no matter how good the defense was, if you keep throwing them out there, they're going to break. And early on, they weren't even good. So, there's that. I don't think that anybody on either side should be like, this game doesn't matter. No matter what our record is, no matter, how good it is thought that you guys are. And I am one of those people that think this is a good Ohio State team. This game is everything, right? This is our national championship, honestly. If we're going to be real. So it's absolutely important.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the game, I mean, Dev, you mentioned it, and I mentioned it on our show that this is the biggest rivalry in all of sports, right? You have Yankees, Red Sox. Mind you, I'm a resident of the Bronx. I live here in the Bronx. Yankees, Red Sox. You got Duke, North Carolina. I think those are the only rivalries that could compare, and probably more Duke, North Carolina than anything. But we know that football is the number one sport in America, man, hands down. College football is an amazing sport. So this is the number one. It's without a doubt important. You don't those words is it don't matter records, right? We hate each other. You want to beat the other team regardless how the season is going. You think Ohio State is going to say, 6-5 Michigan, let's go easy. If Ryan Day could put up 500 tomorrow, he will. Trust me, he will. Like, this game means a lot for Ohio State. We know that, right? 3 years, of us. We beat you. And it's like, no, enough. Enough is enough, man. And yeah, man, I'm so pumped for tomorrow, regardless, man. Win, lose, or draw, bleed blue all the way, man. But now, if you guys win tomorrow, we do an immediate post-game show after every Michigan game. You guys want to come on after, we the same way y'all keep it. We keep our show respectful. Anybody in there making insults, they get kicked out. But yeah, man, I'm excited. This game means a lot. No, I got to give y'all credit for beating us. I mean, come on, we're Michigan. Come on. Hello. I mean, we're not Ohio State. We're Michigan. Hello.
Yeah, this is the biggest game of the year, period. Any sports, the numbers show it. It doesn't matter what year you go. It's always the highest rated show. I mean, regular season game all year. And of course it means if we both were 0-12 or 0-11, it would still matter. You know what I mean? So, like, even if we won a natty, we could win a natty this year and people are going to talk about the beating that we gave the team up north on the 30th of November, 2024. Probably more than they even talk about the natty, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. It's like, I feel like this is Christmas Eve for me every year. Even last year when we lost, the year before when we lost, it's always Christmas Eve. I get butterflies in my stomach before the game even starts. I pray. I do, like, it's just crazy. You know what I mean? We're entrenched in this. And to us, it's everything. To both fan bases, it's everything. Both states is everything. Around the world is everything. So anybody that says this doesn't matter, I think they're out of their mind. And I think like maybe Dave Portnoy said something, tried to downplay it a little bit because I think he feels like they're going to lose. But, I mean, this is still a huge game, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, huge game. And Portnoy did. He said this game doesn't matter at all. He said no matter what, Ohio State's in the college playoffs. It don't matter. Dude, it does. Again, back to the fact, best rivalry in all of sports altogether. So I actually I'll just share you guys how important this is for me. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Hopefully this person doesn't watch this, but I have somebody very dear to me that has something going on tomorrow, right? They wanted me to be a part of it. I said, just can't happen, man. It cannot happen. I have something I absolutely have to watch. I said, it's the most important game of the season. Their response was, you say that about every game. I said, yeah, I know I do, but this is different, man. This one's different. So I'm watching the game. I'm stoked for it. There's a lot of energy build up because of the last 3 years, what have went on. Regardless of that, your guys' thoughts, our thoughts. I know that I see our team. I see how jacked up our team is. I see all these players that came back specifically for this game. They listed this game as one of the major reasons they came back. Obviously, you got Nil, Big Ten championship, national title. This is one of the best recruiting classes in Ohio State history. So they got to get this done, man. I know they're going to get it done. And it's a beautiful thing to be a part of, like I said before. So I got to give a shout out. I got one more. I got several, but I just want to pull this up real fast. I'm sure you guys don't like this dude, but shout out Justin Spiro. He updated something for us Ohio State fans. Let me put it up here for y'all. There it is, man. This is shout out Justin Spiro. He updated the graphic for us. So this is what it looks like. So we'll be adding to that tomorrow. We'll see how that goes.
Can I say something about Spiro? And it's not just Spiro, unfortunately. It's all, poor little bro them. The fact that they get stuffed in a locker every time they play y'all as well. And then he comes on here and he does things like that. I'm like, bro, they don't like y'all either. And that's played out on the field time after time, and yet they are bootlicking the other state,
they
begging to get released out, begging to be friends, like you guys are going to take it easy on them on the field or something. It's disgusting, and quite frankly, it's sad. But again, what do you expect from poor little Brownham?
To be fair, I liked them a whole lot better without D'Antoni there. So
that's fair too, and we definitely like them a lot better without D'Antoni too. So I'll give you that.
Hey, so here at Buckeye Boys, we're a fan channel, ran by fans for fans. So we gave everybody in the chat the opportunity to come on this show. So right now, before we dive into the stats, I'm going to bring one of our listeners. He's always in the chat all the time. I'm going to bring Bob on. He's going to give us his thoughts on the game tomorrow real fast. And then we'll get him off here, and then we'll dive into the stats some more. But everybody, welcome. And I don't know how StreamYard's going to put 5 of us on the screen, but we're about to find out. That's how I did it. Bob, how you doing today, man? Can you hear us? I think you're on mute.
What's up, Bob?
He's muted. His mic is muted.
Yeah, I know it is. Bob, you got to unmute your mic real fast, my dude.
Your mic. He's going in.
He going hand. He going hand.
I know. I can see him.
Shoot it in. Hey, somebody in the chat, tell Bob. There he is.
He's
oh, you had it. You had it. There it is. No, you hit. Yeah. There you go. Okay. No, what's going on right now?
Somebody take
it. Keeps muting it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Somebody in the chat help Bob out. Maybe he's watching his. I tell you what, Bob. All right, you're unmuted.
All right,
now.
I
Don't touch
unmuted my
again.
mic for the third time.
Yeah.
But so
what's up,
let's
Bob?
start
How
again.
you doing, man?
I'm hanging in there.
All right, give it to us.
But anyway, I've been listening to your conversation, and I find it interesting. I just cannot wait for when this NCAA investigation or set of investigations reveals everything that's happening or everything that has happened. Now, you say there's no incriminating video evidence and all of this, but there are all kinds of computer files and different sources from which this is all coming from. And I'm just wondering just how incriminating it will be when they actually do the full reveal and go forth with this. And just how is everybody on both sides of schools and the nation is going to interpret this?
So for me, Bob, I'm going to answer real quick. I don't think we're ever going to know the full scope of what they found unless the team up north challenges them and tries to take it to court. Because if they do that, then discovery happens. And
yeah, it's going to be kind of like a.
Go ahead, Bob. I'm betting we have a delay in his audio.
Well, I expect it to be disputed, and there's going to be court injunctions, and this thing is going to drag on for God knows how long. And, all you want to find out is really the truth.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I think everybody is, let's just face the facts here. Everybody is in the hands of the NCAA right now, right? Because they're the only ones that can do anything about it.
And I think another point that you all made about specifically the last 3 games, and this is kind of a dichotomy on how the game of football is played.
Yeah, hey, Bob, go ahead and give us your thoughts on the game coming up. Give us a score prediction, your thoughts on what's going to happen. We're having a little bit of trouble with your audio, so after that, we'll go ahead and get you out of here, but we appreciate you coming on. But give us your thoughts on the game coming up.
I think he's on super delay.
Yeah, he is. Bad. Yeah. Bad delay. If you don't respond here in a minute.
Well, I think it boils down to mainly what happens at all levels of football, blocking and tackling. If your technique is good, you've been trained well, you've been prepared well, you've been coached up well, and regardless of whether you're a 3, 4, or 5-star athlete being recruited, it boils down to how you play and if you're ready to make plays. Tackling in space, covering guys, looking for the football, and not playing the guy and banging on him every time the ball comes clearly to him, putting pressure on your opposing team's quarterback and avoiding it yourself. I mean, it just boils down to that. And when the guys from up north were talking about the physicality in the last 3 games, being able to run the football at will whenever you want and wearing your opponent down in the fourth quarter, it's all very vital stuff. And, that I think should be the credo for every team out there, is to be able to do that. People can go and throw the ball 40 and 50 times a game and put on a show that way and do some spectacular things in the passing game. But I think it really boils down to controlling the line of scrimmage and really, taking your opponent and basically, degrading them by the fourth quarter, and then you own it. And that's how you're going to do. It's going to boil down to taking elements of the game and taking it to your opponent. And if you don't turn the ball over and you don't do stupid things and you don't make lousy play calls and you don't do what the Chicago Bears did in Detroit yesterday and a few other things, you have a really good opportunity to win the game when you, even with this game being there's a talent disparity and so forth. In a rivalry game like this, sometimes it has not mattered. And I go back to the 1993 game at the Big House, where it's the Buckeyes ranked 3rd in the nation, Michigan unranked, and the Cooper show didn't work. They lost 28-0, and probably should have been fired at that time after the 6th season when you're 0-5-1. Didn't happen. God knows why it didn't. But that was a point there where that's the former Buckeye who was the head coach at Michigan at the time who pulled it off. So you just never know. But as far as you're saying tomorrow's game and what my prediction is, if it goes according to the physicality and the talent and everything else, I'm probably going to pick like 38-10.
Gotcha. Okay. We like your score prediction, Bob. We would interact with you a little more here on some dialogue back and forth, but you got quite a bit of a delay in your audio. So we appreciate you coming on. We'll definitely get you back on here again. I'm going to go ahead and take you off the screen now because of what's going on with your audio. But, Bob, we love you. We appreciate you, man. Go Buckeyes. OH, my man.
Yes, I'm on a smartphone, not on a webcam or a microphone on my desktop, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, no need to apologize at all, man. We appreciate you coming on. You got your point across. We heard you.
Go Bucks, guys. And no disrespect to you guys from up north. Again, enjoy the game tomorrow.
No doubt. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
The champions up north.
Yeah.
Hey.
Listen. Listen, man. He's I like that one. I like that. That's good, man.
You tried to slip that in there.
Shout out to Bob, man.
No, shout to Bob, man.
He reminds me of Dom.
Yeah. He's.
I think they're both Italian too, but
He's he sounds like a realist Buckeye fan, which is only like 9 of them in the whole world. So you
Jesus
guys are probably
Christ.
2 of the 9.
And you guys are disqualified, by the way.
So no. Shout out to him, man. He sounds like a good guy in it, and he was just honest, right? Like I didn't hear no. Bias. He just was honest, straight up. So I like his take, man. Shout to him.
Yeah, he brought up a good point, fellas. And the point he brought up was he brought up an example of a number 3 Ohio State team and an unranked scum team coming in and you guys whooping up on us. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to this game, I mean, I'm about to pull these stats up right now and we can look at them, right? Yeah. Well, we got our records and all that. The truth is, bros, most of that goes out the window, man. It's about the most physical team, whatever team's going to show up, right, with, you know, all that grit and that power in the trenches and just the will to win the game, man. Who's going to have the will to win the game? You got a lot of people saying, you know, bringing that point up and thinking this game's going to be a lot closer. I'm not one of those people. My guess for the game is 38-6. That's my score prediction for the game. But what I'm going to do, let me pull this up real fast so we can dive into this a little bit, get your guys' thoughts on this. Here we go. Okay, here's a little spreadsheet I made, right? So on third down percentage, we're ranked 44. You guys are 49. Pretty similar there. Third down defense, we're ranked 20th. You're ranked 97th. And what I'm going to do is we can look at this for a second. If you guys see one you want to talk about, but I highlighted the ones that I thought were, had the biggest discrepancies in them. I only highlighted the ones where we had the advantage on y'all. I didn't highlight where you guys did. I don't want to highlight that at all. So, you know, the special teams is a big deal. We're pretty similar on kickoffs, but the punt defense, you guys are 128th. You give up 16.75 yards per punt return. And we got Caleb Downs back there now. He just returned one. So I thought that was interesting. And here we go. Passing offense. We are 32nd in the nation. You guys are 127th. Passing the defense allowed, we're 4th. You guys are 72nd. You guys give up 222 yards per game. Red zone defense, we're 2nd in the nation. You're 62nd. Red zone offense, we're 8th. You guys are 51st, which is actually higher than what I thought y'all were going to be. But sacks, actually pretty similar. I mean, the difference between 6 and 22 for or 20 and 35 is not that much, as you can see. We give up 1.18 sacks per game. You guys give up 1.36. We get 6 sacks per game, and you got three sacks per game. You guys get 2.8. Here's another big discrepancy. The scoring offense, we are 10th. We score about 37.8 points per game. You guys are 108th. You score 23.1 points per game. And then the total offense, again, when you look at these statistics, you can really kind of see where this Buckeye team dominates more often than not, statistically anyway. But as we said, statistics kind of go out the window for this game, but that's the only thing we have to rely on to talk about this game. So that's what we're going to do. And, you know, it comes down to our quarterbacks, man. You know, I think our quarterback's going to be a huge part of this game. Davis Ward, I'm assuming he's starting. You guys have started 16 different quarterbacks, so who knows who's going to come out. But I'm assuming Davis is, right, against Will Howard. So, you know, I think the offensive side of the ball, I think we just have too much of a deficit for y'all to overcome there. But give us your thoughts on what you just saw statistically anyway and the difference of this team.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, I mean, you look at numbers, man, that's something I don't want to look at, right? We're just like at the bottom of everything. It's just been a bad season overall for Michigan, right? Even our defense, right? We thought coming into the season, we knew, all right, offensively, we might face some issues, some hiccups here and there, but we face more than hiccups, way more than that. But we said at least defensively, we're going to be in every game. Now, to be honest, with the exception of the Texas game, defense did have us in most of the games, then got beat late, but now they coming on. Has Wink finally got his hands on the defense? Looks like guys are understanding their assignments. Now these guys look focused, and these guys are playing football, and it's looking good. We saw the second half to Oregon. We only gave up 10 points. Mind you, that 7 points they scored like with 6 seconds left. They didn't need to score it, but hey, I'm not mad at Dan Lannon. I understand. He wants to make a statement. Do your thing, champ. And then Indiana, you saw what we did to them. We held them to 20 points in their house, 3 points in the second half. And then you had the game, his last game against Northwestern. Now we know it's Northwestern, not going to sit here and act like it. But the bottom line is this was the first game we did not give up a touchdown. Didn't matter. We gave up touchdowns to Arkansas State. You know, we didn't do it to Northwestern. So again, it's not that I feel that the defense is the best. Now I'm feeling like they playing together as a cohesive unit, and these guys know what they're doing. Now, by it, what they're going to face tomorrow is a different animal, right? I don't want to make no bones about it. I hate Ohio State with every inch in my body, but offensively, that's a machine, man. You guys have the best wide receiver room, hands down. Arguably the best 1-2 punch in the college, hands down. Will Howard, he's not the best quarterback, but he's been one of, if not the most efficient quarterback all season. Now, he's always due for one bonehead play a game. We know that's going to happen, right? So it's going to be interesting how that plays out. I think the only I wouldn't say advantage, the only thing we have that we match up well with y'all is our D-line against your O-line, because you're missing 2 starters, and this is a rivalry. It just brings something into these players. So if our D-line is getting manhandled tomorrow, I might turn the game off by halftime.
Nah, you gotta watch the whole thing. You gotta stand in the paint and watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna
watch. Yeah, so the stats are very lopsided coming into this game. There's no doubt about it. The Michigan offense, and I think this guy right here, Chocolate Chip Scoochie, which is an excellent name, brought up the fact that the offense is bad. And there really is no excuse for that, because at the end of the day, it still is Michigan, right? It still is a Power 4 school. It still is a blue blood school. We don't have it. There's no excuse for the quarterback play that we've had for most of the year. No excuse for the offense to be as bad as it's been all year, for the most part. That said, I do think Wink Martindale, as bad as, and trust me, I was on Wink Martindale's head top, as bad as he was early in the season, I do think he turned a corner in the second half of the Oregon game, if I'm being fair. Like my guy said, they scored a late game touchdown, which I'm not completely mad. I was upset in that moment that he scored that touchdown. Speaking of scoring touchdowns at the end of the game, you guys lined up in victory formation to score that touchdown. The only problem I had with it. Only problem I had with it, but that was a squirrel moment. Back to this. All the stats say we should get hammered, as you guys, because I know you guys are big on the hammer. We should get beat pretty soundly by all the metrics, all the stats. But I'm gonna lean on with your guy, my guy now, Googs said. You got to line up and play the football game. Whoever tackles the best, which we haven't done great all season, especially in space. That's a different story. Whoever runs the ball the best in this game, as my guy, the Maniac, has pointed out. That's what it's gonna come down to. You guys have 2 All-American type running backs in that backfield. We had a guy that we thought was a Heisman candidate before the season started. Turns out we were wrong. But he does show up.
Hold up. Say that again.
In Columbus.
What'd you just say?
We had a guy in the Don who, before the season started, we thought was a Heisman candidate, worthy of it, right? That has not been the case.
We weren't the only ones wrong. So was NCAA.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Everything can change tomorrow.
But the thing is, he seems to like that grass in Columbus. It energizes him or something. It's like Popeye spinach. So shout out to that. But again, the stats bear out that we shouldn't be in this game.
Melo?
I agree. I think it's going to show, but I mean, at the end of the day, it really does come down to the line. Your D-line versus our O-line. Mm-hmm. Is our O-line going to give Will enough time to operate and enough holes for the running backs to run. The only reason I am confident is because they've been doing well. They all have experience, even though they're new. They all rotated and played. Carson Hinsman did a pretty good job last year against you guys as well, and I think your D-line was better last year personally. But we got Chip Kelly. His schemes, how he moves that pocket, he's just elite. He's going to move the pocket and make your D-line run side to side and get tired, and especially if you guys are going 3 and out. So as the game goes on, you'll start seeing big pop-off runs. But I really do think this might be a breakout game for my boy Optimus Prime. You guys know him as JJ Smith, but I call him Optimus Prime. Today was his birthday, so salute. Happy birthday, young man. He just turned 19. And there's a reason Will Johnson's little toe isn't healthy for this game.
You got to stop this. You got to stop this.
I wouldn't want my draft stock dipping because a freshman is.
You have to not do this. All right. Really quick, Dev, I know you got to go and we're running out of time, but I got to address this. There is no reason for Will Johnson to fake an injury. First of all, by the way, if we want to, Will Johnson took on the responsibility of following Marv for most of that game last year before he, exited that game finally with an injury. And he was getting cooked. It was time where he got cooked, right? Obviously, he got a big win
play.
though.
One
right?
big play.
He was getting cooked left and right, bro.
He got a couple. It was a couple. But
no.
He got the biggest play because he actually got a turnover, right? A big one in your territory, right?
Yeah.
Where it looked like Marv didn't, especially like physically, it didn't look like he tried to stop that from happening.
Go to him.
Hey, I'm just relaying what I saw. All right. Okay. That said, he followed that man all around the field. The one big play, even I think, if he turns his head and doesn't panic, he can make a play on that. But good pass, good catch by Marv. So I like most of the fans on both sides would have loved to see this matchup. I was angling towards this matchup all season. I know JJ is just a freshman, but he is him. And I have no qualms saying that. He is a physical specimen. He's pushing upperclassmen around the field like they shouldn't be on there with him. I do think that Will versus him would have been a great matchup to see. I don't think that Will is not playing because of him, though. Will's stock is his stock. Unless that dude would have went out there, caught 100% of the targets thrown to him for 350 yards, 5 touchdowns, Will's stock is his stock. He's gonna be a high draft choice. But yeah, I would have liked to see it too.
Well, I totally believe that he's not playing for that. Why? Because it just feeds into this thing for us just so well. You know what I mean? It's a perfect thing for us. So I'm going to keep believing that. I think that's what's going on. But I just wanted to touch on, obviously your defensive line, our offensive line. When I watched the Texas game, what I noticed in the Texas game was they ran your defensive tackles all over the field, right? They're throwing out. They made you guys run. And I think a big part of this game is depth, man, right? Because of that, Graham and your other defense tackle, they're phenomenal football players. They're monsters in there, but they can't be monsters all game, right? Hence the Texas game. There has to be somebody for you guys to be able to come in and fill their shoes. And there is nobody on that roster to do that. They're monsters. So Melo brought up one of my biggest confidence for this game is Chip Kelly, right? He's been watching y'all all season. Okay. He knows the depth issues you guys have at defensive tackle and different things like that. He watched what Texas did to y'all. He watched what some other teams have done. And we got Will Howard too, pretty mobile quarterback. He's getting way better at throwing on the run throughout the season. So that's the matchup I'm going to be paying attention to. Like you guys said, Ohio State is down 2 offensive starters for the game. And me as an Ohio State fan, I've been nervous for every new game that we've had to play, but every time we've played it, we've showed up and showed out. Like we've done a little bit better than what I would have expected we did. So this offensive line now, we just got a game under our belt. An Indiana game, played a very good defensive front there, right? I know everybody wants to point at their stars and recruiting rankings. Nah, man, look what they've been doing all season to all these teams, right? that was a very good defensive front. And Chip Kelly, the offensive line, and Will Howard found a way to work around that defensive line. And, I kind of expect the same thing. So I'm excited for it, man. Excited to see it. The rivalry is going to continue. Just going to get stronger tomorrow. And the thing is even if you take the stats out of this game and the stars and the records out of this game, it feels different for me this year as an Ohio State fan because of everything that has occurred the last 3 years and everything that's going on and these seniors coming back. And you listen to Ryan Day talk as a head coach now. I'm telling you, he's got a different perspective about this game than I believe he has in the past. So I think even if you throw all that stuff out, again, my score prediction was 38-6 for this game. So if you guys want, man, before we get you off here, we got some other people, going to come on. And like I said, we appreciate you coming on. I'll give a few final words before we let you go. But
yeah,
you guys want to give us a score prediction, man?
Yeah, I definitely want to do, man. I'm not going, come on, that'll be, can't do that. Come on here, not. Listen, you guys make great points, right? Especially, and that's a key thing, right? As far as moving the pocket. Because look at the Penn State game. The 2 drives you scored touchdowns on, what Chip Kelly was doing. He was moving the pocket. He brought the defense one direction, threw it to the opposite. Abuka, the first touchdown, threw it to the other side. Then he moved, threw it to Ennis, coming to the other side. So he's definitely, Chip Kelly's definitely one of the best play callers. I think letting the ball go 1, 2, 3, 3-step drops. I'm going to expect to see, a lot of swing passes from you guys, making the defense run. So, we listen, it's going to be an uphill battle for my team, man. Ohio State this year on paper by miles, not even for debate, is better than Michigan. But the problem is this, man. That those guys in that Michigan locker room doesn't know what it is to lose to Ohio State. And they don't want to know that feeling. And those players in that locker room in Ohio State doesn't know what it is to beat Michigan. But they hungry. Oh, man, look, I'm going to tell you this. We got to get it into the fourth quarter. I think we get it into the fourth quarter. We can make it happen. Right? Things happen in the fourth quarter. Hopefully that's where Will Howard does his bonehead play. But if you guys, we can't get you off the field, offense going 3 and out, it's gonna get ugly, man. Look, I love my team. Like I said, I'm a hater, but I'm a realist, man. When it's all said and done, I gotta go, man. Man, listen, Michigan Nation, don't be mad at me. But I'm gonna go about. I go 31-17 Buckeyes. Think it'll be closer. I think you guys pull away late.
Gotcha.
I wish I like to call myself a realist too. And I wish I was as real with myself as my counterpart and co-host Maniac seems to be. That said, Michigan 23, the other state, as they are affectionately known on my channel, 21. I think if Michigan can run the ball effectively, like he was saying, keep the ball away from that explosive offense, then that's the only shot that they have, if I'm being fair, get pressure on the quarterback. That said, I do expect Michigan the other state to test Michigan secondary because it's only right. They have the weapons to do so in Michigan secondary, especially without Will Johnson, has some questions. So I'll say that 23-21, good guys. And that's the blue guys, by the way, for those who were wondering in the chat. That's my score prediction.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to go ahead and just say it. Team Up North don't stand a chance. One-dimensional. You can't throw. They're going to shut down that run real easily. Donovan Edwards is not the same player he was last year. Khalil Mullins is a beast, but we're going to shut him down. And we all know if Orji gets in, he's running the ball because he can't throw. So you have no weapons. I was watching a Team Up North pod, and they said Colson Loveland is out. So he's not playing as of right now.
That hurts.
So I see no way that your defense is going to be able to keep that energy up. I think we control this game from start to finish. Ryan Day already came out and said losing the last 3 years was the only thing that's harder in his life was losing his father. I think you're going to see it. I think what he did to Indiana is going to be 10 times worse. I don't think this game's going to be close except for the initial kickoff. And my score prediction is 51-3 because you guys have an elite field goal kicker.
Hey, yo, son. Okay.
That's good. We know that, man, and we know that if there's a team that's gonna get blown out, it is Michigan. We just don't got the firepower. You guys have it all. You guys have a team that could win the national championship. Y'all equipped to win the natty. Y'all have it, right? Defensively, offensively, no secondary in the nation could really match up with your secondary. Yeah, they could contain them, but you can't stop it. It's too good. So, again, if there's no pressure on Will Howard tomorrow, man, it's definitely going to get, as my man here, Maze Man, like to say, it'll get Shabba Ranks.
Real Shabba Ranks.
Yeah. Shabba Ranks, Google him. He has a face only a mother could love.
He's unattractive.
Hey, I tell you what, fellas, we appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the respect, man. Appreciate you keeping it cordial and all that. Love to have you on again for sure. Got a list of people waiting to come on here. So,
yes, sir.
Appreciate you guys, man. Excited to see the game tomorrow once again.
Yeah, man. Dev,
Chocolate Chip Scoochie 87-7 is disrespectful.
And where can they find you guys? Where can they find you?
Yeah, find me everywhere at Maze Madman. Find my guy. Oh, I thought he froze, but _boxing_maniac on Instagram.
And one last thing, man. Again, man, God bless you guys. I know it's a heated rivalry. Some people they take it too far, but I'm glad you guys gave us the opportunity to come here and have our banter, talk our little junk. But at the end of the day, it's all love, man. Like I said, Michigan won 3 years in a row. I'm not a millionaire. So win or lose, I'm not going to be rich. But anyway, man, good game. And more importantly, that everybody, all these players come out healthy, man. We want to see these guys come out healthy and respectfully because you guys will be playing for more important things after tomorrow, So good luck, guys. And like I said, right after the game, we'll go live on our channel and you guys are more than well. I mean, Melo knows. Melo comes on here and there. He pops up, and there's always love. And Mike Green, shout to you and shout to everybody in the chat. OSU fans, man. It's tomorrow. Alabama and Auburn. They trying to say they the biggest rivalry in college football. Man, get your SEC ass out of here. Absolutely
Go blue.
Hey, all right, fellas. We appreciate you. Y'all stay blessed.
Yes, sir.
See you later. All righty. Well, here we go. We got some more people to bring on here. I don't know who that other person is, but y'all are going to know who I'm about to bring on, right? Well known in Buckeye Nation, man. One of my favorite people to listen to. Got a heart for the Buckeyes. Always speaks the truth. A fan just like us. Everybody welcome in Juck, man. Juck, how you doing today?
Juck. Yeah.
What guys? What's going on?
What up, Juck?
How we doing?
Hey, had to bring Tony in here too. Tony's been waiting. So Tony, Curse Design's going to join us for this conversation. Juck, how was that sitting there listening to them, man? How were you able to contain yourself, or what you got to say?
For one, I was hoping you were going to bring me on when he called themselves the good guys. Like
I wanted like, to so bad. I wanted
my
to.
Arms out, like, no. Cue me up. But all respect from those two. I like them a lot. Those are some classy guys, and I'm with them. You know what I mean? Sometimes this gets a little too far between fans, and those guys were very respectful. So I appreciate that from them. That said, my man that picked them to win the game is out of his mind. He knows it. However, I must say, I've never picked Ohio State to lose this game in my life, so I get where he's coming from.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to bring you on so bad, but it's like when I was guessing, I was kind of worried to bring up the old Connor Stallions thing with them because boy, I could talk with them for days. I mean, I wanted to respond to every single thing they said because, I had things to negate. Like, no proof. What do you mean, no proof? What do you consider proof? What is proof to you? But, I enjoyed having those guys on, man. It was interesting to see the other side of what they think. It sounds like you could tell both of them were in the reality realm of this game. And like I was saying, man, even if you throw stats and stars and rankings and everything out, dude, I'm still on the 38-6 train. I still think this is going to be a blowout. I think my 38-6 prediction might be underselling the Buckeyes just a hair. So give us your initial thoughts. And I got a few more stats I want to bring up here, but give us your initial thoughts on this game, man.
Well, I mean, for one, and I was just talking about this on the show the other morning. I was 9 years old when John Cooper got the job at Ohio State. I was 22 years old when John Cooper's tenure ended. So all my formative years as a Buckeye fan were full of disappointment, and I never take this game lightly. It's usually a terrible week for me, and I just mean it's not something I enjoy. It's bubble guts, it's anxiety, it's pressure. I cannot remember a year where I have felt less of that. I just don't feel it. I don't see any possible way outside of, and I think even if the Buckeyes made a couple of serious blunders in this game, that these guys on the other side can get to 24 points, which is the bare minimum they're going to need to get to win this game. I don't see any way it can happen. I don't have any anxiety. And I'm telling you guys, I'm somebody who comes into this game with a great deal of fear every year that this is the game. Everything is on the table. Anything can happen. I've tried to calm myself down from my confidence this week. I just can't. I just can't. I don't see how they can do it. I've watched them all year, as have you guys, just because, it's been entertaining. You know what I mean? You follow the Bucks, you follow their misery, and that's what you do every week. Been a lot of misery for them, and they're just terrible. Now they've gotten a little bit better recently. There's no doubt about that. But our Buckeyes have gotten a tremendous amount better since that Oregon game. They look like men on a mission. We listened to them all week. They're saying everything that makes me feel a whole lot of confidence. Ryan Day's comments, almost sad, right? When he was talking about the way he felt and the way he didn't compare it to his father, but he said, outside of that, just even to bring that up in the same sentence, right? That was jarring to hear. I just, I'm with you on your score prediction, right around the same area. And I'm also with you that I think we both may be underselling it. I think I said 35-13. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 45-point win.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Melo, Tony, I got to take a quick break. You guys fill on the show. I'll be right back, fellas.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so for me, I have it 51-3. They have their kicker. I wish their kicker was on our team sometimes, but I'm happy with Jake Fielding. He's doing
super good.
Thing, but how did this dude hit all his 50s and then miss a 25-yarder? That's the only miss he had all year. But I think Chip is going to have a great game plan, and for the same reason that you just said about how they was comparing.
Oh, I think Melo froze. I guess it's just me and you, Chuck.
It's me and you, Tone. How you been, brother?
I'm great, man. How are you doing?
I'm so pumped, buddy. I'm so pumped. You wait all year for this game, and when it gets to crunch time, it's here. I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. I'm so jacked, bro. And we were talking earlier on in the year. So many people talk about the potential of how amazing this would be to be a night game, and it would be. I don't think I could make it through the day. I am ready to play this game now. I'm going to wake up early. I'm going to be ready to roll. It's so difficult to wait until noon for this sucker to kick. Could you imagine waiting till 8 o'clock? I can't.
No, not at all. As somebody who also has a bunch of anxiety about Ohio State games, literally, I'm the worst. I had a panic attack for 8 months about the Oregon game. And this game though, I felt completely different about. I felt super confident, and I don't think I can wait till 8 o'clock for this reckoning to come. I really, really it feels like. It feels like those times where I was telling them earlier on a previous show, like there's just certain times in seasons where you like all of a sudden realize like this is special, this is happening. Like in 2014, you know what I'm saying? Like after the second half that Cardale Jones played in this game, like I was like, I think we're gonna win it all in spite of everything. And like this season, as it's gone on, I just slowly, like the Indiana game, I was like, I think this is it. Like it's happening again. It's happening again. And like I'm so excited now. Like I think it's more than we're due. It's something that I think is going to be very special, and I can't wait for it. If I had to wait to 8 o'clock, my head would explode.
I feel the same way, Tone. Like we're looking at, I feel like it was just such a great thing to be able to play Oregon game 6 of the season, see where you stacked up, see what you needed to work on, come together and get it rolling on the defense, change some things, tweak some things. And ever since then, the defense just looks so much different, and it kind of came to a crescendo against Indiana. Wow. Just looks like an absolute unit on fire. I love the way they're calling the D. I feel so confident in the defense right now. And let's not even get started about Will Howard. Like we all know what's going on there. Finally, we're starting to see the rest of the country recognize what's going on here. The guy has not had one single bad game. And I came into this season thinking that there would be a point in time during this year, and our Michigan fellow over here talked about him having his blunder every game. And sure, maybe he has one blunder a game, but he's not had one single bad game. And I thought that we would get to a point at some point during the season where he would have a bad game or 2 in a row, and we would start to hear a bunch of boneheads clamoring for Julian Sayin to come in and start starting. I felt it. I knew it was going to come. Will Howard hasn't let it come. He hasn't let it happen because he's not had a single bad game. The dude has been everything we could have asked for and more. He's so much better than I thought he'd be, and he gets better every week. We're in a position here to make a run. I try not to get too confident about it, but I'm with you, Tone. Everything feels like it's coming together.
Yep. And like,
yeah, man.
Go ahead, Devan.
Will Howard, dude. I mean, one could almost argue he's even exceeded the coach's expectations, because you put that tinfoil hat on, right? You hear Ryan Day saying that Julian Sayin needs to be ready by the Oregon game, and you hear these different things, and then he comes out, throws for 2,685 yards at a 74% completion rate, 6 interceptions, 26 TDs total. Has only been sacked 10 times. I mean, Will Howard's a gamer, bro. Will Howard is an absolute gamer. And yeah, Juck, I'm there with you. I kind of expected, just because of the change of competition he was going up against, I expected like for him to have a game where he just absolutely blew up. You know what I mean? Like in a negative way, interceptions, turnovers, whatever. He just hasn't had that. And then, right, that's not even it. Listen to this guy in front of a microphone, right? Listen to what he said when he said what this game means to him. He's never been in a rivalry game like this. He wants this for Ryan Day. He wants it for the players that comes back. He wants it for the fans. And when he's talking, it's what he's saying is what he means, man. I love Will Howard, dude. Jerry Emig, I don't know what you are got going on up in your brain, but he should have been in the top 5 all season. There's no reason he shouldn't be. He is there now. Juck, I heard you and Chris talking earlier about whether you think he can make it to New York. And yeah, the things I'm on the same page with y'all, the things that would have to happen but he deserves to be there. That's the thing that sucks so bad. Yes. He 100% deserves a seat in New York. I'm not saying he deserves to win it, right? What Travis is doing over there is insanity. I don't know if you saw him the night or not, but good God. But he deserves to be in New York, right? And the last thing I want to touch on is I was at that Oregon game, right? And I was just devastated. But, there's this verse in the Bible that I always go back to. It's beauty comes from ashes, right? And I am just absolutely thrilled. And you almost look back and you think that this loss to Oregon was a necessity to get to where we're at now. Because like you said, the changes in the defense, that's what this defense is made for. Yep. We are an attacking defense. We're not a preventing defense. The proof's in the pudding, right? Look since Jim Knowles has changed his strategy on the blitzing and how much like our blitzing percentages went up by, I believe, 20% since the Oregon game. I don't know the exact stats on that. I know it's went up a bunch, but you watch the Oregon game and you watch how much better we have gone each game. And then you add into that we've lost 2 offensive line starters. Juck, I'm with you. I try to hold my confidence level down a little bit. That's why I say 38-6 instead of 52-3, right? Because I'm trying to like keep myself level-headed, but I think we're peaking at a perfect time.
I agree.
Without a doubt.
I agree. Like what I was gonna say too, Dev. Like I noticed like after the Oregon game, the one moment I thought like things are starting to turn around is the Penn State game. When we went down 10-0 at Penn State, like my panic hit such a level, and then we just every bad bounce since then, we've turned it around. Like no matter what has happened, penalties, injuries, everything, we just keep coming back, and like that makes me feel really special. What's up, Melo?
What up, Melo? We can hear you. I don't know if you know that or not, but
yeah. But yeah, let's literally that's the point where I was like, man, this is turning around. And then every time like Igmanosin gets his PI calls, whatever, it seems like
you see me?
Yep. No, can't see you.
I just removed Melo. I don't know what he's got going on.
But
let me try to talk to Melo fast. Yo, Melo.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. We're hearing everything. We could see you. You turned your camera off now, so we can't see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys fine.
Okay.
Well, we can hear you fine now for sure. You can turn your camera back on. We could see you too.
Okay.
Yeah. What's up?
My bad.
Hey, that was my number one thing, right? Was getting this thing together. So first off, this 6-hour live stream chat, bro. Much love. We appreciate you. There's 74 of you in here. We'll see how much of you stick out throughout the whole night. But we just wanted to try this out for Buckeye Nation, man, and just see what it was, man. Give people the opportunity to come on here and get some things out in the chat because this is a big deal, right? Yeah. A big deal. Juck, I was telling these guys before you came on that there's somebody pretty special in my life that has something going on tomorrow. And I told them I wouldn't be able to make it. And they got upset. Like I'm talking about upset. And I was just like, they were like, you're really going to watch that football game over this? And I said, yeah, I am. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you want me to lie to you and tell you that I really wish I could make it? I don't. I want to watch the game. You know what I'm saying? But it's a big deal, man. Big deal.
We've moved 2 weddings in my family over Ohio State games, so I get it.
I would lie. So I like props to you for telling the truth. There's no way I would admit that.
I know. I keep going back and forth. Like, should I have or should I not? Because here's the thing, right? There's no way to explain this to somebody that's not a true Buckeye fan. There's nothing to compare it to. There's nothing you can say, hey, look, it's like this. Nah, it's not. Like you can't. This is a livelihood for me, man. This affects my life. Ohio State football directly affects my life. That's crazy, but it's true. I don't know what else to tell you. It's true. You know what I'm saying? So I'm passionate about it. It's a healthy passion for me, man.
No, it's not. No. We're all sick in the head. We're all sick in the head, bro.
Come
Get
on,
out of here.
Hey,
we're doing a 6-hour stream talking about a game. Get out of here. We're sick in the head. You're missing a wedding over the game. We're sick in the head, but that's all right. We love each other. We love the Buckeyes.
Hold up. I compare this. I've shared my story online several times. What I always do, it's probably not correct, is I always compare it to what I used to do in my life. Compared to what I used to do in my life, this is healthy as all get out, dude. I'm telling you. But in the terms of reality, Juck, I'm with you. It's not. It's football, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, dude, still, man. So what I want to do real fast is, what I did, I went down through and I compared statistically quarterbacks, top 3 receivers, top 3 rushers, top 3 sack people, top 3 tackles on each team. So I want to start with their quarterback, whoever they're going to start, one of their 4, one of their 5. Let's go with Davis. We'll say they're going to start him. He has thrown for 1,064 yards, 64% completion rate, 7 interceptions, 6 TDs, and he's been sacked 6 times. So somebody start off with your thoughts on him as a quarterback and how the Ohio State defense is going to respond to him. Because if you ask me, I've watched a couple of their games, watched a lot of their games. He seems slippery at times. He could get out of the pocket, and he's pretty slippery in there. So I'm interested to see how we handle that. What are your guys' thoughts? Juck, you lead us off.
So I think you just said 7 picks. Is that what you said?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
he's got
7 picks.
He's got more interceptions than he does touchdowns.
I also saw that last week he was 1 for 5 of balls beyond 10 yards.
Yep.
All they can do is run and throw the ball short. And I just think that you play a similar game to how you played against Indiana with that kind of pressure, and he is incapable of beating you long. Like, he's just not capable of it. I think that they're going to shut this guy down so hard. I don't see. He's gotten better, right? Like, he's playing better than he was his first go around before they pulled him. Remember they pulled him and they put Cam Newton in or whoever, Alex Orji, the one they call Cam Newton. Remember that at the beginning of the season?
Kmart Cam Newton.
Yeah. But he looks a little better, right? He's definitely improved some, and he can actually make some decent throws every now and again. But I just feel like if you play an aggressive game like they played last week, like they've been consistently more aggressive. Last week was the most aggressive they've been all year, that he just is not capable of beating you. He's just not. I just see them shutting him down so hard, man. I've tried to picture scenarios where this guy can make you pay, and I just can't see it at all.
Yeah. Tony, what's your thoughts,
right
man?
There with Juck, and that's why I predicted 51-3. On top of the fact that I think Ryan Day is going to keep the gas to the floor the whole game. He's going to try to kill them, and I think we will. I also looked at his press conference. He's a little cocky about what he thinks they're going to do, and he's very on the thin side. And I think he's going to end up not finishing the game. He's going to be like the Marshall and Akron quarterbacks that have broken ribs and stuff. It's going to get ugly for him, man. He looks like he's $175, to be honest with you. Can you imagine Tyleek and JT and Jack Sawyer and Edric Houston and K-Mac and Sonny coming downhill and Cody Simon and Lathan Ransom? I mean, man, dude, I'm going to pray for him that he doesn't leave on a stretcher.
Caleb Downs might end him.
Yeah. All of them.
Tony, your thoughts, man. Tony, after you give your thoughts, dude, I'm going to play your video. I want Juck to see it. I want Melo to see it. I want everybody in the chat to see it, man. Shout out Tony. But Tony, give us your thoughts, and then I'm going to play the video.
Like Juck said, like, if all you can do is run the ball and throw it short, we saw what Indiana did last week with that same strategy. They had no big plays, and Curtis Rourke was way better than Davis Warren. So, like, yeah, I'm not worried about it at all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's eventually, like, I think we're gonna hold the rushing attack like under wraps, and then they're gonna have to throw the ball. And I'm sorry, like, if you're Quinn Ewers throwing the ball 6 yards, it's not working. Sorry, like, it's just not gonna work out. So
hey, Juck, did you see what we did here on Buckeye Boys? With we really expressed our emotions towards how we feel about that team up north. I don't know did you see a certain video that we put up about a Scum shirt? Have you seen that yet?
No.
Okay, then we're going to play 2 videos. Let me play you this one. It's going to copyright us for some reason. I don't give a dang. So
sometimes you just got to do it, man. I know how it goes.
Me and Tony and Melo, we got this bright idea. It's in our intro video. We just had to incorporate. This is exactly how we feel about this team. So a little backstory. What had happened is Tony went out drinking a lot the night before. He peed on the on the Team Up North shirt, and it was still flammable. So he just lit it. No, I'm just joking. That's not what happened. So we didn't even realize that. Like the first time we played that, people were like, "Did you guys just pee on that shirt?" You know
I was peeing on the shirt. Yeah.
No, it was his. I think it was his grandfather putting lighter fluid all over it.
Starter fluid.
Yeah, starter fluid. I love the fact it looks like we're, using the restroom on it. So we want to get, before we go any further on this discussion about this team, Tony, we got a little hype video that Tony put together. Without further ado, here we go.
Sweet. Great job, Tone.
Yeah,
Tony's the man.
Yeah, Tony's a boss over there at that stuff, dude. I absolutely love it. So, so we covered what we thought about Davis. Well, I didn't say it yet, but yeah, Tony, I think you brought up what I was going to bring up, the fact what we did to Rourke over there at Indiana, and you look at how Davis compares to him. I mean, if Davis survives the game, he would do better than what I think it's going to do, because can you imagine all these emotions and angst that's been built up by Ryan Day and all these players on the field? Like, look at what we did to Indiana, right? Look at how the fans responded to the call of the Indiana game. Now, times that by 10, that's what you're about to see tomorrow, man. You know what I mean? Cody Simon and, Sonny Styles. I expect Sonny Styles. I just don't feel like he's had that game yet where he's really came out and just dominated the game. I mean, we saw a really good game against Northwestern when he played, but get ready for Sonny Styles, man. That's kind of one of my predictions. But on the other side of it, we have a quarterback that is top 5 in the Heisman, rank. Yeah, the Heisman odds. Pretty far off there. He's got like 20,000 odds or whatever it is. Should be way closer. But he has thrown for 2,685 yards, 74% completion rate. He's thrown for over 80% or more in 6 games as Ohio State Buckeye. That is an Ohio State quarterback record. Let that sink in for a second. Think about all the quarterbacks that have been at Ohio State and realize that Will Howard is the best of the bunch of those in completion percentage. He's got 26 total touchdowns. He's only been sacked 10 times. So Will Howard, man, Juck, start us off with your thoughts on what Will Howard is capable of doing in this game.
Well, for one, I think he, without, listen, in all due respect to the guys that were on earlier, Will Johnson could play in this game. That is just like, get out of here, man. Who are we kidding? Right. I don't think he's ducking JJ, but without a doubt, he could play in this game if he wanted to play in this game. We all see what's going on here. We've seen it for several weeks now. He shut it down. We know he shut it down. If he was in the game, they could lock down half the field potentially, right? He's not. I think that Will can, without a doubt, increase that record to 7 games with 80% completion percentage. And I think he just might. I am so stunned when we talk about a guy who, when he came here, guys, remember we were talking about he's inaccurate. His completion percentage is something that we're, maybe going to have an issue with, but the talent is going to help him increase it a little bit. And he raised it like 13 points. It's insane. An insane improvement. Props to Day, props to Chip, props to Will. This guy now the most accurate passer in the country, breaking CJ Stroud records. It's insane. And this game, We listened to him this week. His confidence, talking the way he did about playing for his brothers, wanting to win this for the seniors, wanting to win this for Coach Day. I just feel like he is going to have one hell of a game, and it's just going to be the first of one hell of a game that we're going to keep seeing out of him as we head on down the line to complete the ultimate goal, which I feel so good about this guy leading this team. Yeah. And it starts tomorrow. He's going to really win over some people on the national scene that have not quite realized what we've all realized, that this dude is without a doubt one of the best quarterbacks in the country now. And I get it. He wasn't that coming to Ohio State. Everybody was hesitant, but they keep seeing who he was when he came here instead of what he's been now and how much he's improved. He is awesome. He's a Buckeye. He's got a chance to be a Buckeye legend. I wish we had him for another year. His attitude is perfect. He always knows the right thing to say. I can't say enough about this guy. I know you guys feel the same way. I think he puts on an absolute show tomorrow. Just an absolute show.
Juck, real fast before we move on to get these guys' opinions on Will Howard for this game. Like I said earlier, I saw you and Chris Jew earlier talking about Will Howard's 5th in the Heisman odds. What's it going to take for him to be in the top 3? Now, I ask you this because you guys brought up that you think it takes some mistakes by the people that are leading him. So they would have to make mistakes. Will Howard would have to have an absolutely dynamic football game. Does the Ohio State brand and name not make up for that? Now, what I mean by that is if Will Howard has an absolutely amazing game tomorrow and the other 2 people that are leading him have a good game, can the Ohio State name and reputation not vault him above those guys without them having a bad game? Or is that me being ignorant on how the Heisman race operates?
I think that the Ohio State name has hurt him this entire time, to be honest. I think that everybody has assumed that this is that guy from Kansas State that they were moving on from. He went to Ohio State. Of course, he's better with all that talent. It's not because of him. It's because of everybody else, and he's doing just enough to make things operate. But really, those of us who've watched closely know that he has elevated this offense. They're not, he's not just kind of being carried by the rest of this offense. He's elevated it. I think they're coming around. But I do think that if he has a really good game, and let's not forget, Dylan Gabriel is in a rivalry game, a big one against a team that they've lost to the last 3 times in Washington. If he lays an egg and maybe there's an upset there, things could happen. Things could change quickly here. We've seen these odds flip big time, real quick. Cam Ward's playing Syracuse. They're only an 11-point favorite. That could change quickly. I honestly think that there's a shot here. Chris doesn't. I think that there's a shot here that things could flip and we could see some serious momentum change. And, there's no limit of 3. They can invite 5 if they want. He could still get there.
Oh, I didn't know that. They can.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that at all. Okay, Melo, your thoughts on Will Howard for this game, and I will be right back.
I think Will Howard's going to have an epic game for a few reasons. One, the team up north secondary is just not that good. Will Johnson isn't there. The linebackers are slow to read and react. So if we get mismatches there, and honestly, Will Howard, he takes what he sees and what the defense gives. So that's why his percentage is so high. But I expect Optimus Prime to eat, and I expect him. I wouldn't be surprised if Will Howard had 4 touchdowns this game, throwing, and maybe 1 running, and combined for 5. To be honest with you, and if he does that, I think, and then goes and wins the Big Ten championship and puts up similar numbers that he did out in Austin, I think he's going to New York. I really do. Now, to beat Travis Hunter, I don't know, because he has a machine behind him and he's playing both ways. So, I mean, that's going to be difficult. But for me, I think he plays on the best team in America. And he's probably, in terms of efficiency and effectiveness, he's the best quarterback in America for me. So would I give it to him? Probably. Personally, if he does what he has to do the next 2 games.
Yeah.
So I answered both questions. I think he's going to have 4 passing TDs and 1 rushing TD for 5 total. I think he's going to, I do. I don't think this game's going to be that close. I'm just being honest. I think he's going to go into the big championship, and as long as he plays to a similar level, because I think he balled out in Austin Stadium. I think people were hard on him, but I think he did an excellent job, minus slipping a couple of times. And then obviously they had a whole bunch of false starts that took away some plays for us, because really they weren't really stopping our offense like that. We were stopping ourselves. So if he plays a similar game and he goes and does what I think he's going to do tomorrow, I think he will be in New York City. So let's see what happens.
Absolutely, man. Shout out real fast to a couple people in the chat, man. Alex, appreciate you showing up. Cheryl, Steely, Donald, Tamara, Jeff, Bugsy's daddy, Karis, Cookie, Chaz, CT2, man, all the rest of you that I didn't name. Appreciate you showing up tonight, man. We understand that this 6-hour stream is a little abnormal, right, for a YouTube show. But shoot, man, we the Buckeye boys we do things that are not expected and a little bit different. So we wanted to see how it goes. Right now, it's going pretty good. I'm enjoying it thoroughly. Like I said, let me ask you this. I know that, Tony, give us your thoughts on Will Howard real fast. Did you already give your thoughts or not yet?
No, I haven't. Like, I want to say 2 things. Like, one, the bozos on Cleveland radio that talk trash about Will Howard, it's the dumbest nonsense I've ever heard in my life. Like, absolutely, those dudes are bozos. Like, secondly, I think it's hands down, like, the quarterback whisperer is Ryan Day. No Lincoln Riley, no nobody else. Ryan Day all the way. And it's literally because of Will Howard. Like, you can look and see the change, that everything that everybody said bad about Will Howard, he has shown up and showed out all of it. And I think he's going to do that above and beyond the Call of Duty tomorrow.
No doubt. Ohio Pod said, if this takes off, we're going to have to do this daily. Well, here you didn't think about that because you're part of this, Ohio Pod. You're showing up at 9 and you'll be here till midnight with us. So
yeah,
Juck, you're going to have to do it daily too. All of us, man, we're all screwed here. We shouldn't have done this. No, I'm just joking. So
Chuck already does it daily.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's making us all look bad.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I just want to say, like, how cool it is, and the reason that I got into this and the reason that you guys got into this is to interact with these folks who I see every day in my show, all the same names over here. You guys are awesome. You're the reason we do this. To come hang out with you guys, make friends, talk Bucks. We're all a little sick in the head, and that's all good because we love each other, and that's great. This is going to be a great day tomorrow. I can't wait. But shout out to you guys, man. You're the best. You guys keep me pumped up to do this stuff, and these guys the same, I'm sure.
You know, Juck?
Yeah.
Juck, you're the first show that I got into.
Really?
Yep.
That's awesome, bro.
Tony's choking over there, so I'm going to take over for a minute. Yeah, I was about to give Juck a shout out too, man, because honestly, you know, I was always in the Scoop chat. I was a moderator. I was a moderator on Juck's show for a little while there. I was a moderator on Ohio Pod. And then I watched Juck's show, right? I always watched his show. I watched how he talked on there. And I saw that he was a fan, just giving his opinions on things. And kind of motivated me, man, to start Buckeye Boys. When I saw what your show did and I saw how you got on there and just shared your passion for the Buckeyes, just as a fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I'm not like trying to downgrade. You are very knowledgeable at this now with your knowledge on football and different things like that. But I didn't play football. I didn't do any of that. So it's not like I had a lot of credibility in the football realm, but to just come on here as a fan and share my passion. When I saw your show take off and do that, I was like, dang, man, this is cool, man. I really, really like this. And, you know, I kind of try to model, right, Buckeye Boys. Me, Melo, Tony tried to model Buckeye Boys of kind of what you do on your show, man. So we appreciate you, dude. You helped me along the way too. I'd always text you with a few questions here or there, like, yo, dude, StreamYard ain't working for me. What do I do here? And, you know, you were always supportive and helped us. So shout out to you. We appreciate you for your help and everything you do for Buckeye Nation, Juck. No doubt, man.
Absolutely. Like, you and Chris Drew are just like two down-to-earth real dudes that let your personality come out, and if you make a mistake, you keep going. It doesn't matter. So like I always found that the genuineness in who you are as an individual and a person, that's what drew me to your channel. I always saw it on YouTube, but I was watching so many stuff at that time. I was like, man, I'm not gonna stop. Then my boy Sean was like, man, you got to check this show out. It's fire. And then the first time I watched it, I've been going back ever since. Even if I'm not interacting in the chat, I'm always watching. So just salute to you, brother. Salute to my boy Chris Drew. I love what you guys are doing.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate you guys so much. You know, like I knew that, like, obviously you got people that have a ton of credibility, former players, former coaches, guys who are on the beat interacting with the team. I knew there was a niche for guys like us who just want to come on and share our passion, because I knew that we would have a community like we have in this chat, the same folks we see in the morning on my show. You know, we were all interacting in the message boards already and on the chats. It was about time to have a couple of us pop up and do a show and do our own thing and just kind of all talk about this together, all on the same level, the same playing field. Like, we're just a bunch of passionate fans. You know what I mean? There are times when those other kind of shows are very informative and you know, they come at it from a different perspective that we don't have. And that's great. But there's also times where we just want to talk amongst each other. And I think that there was a niche there for guys like us. And I couldn't be happier with the success you guys are having, the success that I'm having. I never anticipated it to be anything like this. I just thought that I was going to make some new friends and have some fun and hopefully have 100 subscribers by the time the season came, so I could do a post-game show and have a couple of people in the chat to talk Buckeyes with. That was the entire goal. I didn't expect any of this, but I think we've stumbled upon something we didn't know existed, and it just keeps getting more and more fun and bigger and better for all of us, and I couldn't be happier, but I appreciate you guys. You guys gave me so much support when I first started spreading the word. You know, I owe you just as much.
Yeah, so I highly doubt this statement to be true, the next thing I say here, but if you're not familiar with Juck and you're watching this show, which I very highly doubt, go over there and check him out, man. He's awesome. He's real, right? Digs into things. You hear a fan's perspective. He shares a lot of perspectives that we do as fans, so it's nice to know that there's somebody with the same perspective that we can talk to. And, you know, because the other side of this is the beat, right, who – they got some strings attached. They can't say everything they want to say. They can't talk freely like we can talk. You know what I mean? We do this because we're passionate about it. This isn't our livelihood. We don't like depend on this to put food on our table and stuff like that. But, you know, any support is obviously, we love it. But because of that, we're able to come on here and just speak our minds and speak how we feel. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And it's a place where we've opened the door for anybody in the chat that wants to come on and talk Ohio State football. They can come on and do that. And I think it's just an awesome thing. And the thing that surprised me, Juck, Bello, Tony, is that how connected Buckeye Nation is, right? Because since I've started this show 3 months ago, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't surprise any of you guys, but the amount of people that I've connected with, like on a friendship level, like true friendship level, is just absurd, dude. It's crazy the amount of Buckeyes around the world. Like, I want to go to an Oregon game. I say I'm a Buckeye fan and everything's taken care of. Like, I get a million text messages about places I can go to hang out with Buckeyes and here, do this, do that. It's just so cool to see Buckeye Nation is so connected nationwide. It's just a beautiful thing to be a part of and experience. But on that note, man, we got a brother that's been waiting in the chat, or that's been waiting below, that wants to come on and share a few things as well. So we'll continue our conversation. Before I do that, Juck, just to let you know, man, just you let us know when you got to hop off here. I know you got a busy life, different things going on. So I think that we scheduled you from 7 to 8, but you're more than welcome to hang out as long as you want. So just let us know, man. We're going for till midnight tonight. So you just holler at us.
I will. I'm having a good time. Let's keep it rolling.
Gotcha. So everybody knows Sean Schrockman made our screens a little smaller. Sean, what's up, bro?
What's going on, guys?
Sean.
Bro, we hanging out, man. Loving life, bro. We got the game of the century. Now that you're on here, I want to ask everybody, okay, and we're going to start with Sean, and we'll go to Juck, then we'll go to Tony, then Melo. But I believe it was Urban Meyer. Somebody probably said it before then, but I watched his speech, Urban Meyer game, and he said that this rivalry was the best rivalry in all of sports. Now, I'm sure somebody maybe said it beforehand, but that's where I first heard it, and I believe it. So, Sean, what's your take on that, man? And why is this thing the best rivalry in all of sports?
I believe it's the best rivalry. I mean, if you look at it, it happens the same time every year. Been going for over 100 years now. And, I mean, it started with two states going to war over, going to actual war. So, I believe it's the best rivalry.
Amen. I love it. Juck, what's your take on that, man?
Well, what do you got that comes close? Yankees, Red Sox, and Duke, North Carolina basketball. There's no other college football rivalries, in my opinion, that come close. The Iron Bowl doesn't come close. It's way too lopsided. USC, Notre Dame, it just doesn't have the same feel. When we talk about Duke, North Carolina basketball and Boston Yankees, we're talking about multiple meetings every year. They're playing several times, which is what makes this so special. You lose that game, you got to wait a whole year. The other thing that makes this one so special, obviously the way it started with the Toledo War, is how even it's been over the years. There's been stretches where one has ruled the rivalry over the other for stretches of time. But when you look at the all-time, records and national championships and All-Americans and draft picks, Buckeyes got the lead in most of those areas, but things are really tight. To have a great rivalry, it's got to be scary. You got to have that fear of losing every time. And it's just, there's nothing like it. You look at the uniforms, you got the red, you got the blue. I mean, you got the border state. Like, it's got every single thing you could possibly have to make a perfect rivalry. If you were to draw it up, all right, what do we need to make a perfect rivalry? This is the only one in sports that has every single thing. You've got, on top of that, the arrogance that they have about their degree is better, looking down on the Ohio State degree. The fact that Ohio State, the best players that they've ever had have come from the state of Ohio. Like, everything you could ever write down, if we were going to write a story of what makes the best rivalry you could ever make, this one has it. Nothing comes close, in my opinion. Anybody who wants to say like the Iron Bowl or something like that, even compares, I think they're just ridiculous. The problem I have, guys, is this. Like, I don't want it to mean so much anymore because of the way they acted over the cheating scandal. I don't want it to. I don't want it to be. The problem is it benefits both of us a lot in recruiting, in national perception. Like, it benefits both schools to have this be that. But at the same time, I hate giving them so much, when you have this rivalry and you appreciate it so much and you love it so much, it's like you're giving them what they don't deserve. I don't want to give them that respect anymore because of the way they almost ruined this entire thing for me by the way they handled all that, by the way their fans acted through all that, by the way they embraced Connor Stallions, laughed and scoffed at everything. Like, maybe I'll get over that in a couple years, but there's almost part of me that wants this to take a different tone. And I just feel like they've ruined it for me in a lot of ways. I hope that I come out of that, but to be honest, now I'm making this sour. Your question was, why is this the best rivalry? I think it has everything. You couldn't write a better scenario to make a perfect rivalry.
No, I agree.
Well, time for the next question. He just said literally everything. The biggest thing to me is they literally, both states fought a war over Toledo. Like, I mean, it doesn't get any more crazier than that. There's no other rivalry that has an actual war that was behind it. So when they say it's hate week or it's time for war, it's really meant literally. I've been to war. I know what it's like. It's not always fun. Sometimes it is. I'm not going to lie to you. Some parts of it is. But for what they did, I mean, there's nothing that can compare to it. And like Chuck said, it's once a year. So after tomorrow, I have bragging rights for the whole year, and then hopefully we get some vindication and for what they did, and the hammer comes down, and then I could talk about that as well. But for me, is nothing compares to this. And I'm from Jersey. I'm a Yankees fan, huge Yankee fan. Boston and Yankees do not compare to this. Manchester United versus Man City or Liverpool does not compare to this. This is it. This is the game. That's why it's called the game. That's it. And you could tell by the ratings. It's the highest rated regular season game every year. So that's it. Anybody that says that their rivalry is better, they're just biased and they need to get out of their little section of wherever they live.
Yeah, did you guys see what Donald and Karen Rochbrook put in the chat, that it's in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most watched sports event in the world?
No, I didn't see that. That's crazy.
That's nice.
But that goes to show, right?
Yeah,
that goes to show the level of this game and how much it means. You're talking about the biggest fan base in the Ohio State University and one of the biggest fan bases in the team up north. So I mean, it's always going to be the biggest game.
Yeah, for sure. Tony, you got any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, like everybody said, like I'm a Yankees fan too, and I know like people from New York and Boston, they don't like each other, all that stuff, whatever. But like this rivalry has been ingrained in me since I was a little baby. You know what I'm saying? And like I've always been I've tried to be respectfully hateful right up until this cheating scandal, and after that, the only thing that's changed for me, it is spite and pure hate now. Like I got no respect, and the only thing that's changing for me every year now, I hope we smash him into the ground. And like, I'm not wishing anybody ill, but maybe I am. So,
gotcha. We got another special guest that wants to join us real fast, but I can't get to him because there's too many people on the screen, so it won't let me do that.
I got it. Hold on.
Oh, you can get to it. Yo, what up, Toro?
Toro!
What's up, bro?
Look at the legend.
Good. What's good? What's good?
Bro, little back.
What's good, Sean? What's good, Juck?
What's up, bro?
D, what's good? What's good, Melo? What's good?
How you doing, my brother?
Good. Happy to be here with you. You know,
Yes,
bro,
sir.
I gotta give people a little backstory here. This is the first time that I have ever seen Treasure the Toro. What's up, my dude? Me and him kind of, we were like the first moderators over on Scoop, and so we connected through text, phone calls every night, different things like that, talking about Buckeye football, talking about the YouTube atmosphere, different things like that. So I'm absolutely thrilled he's joined us. I know that Tora and Sean have not given us our thoughts like on the game in general. So Tora, you just came in here, man. What's your thoughts, bro? How pumped are you for this game? What you think's about to happen, dude? Let us have it.
I mean, you already know, like my adrenaline is on like 100 million, but I'm just trying to stay relaxed and calm. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I thought about it a lot. I have some thoughts on it, but I'm not. I know we're gonna win. You know, I'm gonna be real humble on this one. You know, I just really want them to come out and just play complimentary football. From what I've seen from last game, it really looks like the defense has really caught their stride and everybody's playing like cohesively as one. I was really impressed with Sonny Styles from what I've seen from him. And it looks like, you know, everything is like mentally triggering and he's just going after it. You know what I mean? So I was really impressed with him. Overall, I just think, you know, in the beginning of games, there's so much adrenaline pumping, and especially like for a big game like this, that it's always wise and it's always smart to stay mentally focused and not let the moment get the best of you. You know what I mean? Like still, like, don't get me wrong, like be pumped and be ready to go, but don't be so pumped up that you're overzealous and you make mistakes. You know, like I'm very big on fundamentals. You know, I think what separates world champions versus like runner-ups is the little intricate details that you do in the most critical moments when it matters the most. I think if you was ever to speak to like a Muhammad Ali, Tom Brady, Bobby Fischer, like for playing chess, they'll all tell you the same thing. What separates a contender versus a world champion? You know, it's the little intricate details that you do in the most critical moments, and you don't let the moment get the best of you. So even though I want them to go out there and smash them, you still have to use wisdom and intelligence and control your emotions. You know what I mean? So I think they're going to get the W, but you have to be smart. You know, you have to be smart. The game is 95% mental, and I'll say like 5% physical, you know, so just be wise, just be smart, you know. That's what I want to see more than anything, you know.
Gotcha. Yeah, I feel you. You know, like everybody has said, like the ratings and the records, the stars, they all go out the window. Comes down to the physicality of the game and who wants it more. And I just totally believe that the Buckeyes want it more, man. So I want to bring up a couple rushing stats, right? I'm going to talk about the top 2 rushers for Scum, top 2 rushers for Ohio State. And I want to get Juck's perspective. We'll start with Juck here. So with rush, we got Maulings has 832 yards. He averages 5.4 yards per carry with 11 touchdowns. Edwards, the cover of the NCAA game, whatever. What a joke, bro. 578 yards, 4.7 yards per carry, 4 touchdowns. 4 freaking touchdowns, dude. Get out of here, bro. Quinshon Judkins, 759 yards, 5.6 yards per carry, 8 touchdowns. Travion Henderson, 730 yards, 7.4 yards per carry, 6 touchdowns. So, Juck, what's your perspective on where their leading rushers compared to our leading rushers, and what effect do you think it's going to have on the game this Saturday?
So I'm glad you brought this up. I want to share this stat. My brother is a huge Trey fan, right? And he has been very irritated that, kind of like me, maybe you guys have heard me say this, but when Quinshon came in, everybody immediately saying that he was the better back, et cetera, et cetera. My brother's been very irritated by this as he's a huge Trey fan. And he sent me this earlier. Against Big Ten competition, Quinshon, 4.3 yards a carry, Trey, 7.1 yards per carry. Can you believe the difference in that? Now, we've all noticed that Trey's just been on fire, particularly in big games. But when we talk about, I mean, obviously, Quinshon's a great back. There's no doubt about it. But Trey has just been next level. When we talk about their dudes, I think Mullins is a damn good back, man. He's a damn good back. He's not going to do much against this Buckeye defense because they're going to just shut this run down. They got no fear of their passing game. When we talk about Edwards, you know, the guy's got the ability to break one. And we know that. We've seen it before. Unfortunately for him, the Buckeyes now have the guy I call the eraser, and that's Caleb Downs, the most sure tackler in the country. We're not going to see anybody get by him. It's just not happening. I refuse to believe it. And if by chance it happens, it's only happening one time. It's not happening twice. So I just don't see any way that these guys can run the ball like the Buckeyes are going to be able to run the ball. Obviously, they got a really good defensive front, but we got next level running backs, guys that can make that first guy miss in a way that their dudes cannot.
Yeah, I agree. How about you, Sean? What do you think?
I think we got to do what Texas did to them. Run to the outside, make those big guys chase, wear them out, get them tired, then run at them. When they're worn out, they'll be worn out and gassed. And I think we'll just take advantage of them being tired. That's the way to beat them. Wear them out, run sweeps, run to the outside, make the fat guys run after them. When they get beat and bring their backups in, we run straight at them and we'll just demolish them.
Absolutely. Hey, real fast, fellas. Tony, Sean, I sent y'all text messages. We got a group of people wanting to come on, so I'm going to have to remove y'all from the screen momentarily. B Moses is about to join us. Y'all stay available, man. There's going to be opportunities to hop back on here, or shoot me a text or whatever.
Hey,
or you guys just stay down below. We'll definitely bring you back on. So I'm going to remove y'all real fast.
I'm going to bounce, bro.
Hold up, Juck. I got to say something real quick to Juck. It looks like you might be owing Chris Drew an apology because Tech right now is giving Georgia all they want. They can handle.
I got it on up here. I was thinking the same thing, bro.
Hey, Dev, I'll slide out so someone can come on. And then because I took tomorrow off, so
cool. Yeah, I'll shoot you a text when they come back on. All right, bro.
All right.
Yeah, that works. That works great.
Sean, Juck, Melo.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely,
yeah,
brother. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey guys, I'll slide off here if they get another guy on here. That's cool.
Bro, B Moses is already in here, dude. So listen, this is how this works. Let me just Juck, if you got to go, you got to go. Totally understand. But we're good now. We've got 6 people on here. So, but if anybody has to go, just holler up and say you got to get off here, man. We on here for 6 hours. So,
so I'm going to roll, guys, but I want to let you guys know tomorrow, after the game, post-game show, if anybody wants to hop on, shoot me a text. I'll shoot you the link. We'll probably go a little extra. Everybody in the chat, join me after if you got some time. We'll go immediately after the game, and we'll go as long as we need to. Obviously, we're going to have some extra fun. And if you guys want to hop on, shoot me a text. I'll send you the link, and we're going to have a big extravaganza. Appreciate you guys for having me on. Nothing but love for you guys. Same to you guys in the chat. B Moses, good to see you, brother. Sorry we couldn't talk tonight. Sean, appreciate you guys. Melo,
all right, buddy.
Love you guys, man. You guys are doing great. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah,
love you too. Take care, bro.
Love you,
Take care, Joe.
Yo, B Moses, what up, my dude?
B Moses,
what is up, man? What's
B
up?
Moses,
legend B Moses. He got the hottest song out right now. Y'all gotta go check that out.
Listen, there's 87 people in the chat right now. So here's what I'm about to do. Okay.
Do it.
We're in the midst of a legend right now, because I'm telling you right now, it's not because he's in my chat. It's not because we're friends. I'm about to play this song for y'all. Okay. There's 87 of you. So all 87 of you, as soon as you hear this song, you go look it up and you share it on your Twitter feed, man. This is a fellow Buckeye, loves the Buckeyes, loves Buckeye fans, got a huge heart, loves the Lord, helps everybody in his path. So the least we could do is help this brother get this song out there into the community, because it's the real deal. I'm about to play it. And I'm just going to let the song speak for itself.
Let's blow it up, baby.
So without further ado, man,
do it.
Check this out, dude.
What time it is? Blood, sweat, and them tears for this game. Leaving it all out on the field with no fear for you lanes. Yeah, you know what time it is. Come brawl with them boys of the fall. Covered in gray and scarlet, massive, stiff arms to your jaw. We breaking it. We sick of seeing you clowns with the crown. We taking it. Number 1 flaws, you don't know ball. We taking advantage of that. Got you Karens asking where the manager at. With no cap, no time for the amateur rap. Look, man, we got dogs all over the depth chart. Monsters on the roster. Straighten up that posture. Rooting out you imposters. Silver bullets in the chamber. And a D-line full of danger. Step back when that linebacker trigger, when he pull it, it'll bang ya. Running backs running downhill. Touchdown on your IG reel. Better check the stats. Buddy, it's straight facts over how you feel. Whenever I speak, I'm giving you more balls than German Village or North and High Street. And you know, the average Joe can do nothing with my flow. It's a waste. Somebody please give this brother an IO. Come on.
I told y'all before, I need to feel y'all's energy. Stop sitting on y'all hands and get this place lit. Like I said, bring the energy.
Yeah, you know what time it is. I'm brawl with them boys of the fall. You know what time it is. On the ground with a nose for the ball. You know what time it is. Blood, sweat, and them tears for this game. Leaving it all out on the field with no fear for you lame. You know what time it is. Come brawl with them boys of the fall. You know what time it is. On the ground with a nose for the ball. You know what time it is. Blood, sweat, and them tears for this game. Leaving it all out on the field with no fear for you lame. Buckeyes by 1 billion. We in the building with over 100,000. We represent from the uttermost to the public housing. And yes, the east side of Columbus raised me. Another pick 6. Them BIA boys about to go crazy. Cause we don't play. Our wide receivers got your secondary shook, so they cook them like Bobby Flay. Hey, stay out of my way and trust me, cause I know it's OH. Somebody please give this brother an IO. Come on.
They are not better than us.
Yeah.
We're going to go out in this second half, and we're going to punch this ticket. We leaving everything out there on this field. This is it. What you going to be made of?
Yeah, you know what time it is. is. I'm raw with them boys of the fall. You know what time it is. On the ground with a nose for the ball. You know what time it is. Blood, sweat, and them tears for this game. Leaving it all out on the field with no fear for you lame. You know what time it is. Come brawl with them boys of the fall. You know what time it is. On the ground with a nose for the ball. You know what time it is. Blood, sweat, and them tears for this game. Leaving it all out on the field with no fear for you lame. You know what time it is. You know what time it is.
Hey, listen, we need to get that song to Ross Bjork. He said he's trying to improve the home crowd environment. We need to get it to Ross Bjork. Throw it on to the DJ. We're going to get everybody hyped up.
Yeah, bro. First of all, thank you for playing that, man. I greatly appreciate it.
Is it not over?
It started over. Play it again.
Oh, I got okay. Whoops. There we go. First of all,
encore.
Yo, let me just say real fast. It's Buckeyes by a freaking billion, baby.
Let's get it.
That's my favorite line in that song.
Yeah.
I get jacked up, bro, when I hear that. Like, no cap, seriously. You can't tell me in the chat that that's not fire, bro. Listen, when I was organizing this show, like getting ready for this show, I had that song on repeat. Swear to God, man, I downloaded it.
I heard it.
Yeah.
I was on the phone with Sean. I'm like, hey, you got FaceTime? I'm like, Dev over here with his shirt off, bumping B. Moses' song.
Bro, I'm writing down stats, dude. Listen to this song. I'm getting jacked up, bro. That's the real deal. So seriously, as Buckeye Nation, you guys support the Buckeye boys. Like, we need to do B. Moses a favor here, man. Because why? Because it's what deserved. The song is fire, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with him being here or being friends with us or nothing like that. It's about the product, dude. Listen to that song, man. You can't tell me that thing won't take off, bro. So share it on your Twitter feed. B. Moses, break it down for the chat, man. What was your motivation for this song? What are you hoping? What are your hopes for this song? Like, tell us how this came to be, bro.
Yeah, again, thank you for playing the joint, man. And yes, I need y'all. Y'all my street team, my marketing team. You know, I ain't got no, nobody, backing me, no marketing company backing me. So I need the brothers and sisters in Buckeye Nation to help get this song out there. But so listen, I've been an artist for years. Most people who know my music, I do Christian rap. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm a huge Buckeye fan. And for years, I've been wanting to do a Buckeye song. And I just always like, oh, I'll do it next year. I'll do it next year. And this year, I was like, man, this year when all these players start coming back and the Caleb Downs, and I'm like, I have to make this song this year. So, I pushed myself to do it. But kind of fast forward, as I was listening to the track, I was like, the two breakdowns where Curtis is on, right? Where the beat just drops. Yeah. I was picturing like, man, I gotta have like a hype, like really energetic type locker room type speech. Now check it out. Y'all know Zach Smith posted a video of Curtis Grant. Have y'all seen that?
Yep.
Excuse me, in the chat. They posted Curtis Grant. This was halftime in 2014 against the team up north. And he just went off. I mean, like goosebumps listening to the speech. And basically what we did is I rewrote his speech in a condensed version without the curse words, you know what I'm saying, to make it, listener friendly to everybody. And he killed it, man. Like he killed it in the studio. So, but originally I was trying to get CJ Barnett and Curtis Grant. CJ on the first part, Curtis on the second part. Couldn't get the CJ, but Curtis said he heard it afterwards and like, dang, like he would have been on it. He wants to be on a remix, which is dope. But anyway, So I've been wanting to do this song for a long time, and I finally got it done. And I reached out to Chris Drew. Shout out to Chris Drew and Minister Sports. He was the plug. He hit Curtis Grant up. Curtis Grant, we got on the group chat. He heard the joint, immediately agreed. No pushback, no nothing. And we went to the studio a few days later, knocked it out. And, now I'm just trying to get it out there, man. I was like, man, look, we got to get this song out there. And so I'm saying, like, I don't, shout out to Mekadon, he got Ohio State behind him and all the other stuff. I ain't got that. So I hit Devan up early, like, yo, man, we need to work together to try to bring awareness to this joint, because I don't want it to fizzle out and die because the right people didn't hear it. You know what I'm saying? So my short-term goal is my last thing I'll say for now is people were saying play this in the stadium. Look, man, like that's a short-term goal. I'm going to campus early in the morning, and I'm going to literally go into Varsity Club, into some of the tailgates, and I'm going to say, yo, my name is B. Moses. I just dropped the song. Will you play this? Like old school 90s street team type stuff. I'll be doing that tomorrow. If I see any Ohio State people, any media, Dom Taberry, Adam King, I'm going up to them. You feel me? Like I'm going to do whatever I can do, because I believe if the team hears this, I believe if the people inside the team hear it, I believe they're going to rock with it. But I got to get it to them.
Right.
Yeah. You know darn well there's enough people in this chat right now. 80 some people watching right now. If every one of you guys like take this long, first off, B. Moses, people in the chat are wanting to know what's it called, how can they find it, different things like that. So let people know real fast before I continue with my little spiel.
Yeah, for sure. So it's available on all streaming services. So what you want to do, you can go, the easiest thing to do is go and type in B.Moses. And then the song is called You Know What Time It Is. But if you go to my profile, you just go to B.Moses, M-O-S-E-S, and hit search. My profile will come up. It'll be the first, it should be the first song, the newest single, but it's called You Know What Time It Is.
Yeah, so you heard the directions, man. If you're in the chat, take a second, do that, share it on your Twitter feed. Not only that, man, pick 10 people that you know are Buckeye fans close to you, send it to them, send them a personal message, let them know, hey, dude, we got to get this song out there, man. This is what Buckeye Nation is all about, dude. It's a brotherhood, sharing that love, you know, sharing the love for the Buckeyes, dude. And this song personifies that in the absolutely perfect way, dude. So if you're a Buckeye fan, man, do that, bro. Put it on your Facebook right now. Don't wait. Put it on your X account right now. Do not wait or you won't do it. You know you won't do it if you don't do it right now, man. Hop up out the chat. Go do it. We don't mind, man. Take a second. Seriously, go do it, man. This is how things grow, dude. It's us as Buckeye Nation. This is what we do, bro. We help brothers out, man. So give it a shot and go get it done, bro.
Hey, before you go on, I'll do a solid for B. Moses because he's my guy. My uncle is the director of communications at Ohio State Marion. I'll reach out to him, ask him who I need to get in touch with in Columbus to get it down there to him.
Hey, bro, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. This is Buckeye Nation, man. This song is good enough to go viral and be played in the horseshoe. That is our goal. That's what we need. We need one person to play this song in the locker room, and it's going to go crazy, bro. It's going to go crazy because the product speaks for itself, dude. It's seriously a hit song, dude. I freaking love it, bro.
I worked in the music industry for 10 years, and I did A&R stuff, finding new artists and everything. I'm telling you, it's got potential. So, like, I'll absolutely do that. I'll text my uncle and see what I can do for you.
Good looking out, Tony. Appreciate
All
that.
right.
Absolutely.
Let's dive into the meat of it, man. B. Moses, right? We got your song out there now. We've got people hyped up for that. So let's talk about the main reason why you're hyped about the Buckeyes, bro. What goes on this Saturday? What's your thoughts? Hit us with it. Then after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dive into the receiving side of this ball game. So give us your initial thoughts, then we'll dive into that.
Yeah, my initial thoughts is I'm not old enough to have seen Archie Griffin play, but I'm not too young to not have seen the Cooper era. So I'm saying that to say nobody can lecture me on this rivalry game. As far as, so when I give my opinion and breakdown, it's based off of informed knowledge of living through it. Okay. So if you haven't lived through the 90s in the Cooper era as a Buckeye fan, I'm not downplaying you. I'm just saying it's you had to be there. With that said, we're gonna handle business tomorrow, and I'm extremely confident. I have my normal nervousness as you know, this is the game. I have my normal nervousness, but I'm extremely confident we're going to handle business. And I don't think this team, basically, to give you some more context, in the 90s with Cooper, there were some years where we clearly had the better roster, but you could hear the players in the media popping off, and the vibe and the energy was like, oh, it's nothing. We gonna win this year for sure type energy. And that's when we would get popped. We would lose. We would just lose in the 90s. This is not the case, y'all. These boys respect the rivalry. They understand what it's about. there's no lack of motivation. There's no lack of anger, lack of desperation, no lack of blood, sweat, and tears for this game. Like I said in the song, these boys are fired up. And what you with Treasure the Tour, good to finally put a face to your name, because I see your name all the time, brother. Good to finally see you. But as he was saying, you know, with execution, you know, and the 95% mental, listen, you know, Ryan Day and that coaching staff is hammering that home, is keep your emotions in check, execute, and all that. So I'm not even worried about that. I'm excited. The biggest thing, I don't want to get up ahead at your question. Are you still going to ask that question you told me earlier? Because I don't want to go there. I'll wait if you want me to the question you asked me when I was out and about.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I am going to. I'll ask that after I go through the receivers things. Yeah, wait on that.
Okay,
yeah, wait.
I'll wrap up then. I'll wait on that. But I'll just say I'm so excited for these boys to go out there and handle business. And I will continue with what I want to say about that after Devan asked the question. But I'll stop right there because I can literally go on for another 10 minutes talking about this game.
Yeah. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to go through some receiving stats. I'm going to go through the top 3 receivers on each team. Then we're going to start with Melo, go to Tony, then we'll go to B. Moses, then we'll go to Sean, get our thoughts on how the receiving aspect of this game is going to affect the outcome of it. So to start with, Loveland, their tight end, is the leading receiver of their team with 582 yards. He's averaging 10.4 yards per catch with 5 touchdowns. Then they got Morris. I don't even know who that is. 234 yards, 10.6 yards per catch with 2 touchdowns. What a beast. That's a joke. Samaj Morgan, the punk, the one that sent the video out hating everybody. You're a punk, dude. You freaking suck. You only got 134 yards, 5.8 yards per catch, and you only 1 touch. Bro, if you're going to talk that much smack, step your game up, dude. You freaking suck, bro. Straight up.
Right.
So I'll tell you this. Smith, let's go to our side of the ball. Listen to these stats. J.J. Smith, 894 yards, averaging 17.3 yards per catch. It's got 9 touchdowns, right? Freshman. Just turned 19 years old today. Samaj Morgan, you suck. Emeka Ibuka, 692 yards, 12.4 yards per catch, 9 touchdown catches. Samaj Morgan, you freaking suck, dude. Carnell Tate, 525 yards, averages 15 yards per catch, 4 touchdowns. I'm going to go to our 4th one. Brandon Ennis, 151 yards, 12.6 yards per catch, 1 touchdown. He beats their 3rd leading receiver, Samaj Morgan. You suck, dude. Anyway, Melo.
No comparison. There's no comparison on the offensive side of the ball. And it's all tied in from the O-line to the quarterback to the run game to the tight ends to the wide receivers. Yes, Colson Loveland put up some great numbers, but I mean he's an elite tight end. Let's just be honest. But unfortunately for them, he's more than likely not playing this game. Their quarterback can't make really a pass greater than 5 yards, to be honest with you, which is going to hurt them. I just don't see them doing anything against this defense. In any way, and our wide receivers, I expect them to eat against that secondary. That secondary is depleted. It is weak. It's been that way. They're going to already struggle without having transfers to Bama, without that broken leg and torn ACL, and Will Johnson crying and sitting because of turf toe, which I think he just really quit on the team because he realized they weren't going anywhere. So he's going to get ready for the draft. That's what I personally believe. So yeah, they're gonna struggle. They're gonna struggle big time, and I expect our wide receivers to eat. I expect JJ to have a huge game. He's gonna be massive.
Yep.
What's your thoughts, Sean?
I think Carnell Tate's gonna have a big game. I think they're gonna double team JJ. They're really gonna keep track of Ibuka. I think it's time for Carnell Tate will have a lot of single coverage. I'd also like to see them get the screen game going because they're going to be blitzing a lot. Wink likes to blitz. Let's get some screens out there. Let's get the quick hitting passes, some slants. Then him with the slant goes. Then start pounding it between the tackles. I think they're depleted, and we can just we can gash them big time. As long as they give Will the time to throw the ball. That's my only worry. If we're going to have a worry, it'd be holding up the pass protection.
Yeah.
I agree. I think, I think all the receivers are going to do great. I'm sure JJ is going to do amazing. But I think this for Emeka Egbuka is going to be the game. You know what I'm saying? I think Emeka Egbuka comes up, shows out, and gets a little bit of revenge and is justified in how good he is and what he's gonna do to them. I think it's his day, and I would love to see that for him. He's a great dude, and I think he's an amazing receiver. And I think it'd be the perfect cap to this whole saga. Emeka Egbuka gets to just all them boys, get to eat, but Emeka Egbuka shows out.
So me,
what you got, B Moses?
Yeah.
Real quick, Sean Schrock meant to say it's good to put a face with your name as well, brother. I appreciate you, man. You're always encouraging and just consistent. Much love to you too, man.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, for sure. So last week on my pod Sunday, I said I believe we should or maybe even will throw to set up the run. I said that last week, and I've seen a lot of people come out and say the same thing. And to me, it just makes sense. There's no reason to slam it up against Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham and, dive plays and inside zones to start the game. To me, no. Get them on the edge. I think Torres said this too. I forget who said that. Maybe Torres said this. Make them fat boys run. Maybe it was Sean Schrock.
Yep, Sean.
But yeah, absolutely.
Make them run.
Yeah, bro, four wide. Start out 4 wide. And you know what I'm saying? And get them on skates, and then we can pop them up the middle. With that said, I really believe we're going to try to showcase Jeremiah Smith. Now, here's the question. Is Scum going to, and this is what I'm kind of leery about, is Scum going to break their tendency and play a lot more zone? Are they going to have a zone package and bring zone blitz from that as opposed to running as much man as they typically do? To try to confuse Will Howard, keep things in front of them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because if you watch their film, most of their film is man. They run mostly man. They'll mix in zone every now and then. So will they, for this game, switch things up to try to catch the offense off guard, knowing that we've been preparing for their man defense? With that said, I don't think it's going to matter. I think Chip Kelly is going to be in his bag. I think, like Tony said, Egbuka, I think we're going to see orbit motion. Remember, I said that we're going to see Egbuka in the orbit motion tomorrow. He's going to get handoffs. I think we're also going to see him do that play where he was about to throw, but I think it's actually going to work this time. I'm telling y'all, these receivers are going to get off. And I honestly believe our tight ends, G. Scott, down the seam, up the middle, from that pressure they bring from the linebackers, right over their head. I'm telling you, the pass game is going to open up the run game tomorrow. That's my my guess on that.
Sean?
I RED put in a good point there. We need to run tempo. Texas didn't wear them out. Let's get those fat boys running. Let's wear them out. Let's run some tempo. And another thing, look at all the crazy formations that Chip Kelly has done all year long. He's got about 4 or 5, secret plays off, wrinkles off all those formations that he's just been waiting to nail someone with. So, I mean, this is his time to shine, and I think he's probably got about 5 or 6, plays that he's got just waiting for Scum to nail them. So, I'm predicting 38-0, man. I think they're just gonna kick their butt.
Yeah, we're going to get to the tempo conversation here shortly. That's one of my questions I have written down. But the first question I want to ask, it's the one that B. Moses brought up. I asked, we were on the phone earlier for a little while, and I asked this question. I told him not to answer it yet, so I'm going to let him answer it first. But you got this narrative out there along the same subject of a lot of people wonder, do the fans storm the field? Does Ohio State get credit for beating what are they? Are they 5-6? What is their record?
6-5.
6-5, yeah.
6-5. Does Ohio State get credit? And so here's the question I pose to everybody. B. Moses, you start, then we'll go Melo, then we'll go Sean, then we'll go Tony. So here's the question. Will you be more excited to see the joy on our players' faces for the win or more excited to see the disgust on the Team Up North players' faces when they get smashed? So, for instance, are you going to be more excited that they get smashed or that we win? So it's kind of a deeper question. So take your time and think about it for a minute. But what are you more excited for, the win or the fact that they're going to lose? B. Moses?
Yeah, I was ready to answer this when I was in Zettler Hardware earlier buying some hooks to hang the stockings for the kids. I was ready to answer then. But listen, man, to me, it's not close. I'm more excited for these players to win and these coaches. It's not even close. It wasn't even a hesitation, because I'll give you the reason why, but I'll kind of expound on that. So first of all, as far as respecting the rivalry, Scum really took a hit with this whole cheating scandal with Connor Stallions. Like, it's one thing to hate them, which I've always hated them. I've hated them with the white hot passion of 1,000 suns, like Mike Riccardotti on 97.1 loves to say. But when they went out and did this, to me, the respect level dropped for their side of things. So I think they're going to try to play this down. They're going to just like their fan base is already doing. Their fan base is already getting out in front of it, talking about, oh well, you're gonna beat us when we're finally down, blah blah blah, all that crap. So with that said, all week we've been hearing the players say we're doing this for Coach Day. He's been through a lot, and things like that. You've been hearing Ryan Day say, I'm doing this for the seniors and these players. That's the brotherhood, y'all. So the joy and the glee and the relief on their faces and the satisfaction to fulfill the goal that they came back for, the number one goal, to me, that's what I'm looking forward to. I can care less about their sad faces because they're a bunch of goofies. They run their mouth. They don't respect the rivalry. Their organization is crap. Their school, I've lost respect for them less than I already had. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking forward to seeing our guys on that sideline smiling and cheering and putting out cigs. You feel me?
Yep.
Man.
So for
Melo?
me, I'm the same way. It's easily this coaching staff, i.e. mainly Ryan Day, and the players that got cheated out of gold pants 3 times in a row. CJ Stroud getting justification, even though he wasn't here to play. But they screwed him out of 2 Heisman trophies. Let's be honest. He wins those 2 games. He probably goes back to back like Archie. I mean, so for me, it's all about us. Forget them. It's all about us. And that's the way it's going to be from here on out for the rest of the season. The team needs to keep that family knit unit and closeness and just remember that it's all about them and to go ahead and carry it through each game. But it's definitely long overdue for what's going to happen to them tomorrow. And I have no remorse for them. I don't care if they're crying. I don't care if they're upset. I don't care if they're smiling. As long as our boys are happy and celebrating at the end of the day, they got that monkey off that back, and Coach Day could breathe, because Coach Day has been under immense pressure because of them cheating. Let's just be honest. They cheated and been under immense pressure. We would have played Georgia probably in the chip, and maybe he approaches the game differently. You know what I mean? So, like, he might have a natty at this point. So, for me, it's easily the coaching staff and this team and these players, and they deserve it. And they're going to go out there and they're going to get it, and they're going to prove it. Leave no doubt. That's it.
Hey, this show's till midnight, by the way. We got Ohio Pod coming on at midnight. That'll be Eric, and I'm not sure who else is coming on, but a lot of people from Ohio Pod will be coming on as well. So who's up next with the question I asked? I think it's Tony. Tony?
Okay. I'm going to go the opposite way, because I'll let you in a little secret. I'm a horrible winner, but I'm an even worse loser. And what I've seen these boys go through and what I have seen Ryan Day go through, yes, it's going to be great to see the smile on their face, but I want to see at least one Michigan player cry just to drive the dagger in, just to get back for all the nonsense. Like Ryan Day had cops sitting on his street for a month over that. Somebody's going to cry tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
It's good.
Okay. Sean?
Me, it's the W. I want to see those seniors go out and finally get that feeling of beating those punks. As much as I would enjoy watching Michigan cry and suffer for what they've done to us, the joy of watching Ryan Day and that whole coaching staff after all the hell they've been through, and after everything has been said about those players not being able to win the big one, I want them to go out there, destroy them, and enjoy it one last time on the last game at the shoe. So go out on top, boys.
Yeah. For me, I'm going to take the advantage of going last. If anybody would have said this answer, I would have said it doesn't count. You got to pick one. I'm going to pick both. That's what I'm going to pick. So
cheating.
Yeah, cheating here, man. But the win, because they've been cheated, man. There's no way around it. I had that conversation with these guys that came on the show earlier. Much respect to them, dude. They're passionate about their team, but the truth is that they cheated, man. There is proof. That's what they did. They cheated these guys. They cheated Ryan Day. They treated these seniors. They treated the juniors. They cheated, man. Like, there's no way around that. And that's got to hurt. Why? Because you got to put yourself in these players and Ryan Day's shoes, right? Football is their life. That's their life. So what's your job, right? If you're in the chat, if you're here with me right now, think about your job. Think about what your purpose is in this world, right? Theirs, for the most part, is football, bro, right? Now, imagine being cheated out of your purpose. Imagine being lied to at your job and being fired from your job because somebody lied about you, right? That's what these fools did to a lot of these players at Ohio State. That's what they did to Ryan Day. They caused Ryan Day to have a cop sit on his street for a month after the loss. That's what they did to him. So a part of me feels like they deserve to feel that pain from a loss. They deserve to feel that pain from being humiliated, right? And knowing that, hey, you can't cheat this year. Why? Because you got busted, and there's headset communications now. So now we're going to see the truth of what the game should really be like, right? And then there's the other side that these guys deserve the win. Our players, that's what they deserve, dude. They put in this work. That's their passion. That's their life. That's Coach Day's life, man, is this game, right? You heard his speech, what he said, man. If you're an Ohio State fan and his talk that he gave about what this game means, if that didn't impact you, then I question whether you are a fan. When he says that it's one of the worst things that's ever happened to him in his life, and he puts it in the same category as the death of his dad, I mean, get real, bro. That's serious. That's real life stuff. So that's what we're talking about here, right? As a fan, we sit back and we get to enjoy the wins and heartache and the losses. But Ryan Day, this is his life. So, right, everything about this game I'm going to love. I'm going to love seeing the opposite, side of this. I'm going to love seeing the pain in their faces, the anguish in their faces. And then I'm going to love seeing the joy in our players' faces. And ultimately, if I had to pick one, the joy is going to win out. Joy always wins out over pain and hurt and suffering. It just always does. There's no way around it. Joy wins out over everything. So, that's what I'm excited to see. But, I honestly, I'm not old enough to have experienced all these rivalries, but with the landscape of this game, is it fair to say, I guess this is my next question. I didn't anticipate on asking this question, but has there been a more important game? Now, I know their record sucks, right? And we are way better than they are. But with the landscape of college football, everything that's changing and what has occurred in the past 3 years, how important is this game in relevance to the rest of the games that Ohio State and Scum have played? Anybody take that question and answer it? If you got a good answer. I don't know, because I'm not old enough to have experienced the John Cooper years, all those years where it's been back and forth and stuff like that. But this just seems to me like a very important game, considering specifically the cheating allegations, the NCAA, and what they've done to us the last 3 years. So somebody take that and give me your opinion.
With the Cooper era, he never beat Michigan I mean, when he beat Michigan, it was never an important game. He always beat them when they were either down or we were out of it. It was never, every time we were really good, if we would have won the game and went to the national championship, he never won that game. He never won an important game against Michigan. This one is probably the biggest one since the 06 game, I would say. Or the 06 or the 2002 one when we beat them to go to the national championship with Krenzel and Trustle's second year here. That's probably the two most important Michigan games that I can remember. And I'm 45, so I lived through the Cooper years, and Trustle years were great, and Urban Meyer. So if I'm missing one, maybe B. Moses can help me. I know he's a little more my age. Not calling you old, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it. I mean, honestly, like Devan said, this is very contextual. This game is so big because of what's happened with the cheating. Like to me, that's what separates it. Because the 10-1 versus 6-5. I mean, on paper, that doesn't seem like a very fiery, great anticipatory rivalry game. It's because, like Devan said, what's happened the past few years with this cheating. People aren't going to, just a real quick thing, people are not going to realize how huge and I can't even think of the word, the impact that this cheating has done the last 3 years until everything comes out. When that NOA letter leaks, when we get more details of what's happened, how deep it went, we already have enough to know it was trash and it was really bad. But wait till we get the details. The public, behind but beyond those of us who actually are in the trenches and actually know details and research and get facts, they don't know how deep this is, y'all. So this game is huge to get the monkey off Ryan Day and this coach and his team's back for a couple reasons. Number one, I feel like it's going to just put another, like the Penn State game, shifted us to a different trajectory to kind of take things to another level. This win is going to do the same thing. It's going to be another battery in the back of this team to just go to another level. You know what I'm saying? To make their run, go beat Oregon, go into playoffs and handle business. But not only that, it's going to sort of be the catalyst for Ryan Day to just take his career to another level. Just getting that psychological monkey off your back and just really prove to people that you've been sleeping on me. Y'all been playing me because of these games that I've been cheated in and close losses, 1-point losses and goofy calls and all the other stuff. Y'all want me fired, but the coin is about to flip soon. And this game is important for all those reasons, not because of the records and because Michigan's so good, Team Up North is so good this year. It's because of all of that stuff right there. So, yes, it's monumental, but in a different way than we normally consider these games, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. Like, the way I view it, like, I lived through the Cooper era, too, and, like, I was just, like, I grew up learning, like, we're not going to beat Michigan, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then Jim Tressel came through and kind of changed the whole trajectory of everything. And then, like, ever since we got to Ryan Day, like, everybody's criticism has been like, Ryan Day can't win the big game. And I think this year he has put his foot down, and I think he's going to show everybody, like, listen, he showed them with Penn State. You know what I'm saying? He almost beat Oregon. Like, I think that's the last 1-point loss he's going to suffer. You know what I'm saying? I think he's about to go out there and he's going to show them. And I think when we look back on, like, the history of Michigan games and the history of Ryan Day, this one game will be the one game that everybody says, man, Ryan Day ascended. He took the next step to the next level, and he became what everybody thought he should be for 6 years. And I think that's what's going to be so important that happens, because we're slowly seeing it just every game. Like, Ryan Day couldn't just, make these changes and couldn't do all these things. And, this game got hung so far over his head that I think it's now, like, as much as it is this team's retribution day and judgment day, it's Ryan Day's, atonement day. He's going to get all that back that was taken from him. And I could not be happier for the man, because he has been through pure hell. And tomorrow, as I'm telling you, there's going to be a reckoning, and Ryan Day is going to be the one standing over everything.
Yeah.
Silence. All right.
Yeah, nobody have nothing to say. So
me,
I'm about to. Okay, here we go. Get him.
My bad. I'm going to give my take real quick. For me, I agree with everything that you fellas have already said. I think, Devan, this is a phenomenal question. Chat, we definitely want your input on this question because it's a family and we all need to know different perspectives. For me, it is the biggest game. And the reason being is because of this cheating scandal and what happened the previous 3 years. That's the main reason. Plus, we're on a mission this year. We're on a mission to win the Big Ten, to beat that team up north, and to win the Natty. And right now, they're in the way, and we need redemption. We need revenge. We need. I know the Bible says vengeance is mine, but tomorrow God is going to allow us to have our just due, and it's going to be amazing. So, yes, it's the biggest game since I've been alive.
Great.
I love it, bro. I love it, man.
Real quick. Just a little praise report. I just got a text message. I got my Scum ticket for tomorrow, y'all. I've been hoping and praying, and I was gonna go down there and scalp, y'all. I was gonna do whatever I had to do, but shout out to Jalen from the Buckeye Scoop family, man, for looking out. So very happy about that. Just wanted to tell y'all that.
That's awesome, man.
Telling you.
Are you going? Hold on, real quick. Are you going to the Big Ten chip?
I am up in the air about that. I did a podcast with Jalen Marshall last weekend, and we actually talked about that live on air. And if I do go, I'm gonna set up and do a pod with Jalen and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'll be coming off the Scum game, and we'll see, man. Yeah. We'll see. You know how it be lit after a big win, and you know what I'm saying. We might just be like, all right, we going. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but it's kind of up in there.
Tickets. Me and my cousin just bought the tickets. Yeah, Brandon's going to be there. I'm trying to get Dev to go up there and do it.
I will be there.
We got a link. We definitely.
I'll be there.
That's what I'm saying. The tickets was like $212 for right behind the end zone, like in section 127.
Have you been to Lucas Oil?
Yeah. No, I never.
Okay, I'm about to say it's dope, bro. Every seat is great. Nice. It's a great arena or stadium.
All right, so I don't know if you guys saw Eric from Ohio Pod. He put something in the chat, bro. They're coming on at 9. He said he's got so just a little backstory. You guys probably heard it 100 times, but bro, this is another reason why Buckeye Nation is so freaking awesome, right? I started off as a mod in Scoop, okay? Then I called Melo one day, like we only ever message back and forth in the chat. And then I don't know why, but I just had that feeling like, dude, me and Melo, I just feel like we're alike and we would be really good on a YouTube channel talking to each other. So reached out to him one day and he was like, oh, heck yeah, dude, let's do this thing. But then in my mind, I'm like, well, I own a business. I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. I don't know if I'm going to be good at it. I just don't know. So I would love a place to go out and get my feet wet, per se, to see if me and Melo like this, if we get along on here, if we vibe well. Well, reached out to Ohio Pod, man. And, if you're in the YouTube realm and you allow somebody to come on your channel knowing that one day, right, they're going to leave and start their own channel, you got to have a pretty big heart, man. You got to set your pride to the side. You got to set your ego to the side. And you really have to have a heart for other people. Well, this is where the Podfather steps in, man. Eric Boggs, Chris Wildman over there at Ohio Pod, they allowed me and Melo to come on their show. They taught us everything that we know about coming on here, trying to entertain people, give information, and just have fun and enjoy ourselves. And they gave us that opportunity, man. So they're coming on at 9 o'clock. We love them to death. We do anything for them in this world, and they're just amazing people. So shout out to Ohio Pod real fast. If you're not subscribed to their channel, if you don't support them, you need to do it immediately. They're very good people. They deserve your support. And Buckeye Nation, we need to mimic what they do because they are true Buckeyes. And, they love the Buckeyes. They have forever. And it's just awesome. Their content over there is absolutely amazing. So the next thing.
What I found out, what I think is the most amazing thing, like we ran into fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. That's the biggest thing I've taken from this because of the the Ohio podcast, that's where they're basing their whole platform off of their faith. Same with B. Moses, same with you, same with Treasure the Torah, doing all his studies. Like it's amazing fellowship community, not just for the sport of it, but for our soul and everything. And it's actually helped me to get and grow and get closer to the Lord myself. You know what I mean? Like there's always ups and downs through this path of walking in, living this lifestyle is not very easy, like just to be honest. So like I want to salute all you guys and shout out all you guys, because you definitely brought me closer to the Lord and reinvigorated my faith and Jesus himself. Even though it never went away. It's just sometimes you get off the guided path. You know what I mean? So you guys help guide me back to the path. So that's why I take the most from the interaction through these channels and this podcasting game that we're all a part of. So I thank y'all and I salute you guys for real.
Yeah, the path of Jesus is too hard to walk alone, right? Every disciple that Jesus sent out in the Bible, he sent out with another person. Okay, he always sent in twos. So, Melo, that's a beautiful point, man. I just felt led to, I was in heroin addiction for 10 years of my life. Every time I looked in the mirror, I wanted to kill myself. I didn't want to live anymore. I didn't want to breathe anymore. My family wanted nothing to do with me. I didn't want anything to do with myself but Jesus. Like, real deal, but Jesus. Been to prison twice, been to rehab over 30 times, been booked into my county jail 15 times. I got about 5 years clean right now. That's Jesus, man. That's the purpose that Jesus has on my life. That's because Jesus gave me the purpose of showing other people that there is hope in every single situation in life, no matter what you're going through. And that hope is Jesus Christ. And his plan is better than all our plans. He has plans to prosper us and not to harm us. And it's through things like this. It's through the most unimaginable ways that Jesus shows up in your life. And like I said, like Melo stated, like through this, I've met so many other brothers in Christ, and it just shows you the power of Jesus and of God, and to just put us together and to share our stories and all those things. So it's beautiful. I worked for a ministry called Teen Challenge, and I worked in the wood shop, and I always used to make these signs that says, coffee and Jesus is how I start my morning, right? Well, now it's Ohio State football and Jesus, dude. They go together, bro. So I absolutely love it, man.
I have to add to that. Like, I knew Melo and Devan just from random chats, you know what I'm saying? And literally, like, in comments, and I literally asked to come. I said, I come on and just fill some spot. And literally, that's when the first time I ever saw or talked to Devan, like, in person, really was that happening. And like, we hit it off, and that you guys have brought me on and have made me a part of the family. And you guys are my brothers. And now you've extended the opportunity for me and Sean to have a show. And I could not be more thankful than ever to, do this with you guys and everybody, so I'm as thankful as the Ohio Pod and you guys and everybody, and Chuck, and everybody has been welcoming me with open arms. And I've met so many cool people. And like, you guys are really my brothers, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, man. Buckeye Nation, it really is. It can be and is way deeper than just college football, man. And that's what I find so beautiful about the whole thing. But to get back on topic here with the game, I want to bring up, before Ohio Pod comes on here at 9 o'clock, I want to bring up one of my fears. I think my only fear for the game, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on it. I don't like to do this, but it's just part of it, man. Some of these things get brought about. One of my fears is stubbornness. It's stubbornness of this idea, right, of running the football. So I pose to you this. What if we're unable to run the football down the throat of these D tackles, because that is the strength of their team? So a part of me is a little concerned that Ryan Day and the coaching staff want to make a point that we are the tougher football team, and they want to just keep trying to run the football down the throat of this team. Is that a fear that you guys have as well? And do you think that's actually going to come to fruition, or do you believe that Ryan Day is seasoned enough as a coach to understand that if that's not working, right, then we need to get out on the edge, or we need to start passing the ball to open up the run game. So, Melo, start us off, man. What do you think about my fears?
Man, you've had that fear for a while. And to be honest with you, I didn't have that fear at all for this game until you just said that. So,
dang, bro.
Now I'm like, sometimes they are stubborn, but I think previously they were banging their head against the wall because they were trying to see if something else could work. If they could use this type of run scheme and this type of blocking scheme to see if it will open up down the line. I think for this game, they're going to go with what works. If they're running and it's not working, I think they are going to throw the ball. I think I'm actually in agreement with B Moses that they're going to throw the ball to open up the run. And I think a lot of screen plays, a lot of making them run side to side, moving the pocket is going to open up the run game. It's going to tire out that D line because, like you said earlier, to Maze Madman and the Maniac, they don't have depth anywhere. So outside of their starting 11, it's a massive drop off. So I'm expecting them to be able to run the ball, but I think they're going to use the passing game to open up the running game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. B Moses, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I have that fear in general, but not for this game. I just don't believe that. I believe Chip Kelly and Ryan Day and this coaching staff are so locked in. Like, I mean, it's just coming off of them in the interviews and just in the press. Like, you can tell they have turned over every stone. I just can't see them coming out just trying to slam it up the middle early to prove a point. I think they're going to have them schemed up, and they are going to run the ball on them. But like Melo said, it's going to be from throwing the ball, or at least to the point where we get up early, and then it's just run the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's different. Because, Sherrone Moore came out in his press conference basically showing his hand of how he feels there's a path for victory. He made the point that every team who's won this game in the last, 20 years or something like that has won the rushing battle, right? And of course, they pride themselves on running the ball. Fine. You have a solid run game, but they're going to try to outrush us. But Nevada Buck made a good point on their pod the other night. You can outrush a team, but that doesn't mean you come out just running up the middle every play. You get up on them, and then naturally to run the clock out and to grind it out, you run the ball. And the winning the rushing battle stats comes from that, as opposed to trying to just pound it in there to prove that we're, tougher. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to come out, we're going to sling it around a little bit, we're going to scheme them up, we're going to do everything we can to get our receivers open, and we're going to hit the edges. And that's what I think is going to happen, period. So no fear.
Amen. Sean, what's your thoughts?
I had that same fear before, but not right now. I think if Ryan Day gets in that mindset, Chip Kelly will snap him out of it. This is too important of a game to try to prove a point. So I think if the running's not working, they'll pass. And I think they'll scheme them up. And if, one thing is, if they jump up on top of Michigan gets behind, they're not going to be able to run the ball. They're going to be forced to try to throw the ball. So they're not going to be able to run it. So, we get ahead of them, they're screwed. So I think Ryan will try anything he can to score a touchdown. He doesn't care if it's running the ball or passing the ball. He just wants to put points on the board and win the game. So whatever it takes to do that, I think they're going to do it.
Amen. Tony?
I think Michigan's going to come out and they're going to try to just blow Carson Hinsman and Austin Cherville and stuff off the line with Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant. And I think Chip Kelly knows that. And yeah, he's going to have his best passing game to date. Will Howard's going to show out. And I think by the end, we'll run the ball and it won't really matter. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to have to play our game, not we play their game.
Yeah. So what comforts me in my fear is Chip Kelly. You know what I mean? We've heard all season the impact Chip Kelly has had on this team. Carson Hinsman is playing because of Chip Kelly, right? So we've seen the impact that Chip Kelly has had on this team. We've heard from Ryan Day how much he trusts Chip Kelly. He trusts Chip Kelly with his life. That's family to him. So that gives me a lot of relief. And also Will Howard. I think Will Howard, minus his one boneheaded play a game that he makes. We all know he makes it. Every quarterback in the nation. If you only get one boneheaded play a game out of your quarterback, that's a phenomenal quarterback, if you ask me.
We could have Carson Beck.
Yeah,
Right,
my
sleepy
lord.
eyes
So,
back.
yeah, those are the type of things that kind of ease my mind with my fear. But ultimately, when you hear Will Howard, when you hear Ryan Day talk about the importance of this game, I think that pride, gets thrown out the window, and winning the game comes, into play. So, hey, dude, we're about halfway, dude.
Halfway mark, baby.
We've made it through 3 hours. So we're at the point in the show where I've got two other people. We got the Podfather and Chris Wildman about to come on. So whoever needs breaks, it's time to do that. We need two people to take a break so we can bring on these other two brothers, right? So I'll probably be taking my break around 10:30, something like that. So B. Moses, are you good with staying on for a little bit longer, or do you have to go?
No, I was going to say I can do like 15 more minutes. I wanted to Eric is coming on, right? Eric Boggs?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
that's
that's my dude. Yeah,
I can
so
jump
15
real
more
quick.
minutes.
I need to go check on my daughter anyway.
Okay, cool.
I need to take off. So
all right. Yeah, so me, Tony, and B. Moses are going to stay on. Melo, Sean, you guys hop back on in an hour or so. We'll go from there. So appreciate you, Sean. Thank you, man.
hey, B. Moses, nice finally meeting you, B. Moses.
Likewise, brother. Likewise.
See you guys soon.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, hey, without further ado, this is what everybody's been waiting on, dude. The whole thing revolves around the Podfather, Chris Wildman. Here we go. I'm going to introduce Chris Wildman. What's up, Chris? How are you, dude?
What's happening, Devan? How's it going, man? Are you pumped?
Going pretty good.
Are you a little pumped?
I'm freaking pumped beyond belief, dude. What I'm more pumped about is that I can see the Podfather before he comes in, and everybody else gets to see him. And I can't tell you.
He told me what he was going to do tonight.
How stoked I am to show the chat this. So I want to make sure we get this moment right.
I feel like I should
just
dress
pop
as
him
the
up on.
consigliere tonight, Devan.
Yeah, so right, chat, you just need to get ready, okay? Because I'm about to bring him on. Without further ado, get your phones ready, get your cameras ready. Here he is, dude. What the heck? And he just left, dude. He just bounced out before I could let him on. Is he still there?
Yeah, you want me to get him?
I got him. Here he is.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, Podfather. What up,
What's
dude?
up, Buckeye Nation? Woo! We are approximately 15 hours away from Ohio State's Ryan Day and this Buckeye team walking into the shoe and kicking the ever-living butt out of the cheaters up north. This isn't a business trip. This is a hostage takeover situation.
Yes.
This is not us walking in and playing tiddlywinks with the Wolverines. We are channeling our inner Woody Hayes. We are not going to give them an inch. They say there's inches all over the field. We're going to take all of them tomorrow. We are going to sit there with our cups ready as 105,000 screaming Buckeye fans, including this fat one here. And we're going to collect every tear that is cried from the maize and blue from now until eternity. And I plan on, just like that ever-living well that springs up from inside, B. Moses, I'm going to drink on it. I'm going to feast on it. This is going to be a beatdown of biblical proportion. I'm telling you what, right? I'm getting fired up. I'm going to tell you what, tomorrow, Devan, tomorrow, it's all going to happen. Angry Ryan Day is coming back. He's coming back. He's going to annihilate him. And you heard it here first. In the fourth quarter, after we go up 3 touchdowns or even 4, he will go for 2. What's up,
and why is he going to do it, Eric? Why is he going to do it?
That was some straight WWE right there.
They what he told him to.
Oh,
because
dude.
he can't go for 3.
I'm not quite.
Partner Eric is here.
I'm not quite sure anybody can ever match that in the history of Ohio State football. But that's the Podfather, man. We tried to tell y'all. We tried to tell you to get ready. You freaking weren't ready, but he made you ready. You know what I'm saying?
Get it. Like Juck says, let's get it. Let's do it.
I'm assassin out for that.
Angry Ryan Day. So first off, right, Chris, since we heard the introductory speech, we pretty much know what's going to happen from the Podfather. He told just complete annihilation of the scumbags up north, right?
Oh, yeah.
So Wild Man, what's your initial thoughts of this game, man? What's about to happen?
You know, I've been arguing all day with idiots online. Complete idiots. Not just Michigan idiots, but Michigan idiots. Oregon idiots. Even a few baffled Buckeye fans who think that this is going to be a close game. This is not going to be a close game. Eric said it. I said it earlier this week. It is going to be a beatdown. Ryan Day, angry Ryan Day, as Eric likes to say, is going to go in there and in Stone Cold style, open up a can of whoop ass on these Wolverines. It's that simple. Start to finish. We aren't going to have the slow start this week. They're coming up, fired up and ready.
I freaking love it. B. Moses, how do you feel now after what you just witnessed that had to change your life? It had to have.
Definitely life-changing. Listen, I gotta clip that whole rant and just post it on my page so people can just capture the moment. That was beautiful, beautifully executed. Amen. Even the unbuttoning of the shirt, the ripping off the tie was, like I said, it's very WWE.
I would have ripped the buttons, Eric. Come on.
Yeah, he did slip on that one, the ripping the button.
She said, honey, that's your good shirt. So
and he's only got one.
That's right.
Oh man.
That's right.
We could have took up a collection to get you another Brooks Brothers joint to replace it, but
there you go.
It was dope regardless, man.
That's next level, Moses. That's next level, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, Eric, real quick. You said you're going to the game, right?
Yes, I am, sir.
So I don't know if you heard, like, just real time, but not too long ago, I found out I got my ticket. So if it's possible, I know it's crazy down there and it's very hard to do, but if possible, I would love to meet you in person, dap you up real quick, if possible. So we'll see.
Yeah. Do you have my number?
I do not.
I'll give it to him if you want me to.
Text it to me.
Hey, hey. That way you can text me down there because I know I got to stop by Ryan Wickerham's.
I'll be there as well. I'm gonna stop there as well. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll just meet you at Ryan Wickerham's. Let's say 2 hours before kickoff. How about that?
Let me see. I'm supposed to be meeting Kirk in Nevada at what, 2.5 hours before? Yeah. So and they're not going to be far from there. So yes, that'll work. That'll work.
All right. 10 o'clock, man. I'll be at Wickerham at 10 o'clock.
I'm about to send numbers back and forth anyway, so y'all can get with each other just to make sure. Eric and Chris, did you hear B. Moses' song that I played earlier?
I did.
You did? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get that out there for sure. But what I kind of want to do is kind of reset real fast before I get into a couple things. B. Moses, you said you had about 15 minutes. You still good, or are you about to have to hop off here? Because I'm going to play this video and dive into the game a little bit further.
Yeah, I can go ahead and hop off now. I can already hear the kids calling me to go finish, putting the lights up. so yeah, I can go ahead and hop off. I just wanted to holler at Eric.
Put the lights up tonight. Tomorrow we take their lights off, man. We shut their lights off.
See, come on now.
Yeah.
That's a bar for y'all.
But you're not allowed off here. I don't know if you've given your score prediction yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, we need that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I've been going back and forth, man. Like that speech, I was doing like a 35, 38 to 13, but after that speech, man, I might have to go 49 to 13.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go 45. 45 13. I think they'll get a late field goal.
Y'all giving this 45, offense 13. Too much credit. Too much credit to that awful offense from Michigan.
You know what?
Three.
I
That's
agree.
what they get. They get 3 tomorrow. And that's late on that field goal, like you called B. Moses.
That would be beautiful. 45.
Hey, did you guys hear Melo earlier when the two Scum podcasters were on? He said, because you guys have an elite field goal kicker, I'm predicting 51 to 3.
The most backhanded compliment ever.
That was the kindest flex I've seen.
I loved it, man.
Compliment.
Hey, B. Moses, man, we appreciate you coming on chat. Please do not forget what you heard today. Don't forget his song, man. Get it on your Twitter feed. Let everybody know. Pick 10 people in your life that you know are Buckeye fans. Send it to them. Talk to them. Get that song out there, man. Let's support B. Moses, man. He's a fellow Buckeye brother, supports the Buckeyes. We love him. He helps out other Buckeyes, so we can only do the same for him. So, B. Moses, we appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you joining, man.
Appreciate y'all. Tag freaking Dom Taberry and Adam King and Buckeye Fever on Twitter. Like, hit them up with it. I'm trying to get on them shows, but I appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
All right, you too, man. Peace.
Yep. I'll be in touch, B. Moses.
All right, so I'm going to do a slight reset. What I mean by that is I'm about to play that video again that Tony made, right, for the game, just to get our minds kind of not that Eric or Chris that you need it, but just kind of what I'm going to do, dude. I feel like it's time to play it. Did you guys, first off, did you guys see our last episode where the Tony, what's your alter ego? What's his name?
Assassin?
The Scum Assassin. Have you seen the Scum Assassin video?
Yes.
You have. Okay, gotcha. So I'm just going to play this one then. I won't play the Scum Assassin one. Without further ado, here's the hype video one more time. Well, it is time to bring that whole diseased, corrupt, cheating, lying temple down on their freaking heads, dude. You know what I love, man? I love that they're so easy, man, because, Samaj Morgan put out that video, right, where he said, I don't know what he always said, Ryan Day sucks, all this other stuff. But Samaj, I just want to thank you for that, because I'm telling you right now, tomorrow, with the whole whopping 134 yards of reception that you have this year. Good luck tomorrow, my dude. Good freaking luck surviving the game. Well done, my dude. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, he should ask Kurt Signetti what happens when you call out the bear. When you poke the bear, that's right.
Boom. Yeah,
you get extinguished.
Come on now. So, I have this question written on my little notes here about tempo, right? If we're going to see tempo this game. But before I talk about tempo, I want to go around. Podfather, we'll start with you. We'll ask you, what is the main thing on offense that you want to see from us to just absolutely put it to these scumbags, man? What's the number one thing you're going to be watching for our offense?
If we can get a push on the up front from the offensive line that they aren't expecting nor thinking we can do, and we start running the football effectively, we already know they're not going to stop the passing attack.
Yeah.
If we can run too on them, there's nothing they can do to stop us. It's over. It's ball game. It's game over. It's like I said, biblical proportions, and literally I want to break them. I want to take their soul from them. Stomp on it, spit on it. Like they planted their flag on our 50-yard line. I want to plant our flag in their soul. That's what I want to do.
No doubt. I'm sorry.
It starts up front with the big boys.
Yeah.
They are.
I just got an update on my phone. I'm very sorry for switching subjects here. Is it really 17-0 in the Georgia game right now?
Absolutely.
Is Georgia Tech really winning 17-0?
Yes.
Rambling
The
rat.
SEC is a fraud this year, Devin. An absolute fraud.
Dude, Ole Miss almost lost to Mississippi State, who had
I
one
tried like hell to lose that game.
I know, bro. Man, we'll get it out in a minute, but let's keep this rhythm going here on offense. Push up front. Eric, I love what you said. You know, we lost 2 starters on the offensive line, but every time our new offensive line has come in, they've got the job done, right? We got one game against Indiana, a very good defensive front under our belt. They got the job done. Might not have looked the prettiest, but they did what they needed to do. But now they got that experience under their belt against a very good defensive front, a couple good defensive ends, definitely a very good defensive tackle on Indiana. Chris, your thoughts on what we need to do offensively in this game?
Well, you know, two big things. Eric, you know, nailed the first. We got to be able to run the football. This matchup, since the turn of the century, this matchup, there's been 22 games. Well, because we know they chickened out of one, and one of them was erased from existence. But 22 games, the team that has led in rushing in all 22 of those games has won the game. We have to establish the run. But the other thing is, Will Howard, he's been great all season. He has to go out and just play mistake-free football. If he plays mistake-free football, this team does not have a chance. They have no chance, because the only way that Michigan can score is if they get turnovers and they're put, basically if they start out in the red zone, because this team cannot move the ball. Forget what you saw against Northwestern. It was an aberration. This is not a good offense. Ohio State is an exceptional defense. It comes down to, can we run the ball, and does Will Howard take care of it? If those two things happen, this is a blowout.
Yeah, there's a lot of Scum fans really giving a lot to that Northwestern game, right? Look how Scum beat Northwestern versus how we did. There's only one thing I got to
look how Indiana beat Nebraska.
I was about to say that, bro. Yeah. Go look at that, and then look at the results of that game. So that stuff doesn't work in college football, man. So whatever hope you have there, you might as well get rid of it. Tony, your thoughts on offensively? What do we need to see from the Buckeyes?
Complete and utter domination. Like, this is, listen, the NCAA is taking too long, so we're going to be the hammer tomorrow, and it starts right, like Eric said, right at the front lines, and it's total war tomorrow. We're going in like it's World War II, and we're taking back the front lines. It's D-Day tomorrow, and we will take the beach.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree. NCAA is taking way too long, man. But the question I brought up earlier, I was about to bring up actually, is for me, man, there's a part of me that feels like we might see a little more tempo in this game than we normally have seen. Because if you ask me, the number one thing to look at in this game is their defensive line against our offensive line. Well, what is the weakness of their defensive line? Depth, right? So therefore, how do we expose their weakness the best? We force them to use their depth. What is the best way to do that? Tempo, or right, running a lot of plays on the edge, sweeps, different things like that, causing those defensive tackles to run from sideline to sideline. We saw a perfect blueprint on how to do that. Go watch the Texas game. Call it like the Texas game, and them dudes will be absolutely wore out. So your guys' thoughts, do you think we're going to see tempo? Do you not think we're going to see tempo? Chris, start us off.
I think we do if it works in the flow of the game, because the most important thing is still not to make mistakes.
Yeah.
With a bunch of guys, you know, this is only the second game this offensive line group has been together in its current form. You know, you don't want mistakes, and tempo can sometimes lead to false starts, things like that. If they try it early and they have success with it, look for them to use it. But honestly, you know, I think that this is a game that Ryan Day and Chip Kelly, it's going to go back to the old adage: take what the defense gives you. If we can use tempo, great. If we can run the ball, awesome. If they're going to give up that intermediate passing route, do it. But one thing you said about getting out to the edge, you know, we've got some guys who can get around that corner. But do you think we also maybe see a little more of Will Howard on some traditional option type plays to extend and get out around that edge a little bit more?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Will Howard, to be honest with you, I've heard a lot of people talk about how we're going to see Will Howard's legs this game. We've been hearing that a lot. Indiana, we're going to see Will Howard one more. Well, we really didn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? So when is that time coming? Because he can and he will use it. Eric, your thoughts, tempo for the Scum game.
So Chip traditionally has used tempo, but he's done it. You know, you have to get that first down. Once you get that first down, then you see the tempo go. And Ryan Day is from the school of thought of making sure you stay ahead of the chains and stay ahead of the downs. And so that first down, that second down, you need to get 3 or 4 yards, and then you have a third and short, and that raises your percentages of making that third down. I think in order to get what you're saying, to speak to you, Devan, and getting those big defensive linemen running more, and I think it was Sean Rawlings that just put that Chip's got an entire playbook just for Scum. You notice we've not seen a ton of Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins in the passing attack this year. We have a little bit. I mean, they've shown they can do it. I have it on good authority. They have practiced with that a ton. There is a weakness in that Michigan defense, and they're going to exploit it through the air with our running backs.
Screens and wheel routes.
Wheel routes, little Z cuts.
Yep.
Sending them in motion. All right, you've got you've got 2 receivers on the outside, you're running a tight end on the end, and you've got the split backfield between the two, and they both go in motion outside.
Yep.
What do we do? I mean, there's wrinkles to this offense that he has just for them. So all this talk, the first hour, they were talking about how that, you know, they're going to run some plays that we haven't seen before. Don't worry, we got you. Chip's got you.
Yeah, that was a hard one for me. That first hour of this show,
I could tell, man. You did a good job, though, my brother.
Yeah, I just had to, you know.
I'm glad I wasn't there.
For the most part, I just, you know, kept quiet for the most part, but I just tried to keep things rolling because it could have easily just turned way south. But I love what you're saying. Kind of what you're saying is that this offense, just think about each individual player. You know, look at how many different options there are to expose any kind of defense that they want to bring. If they want to switch up and run more zone, well, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many different options to do this. You know, and I brought it up earlier. I don't think I asked the question you guys on, but I am curious because I know you guys watch a lot of football and got a lot of insight here. Did I ask you guys the question on whether you're worried about stubbornness from our coaching staff and trying to run the ball down the throats of the Scum D-line? I didn't ask you guys that, correct? No. Are you guys worried about that? Are you worried about Ryan Day and Chip Kelly getting stubborn on this running stat and wanting to run the ball instead of throwing the ball to make the running game open? Does that worry you at all?
Me personally, no. And this is why. I think that Ryan Day is somebody who is not afraid to pass to open up the run. They may come out and try to run initially, but if Day sees it's not going anywhere and knowing what's on the line in this game, especially if we can continue to see what's happened with the SEC, you know, he doesn't want to be one of those teams that's all of a sudden in the bubble mix, which he shouldn't be. But no, I mean, you look at this, Ryan Day, I truly believe is somebody who is not afraid to run to set up the pass if need be. So I think they'll try to go run heavy the first series. If it doesn't work out, look for him to try to pass to open the run.
Yep. I'm not necessarily worried about it either. I think Chip Kelly has got his mind on right. He's a mad scientist, and I really think you're probably going to see a lot of things like in the Penn State game when we threw that little option play, and you can get it 3 or 4 times, and like even like in the Indiana game, we threw that screen pass. Trey was dead to rights behind the line, and he made a video game move where he jumped like 5 feet directly sideways and took straight off. Like I think we're going to see things like that will kind of open it up a little bit more. And I think, like I said, by the end of the game, by the second half, we'll be running just fine because they will be so scared of the pass.
Yeah, Eric, what's your thoughts?
I don't think we need to worry about it because I think we're going to be able to run the ball on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really do.
I do too.
I think Chip Kelly has done a very, very good job this year of mixing things up between the run and the pass. He's usually one step ahead of the defensive coordinator at times. Let's go back and think about that Penn State game. I forget. It might have been Juck that brought it up. No, it was the Michigan guys at the beginning of the show about how they thought we were going one way. We hit and it's going the other way and things.
Yep.
Chip is going to get these guys going left and right a lot. And then when they're tired doing that, don't be surprised if Trey hits a big one right up the gut on them. Like we said this, Chris and I made this prediction back in July, Chris, maybe?
Yeah.
That when we were hearing from all of them, gosh, and they even admitted it. We're going 12-0. We're going to go back to back. Remember that?
Oh, I remember.
We said there's no way. There's no way. They have no depth on this team. And we said at the time, they're an injury or two from being incredibly mediocre. Here they are. This is a 6-5 football team who's trying to put fear in us because of what they did against Northwestern in their home stadium against a team that has quit. Northwestern still had something to play for when they played against us, right?
Yeah, once they became ineligible.
They had nothing else to play for. They're done. Stick a fork in them. Illinois probably would beat them by like 40 tomorrow. Like they're done.
Yeah.
And so you cannot put any stock into that. And I'm here to tell you, man, Trey, do not be surprised. Trey runs for 100 yards in the second half. They will be gassed. They will be absolutely gassed. That's right, Mike. Indiana had no problem running against them. Okay,
and guys, I'm here to tell you, if Trey starts running all over them, don't look for him to slide this week.
Definitely not.
No.
He's not sliding this week.
Yeah, no way. You know what I find interesting is that, we've been going for about 3.5 hours now, and we've mainly talked about our offensive and their defensive side of the ball, right?
Let's flip it.
Because that's like the biggest concern. Can our offensive line hold up against the defensive line? So yes, Eric, we are about to flip it. I'm going to start with a couple stats. The stats I'm going to start with, I'm going to read their top 3 sack players on their team, and I'm going to read some sack leaders on our team. So their sacks on their team. Stewart has 8.5 sacks on the year. Guy has 5.5, and Graham, their defensive tackle, has 3.5. On our end, JT is our leading sack guy with 6. Simon has 5. Jack has 4.5. Sonny has 4. Tyleek has 2.5. And by the way, the next lowest one on theirs after Graham was 1. So they pretty much have 3 guys that have more than 1 sack on their team. We have 5. So our sacks come from all different kinds of places. So we've beat our offensive and their defensive side of the ball with the dead horse, whatever. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. But anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. So from our aspect, from our defensive side of the ball and their abysmal offensive side of the ball, what are you guys looking forward to see on our defensive side of the ball? Before we do that, let me do this one thing real fast. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I'm going to bring it back up again. I created this little spec. I'm bringing it up again mainly because I spent so much time on it that I want to make sure we use it a bunch. But here we go. So,
Really, spreadsheet, Devan.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro, I did it, dude. I did it. Man. So, If you see our passing offense, we're 32nd, they're 127th, and even their passing defense is they give up 222 passing yards per game versus our 151. And in the red zone, we just stand out statistically anyway, way bigger than they ever will. So, Eric, start us off. Defensive side of the ball. What are you expecting to see from our defense?
Pain.
Pain.
It's funny because someone said, I forget who it was that asked it in the chat, if we win the coin toss, do you think we'll take the ball or wait till second half? I was having the same conversation yesterday with my father. He's like, we're going to take the ball. Ryan Day wants to get out to a lead, get the ball, put them behind the 8 ball early, and then allow our defense to just do its thing. We have come out the last, 3-4 weeks and given up a score in the first quarter, and then it's like nothing after that pretty much. Defensively, you look at that offense, okay, and some of them stats, as bad as they look, Dev, are actually inflated because of last week's game.
Yeah, I know they are.
Like their passing yards per game was 140. It was like 120 before last week.
Yeah. Hey, I don't mean to cut you off. I just realized we have somebody waiting, right? I didn't realize they've been waiting this whole time. So I'm going to bring JR in real fast to get on this conversation with us, and we'll continue. What up, JR?
Hey, ready to kick some cheaters' butts tomorrow, boys?
Yes. Yeah. Bro, I'm sorry, man. I just realized I just saw you down there. I don't know how long you were waiting, but Eric's in the process of telling us what he expects from our defense. And then once he gets done there, we'll move on to something else. Eric, continue.
Yeah. So basically, the offense that they have ran has been so elementary, so basic this year that mediocre defenses in this conference have been able to hold them for the most part under 300 yards a game, which is just mind-boggling to think about. Now, they did do some things differently last week than what they've done all year, and Sharon Moore did take over the play calling which it took him 10 weeks to decide that it wasn't going well. Apparently, that's not a good sign of your head coach.
Best head coach ever.
So he took over the play calling, and they did do a little things differently, but they did nothing that should worry us defensively, like nothing at all. If we stop the run and we force them to pass, they're not good. And especially if we can get after them, it's lights out. Like I'm sitting here, you look at every major statistical category, we are head and shoulders better than them on offense and defense. In order for this to be a game, we have to play statistically one of our worst games of the year, and they have to play one of their best games of the year just to get it to where it's a ball game. And so if we play exactly how we have been playing, and there's no reason to think we can't play better than what we have played, there's no way that this thing doesn't get ugly by the fourth quarter, especially if our defense is shutting them out. Like, how are you going? Like, you need multiple turnovers, maybe a defensive score, and probably special teams touchdown just to get close.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's so lopsided statistically, and that's why a lot of people say that in a rivalry game, you got to throw that stuff out the window. I just don't know if I believe that for this game. Like, we're so
you would if you were born in remember the 90s, Dev. That's what.
Yeah.
Listen, that's what Juck was trying to tell you. Like, there's scar tissue from us who were born in the early 80s and late 70s.
It hurts.
Who lived through the 90s and know what it's like. I mean, look at poor Chris. Hasn't smiled since 1984. Okay, like the poor guy, he lives with a scowl on his face because of the Cooper era. So we know this feeling. But I'm here to tell you, Ryan Day, he's going to coach angry. He's channeled his inner Jim Tressel. We got this thing, man. We got this.
Yeah. Anyway, real fast, I don't want to be little. JR, man, coming in here. We got a couple heavy hitters in here right now. JR, we appreciate you showing up, dude. JR's rankings. If you're a Buckeye fan, you know JR for sure. He's all over the place. What are we doing here? Yeah.
Heavy hitters.
They're all over the place, bro. We got Wild Man. We got the Podfather. We got JR's ranking, and then we got little old lonely Dev and Tony in here just hitting off on the side. You guys are the heavy hitters, man. We're just here to
Just because
listen
we
what y'all got
outweigh
to
you,
say.
that's all. We eat more.
I don't know about the hitters, but we're definitely heavy.
Nah. Hey, JR, bro, appreciate you showing up, man. We're in the middle of talking about, we kind of hit most of the show has consisted of what we can do offensively against their defensive line, right? Because that's like the number one area where we want to see what our offensive line can do against their defensive tackles. But we've switched over to the defensive side of the ball. But before we dive into the defense, I just want to get your overall thoughts, man. Just open up the mic to you. What's your thoughts about tomorrow, man? Hit any side of the ball you want to, man. What's going on with tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is definitely going to be the defensive line for the team up north and what they're going to try to do to go against them, right? I mean, they have two really good players that are in the interior, and they have a good pass rusher on one side, and they have a guy who's pretty good, but I mean, he's nothing like spectacular over on the other side. And whether you have Derek Moore or TJ Guy, whoever it is, like they can make some plays, but they're not exactly, the scariest guy in the world. So at the end of the day, like it's just going to be about combating that defensive line, whether that's making them tired, whether that's, getting them to sub out and then going against them. I really think Ohio State it makes it really easy for them to game plan when there's really only one aspect of the defense that puts you in a concerning situation. So I know people don't like the screens, but I think we're going to see a good amount of screens tomorrow. I think we're going to see a good amount of stretch runs just because it does tire those guys out in the middle. I would not be surprised to see tempo tomorrow. We saw what Oregon did against our defensive line with tempo and how tired they were at the end of the game. They only got 3 guys deep on the interior of that defensive line. They probably only have 3 guys who can play on the edge for that defensive line as well. So when you look at it, if you can get that defensive line tired, they're going to be a non-factor by as early as the middle of the second quarter if you're really running them enough and your defense is getting off the field quick enough.
Yeah, that was the main thing, pretty much everybody's been talking about. And you say you got the blueprint. Look what Texas did to them, right? When I watched that game, you saw that their defensive line would just absolutely wore out. So, Chris, I think we're on you about the defensive side of the ball. Like offensively, we know, right, we got to get the defensive line tired, run their defensive tackles. JR just brought about their depth. I think that's like the number one, right, thing that we have against them is their depth on the defensive line. But as far as our defense, Chris, what you looking for, man?
For me, I'll tell you, I think we are solid just about everywhere. I love the fact that since about the Penn State game, we've started seeing a more aggressive defense. We've started seeing more of the blitzing with the linebackers. We've started seeing more of, the twists and stunts and things like that we hadn't seen all year. And since we've seen that, this defense has become fierce. I mean, fierce. If you look at it, I mean, Northwestern's touchdown there, their first touchdown was the first offensive touchdown given up since before the Penn State game. I mean, that's impressive. This is just this team defensively. I just want to see them get after it. I want to see them be aggressive. They've got to put pressure on that quarterback. Although maybe they don't, the quarterbacks can't throw. But I mean, I want to see them. I want to see them get home because that's going to make life a whole lot easier for what we thought was a strength, but maybe the biggest weakness of this team right now, and that's our corners. They've looked decent, but not great. We thought this was going to be a lights out crew, and we got Iggy out there committing a pass interference 3 times in a game. We got, Denzel still getting beat at times deep just because the quarterback can't hit him. Doesn't mean the coverage was good. So the way to help cover up those mistakes is by getting pressure on the quarterback. So I think we're going to see an aggressive Jim Knowles, especially when I think that you can, for the most part, load up the box because we know what they're going to do 90% of the time. And I just want to see these guys play like their hair's on fire. I want to see them being aggressive. I want to see them attacking. I want to see no mercy. I want to see Eric. Eric at the beginning of this season predicted How many quarterbacks would exit a game?
I said 6. I think we're at 4.
We're at 4. I want to see those other 2 in this game. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I am not wishing for anyone to get injured. But you know what? Knocking them out of the game. I shouldn't say this. I don't want to see anybody get seriously injured. But if they get knocked out of this game,
that's part of the game.
That's part of the game. And I'm going to have a smile on my face when it happens.
Yeah. It doesn't take that much for them to get injured and be out, right? I mean, let's look at Will Johnson, Colson Loveland, guys. Like, they're not even playing because, like, yeah, they are probably
they're not
injured.
playing because they're pansies.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they probably are injured, but I'm sure there's also some motivation there of, like, Will Johnson, like, do I really want to mess up my draft stock by going against Jeremiah Smith? And Colson will be like, guys, do I really want to go out there just to block and run routes just for Davis Warren to throw the ball 5 yards over my head? Like, come on.
Does anybody have like a for sure update on I know Will Johnson's out. Is Colson Loveland out for sure?
Thamel posted that Loveland is out for tomorrow.
Yep.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even know that, bro.
I mean,
but Eric has a theory on this.
Well, so do the two Scum YouTubers came in. They said there's no way Will Johnson isn't injured. He would not sit out this game because he is that
he would.
good.
He's a
That's
wuss.
what they said.
I'm not so sure that this isn't a little bit of gamesmanship. I got to see it to believe it.
Yeah.
He
never know.
stubbed his toe, and now he's been crying about it for how many weeks?
Yeah. Listen,
I would believe you, Eric, if it was all the media from up there saying it. Like, if it was all them being like, "Oh yeah, they're not playing."
Well, they would
like
say
that.
it as long as they were told to say it, though. Come on.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if they were told to say it, but I don't think
media
Thamel's
is
taking
reporting
marching
it now.
orders from the Team Up North staff. Like, him saying it is like, okay. I mean, he's not trying to help those guys out at all. If anything,
I got you.
Against them for a little
Plus,
while
I
now.
think you're giving them too much credit, Eric. I don't think the coaching staff's that bright up there right now. I don't think they're smart enough to pull that out.
Touche.
I would be surprised if Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham don't fall down some stairs tonight and sprain an ankle or something. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go there, let's just take this 2020. Are we gonna?
Don't think I haven't thought about that all week.
In the hotel room
all
tonight?
week, I've been waiting to hear him say, "We got COVID."
We got COVID.
COVID.
It is back. Trust me, I know it's back.
Spike COVID just in Ann Arbor.
Apparently, it's in Marion, Ohio, for the 7th time for poor Wildman.
Oh God, Lord.
Yeah, look at that.
Don't worry, dude. Shout out Justice Spiro. We got 2020 up there, dude. That thing counts, bro. That thing counts. We got to win there.
He needs
So,
to
hey,
adjust it for the other 3.
Yeah, I know. Well, I got the stars over there. So, JR, you know what I mean? You kind of hit offensively on our side. Want to use the screen passes a lot, kind of wear out the defensive tackles. But before you came on, I don't know if you heard me. I said the sack totals. They got Stewart with 8.5 sacks, Guy with 5.5. And on our end, we got 5 players with over a sack: JT, Simon, Jack, Sonny, and Tyleek. So what are you expecting to see from us on the defensive side of the ball to shut down their super dynamic offense?
Honestly, like, we're looking at like 9, 10 guys in the box, guys. I mean, the Team Up North loves to load up with like three tight ends and stuff like that. I just think Ohio State's going to match them. You know, what team was it Ohio State went 4-3 against? Was it Iowa? They went 4-3 against earlier this season. Don't be surprised if you see a 4-4 or a 5-3 or something like that, like bear front. I mean,
full bear front.
Yeah. They are going to load up in that box because, just being honest, like there is nobody on the outside. I know the corners have not been, what they were advertised to be this season, but these are still NFL level corners. Like Denzel Burke is going to the NFL. Davison Igbinosun, for as much as like he does grab and stuff like that, he has the length. He is in position a lot of the times. He just grabs when he shouldn't grab. I mean, like, let's just tape his hands up so they're little punch. I mean, not that he's actually punch anybody, but like,
Give him mittens.
As far as I'm concerned, like little mitten things. As far as I'm concerned, you just load up that box because there is literally nothing that they have in the passing game that is going to go against us. And Denzel Burke and Davison Igbinosun, like I said, as much as they can be a problem at times in the deep passing game, Davis Warren is not a good enough deep passer to pass the ball. And then these guys are not the same tacklers we had back in 2022 when they were breaking tackles there on the outside and then running up down the sideline for touchdowns. Like this isn't Cam Brown. This isn't, Cam Martinez. Like, and I'm not trying to disparage those guys, but these guys are just playing better than them.
Yep.
Yeah, and the thing is like you look at their 3 leading receivers. I said it earlier. Colston Loveland, 582 yards. If he's not playing, then let's go with their leading receiver, 234 yards. And then their second leading receiver, Samaj Morgan. You freaking suck, dude, by the way. I just want to tell you. 134 yards. 134 yards. Samaj Morgan, the dude that wanted to post that video last year about how all Ryan Day sucks, Ohio State sucks, all that stuff. So it's like Chris brought it up earlier. Like, do we see a rendition of the Indiana game with all this pressure? It's like, do we? Because are we nervous if we don't get pressure? Are we nervous that Davis is going to pick us apart? And are we nervous that what they have on the outside is going to beat our corners? I'm not so sure we are. Part of me believes we're going to see a lot of pressure. Then the other part of me believes, like, do we even need to do that? What are your guys' thoughts there?
Well, I think we live in a world where Jim Knowles is going to look at what they do. He's done this the last 4 weeks in a row. He comes out very basic, sees what they're doing, makes a quick adjustments, and it's lights out. And they're never able to adjust off of his adjustment. And I think that there is a very real possibility that when listen, Jim Knowles has been drawing this up for an entire year, right? The first time he played them, they embarrassed us, right? The second time last year, year number 2, we did much, much better, but we didn't do good enough. Year 3, here we are. I think he's going to have an absolute great game plan. And here's a little nugget for you. And then Devan, I got one more thing I want to say, and then I'll be done for tonight. Let everybody else talk. Plus I got to save my voice for tomorrow, buddy. Here's the thing I'm going to say, right? I believe Caleb Downs can score 2 touchdowns tomorrow. 1 on defense, 1 on special teams. What if they throw him in on offense?
Would not surprise me.
Okay, they talked about that. They talked about that at the beginning of the season. So Caleb Downs scores twice tomorrow. I think that's very, very. That is a very real possibility. Plus, here's what I'm going to finish saying. Just think about this for a second. Just think about this. Last year we lost by, was it 6?
Yep.
With Honda at quarterback.
And we spotted him 7.
In their house, and they had a much better football team than they are today. And our quarterback, okay, is over there in Syracuse, New York, throwing 7 interceptions in a game. Okay? We have the same roster, if not better.
Better.
With Caleb Downs and 2 starting running backs. Jeremiah Smith and Will Johnson at quarterback. We are not, and it's in
Will Howard. Will Howard.
Whoa. You guys got me off my game. Will Howard. Thank you. There's no way, if you look at last year's game and what we have this year, that we're losing this football game. It doesn't. It would be a 1990s complete meltdown. And I'm here to tell you that guy right there will have a meltdown. Will have an absolute meltdown. I don't know how I would be able to podcast Sunday night. We lose this.
And I just got confirmation, Eric. I'm calling the live game watch tomorrow. So
yeah, I know. I saw that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd end up in the psych ward.
It's not happening. It's gonna be a dub.
All right. So before anybody gets off, Eric, you thought you were done talking. Here's what I need, right? I need from everybody in here right now, I need 2 offensive players of the game for us and 2 defensive players of the game. Now, if you want to throw in your predictions of stats or interceptions or touchdowns, that's fine. You can pick the same ones as somebody else as well. So, JR, start us off, man. Let's start with offense first. We'll go around 2 offensive players that need to stand out in this game. And then once we hit everybody, we'll do 2 defensive players.
I'll give you pseudo 2. My first one will be Will Howard. I think Will Howard is just, I think he's going to throw it all over the yard. I think Jeremiah Smith, Mecca Buka, like all those guys, I think they're all going to get their own in this one. And while you're going to have some good days from all the wide receivers, Will Howard's going to be the one you point to at the end of the day. That was the one that threw the ball to all those guys. And number 2, the reason I say pseudo is because give me the offensive line as a whole. I think that they have been disrespected a bit by people saying, oh, this one area because the offensive line for Ohio State. How many times have people said the offensive line for Ohio State is a weakness this year? So many people said it. I was saying it a little bit coming in just because I was nervous with what it was going to look like. What happens? It looks pretty good. We lose Josh Simmons. Okay. Nebraska didn't look so hot. They made changes. Looked pretty good after that. Then last week, Indiana, it wasn't the best I'd ever seen, but that's still a pretty good Indiana defensive front that they went up against, and they were able to run the ball and keep Will Howard safe. So I look for this offensive line just to improve even more for this week, and people come out of it saying, look at Ohio State, 5th version of their offensive line this year, and it's looking pretty good.
Amen. I like it. Eric, your thoughts on offense?
Travion Henderson, Will Howard.
Dang, you took one of mine for sure.
Pseudo offensive line.
All righty, Chris Wildman, what's up?
You know what? We all know the offensive line has to be good. It's going to be good. But that's not it. I'm telling you right now, I agree. It's Will Howard, and this is why. He's already highly efficient. You're going to see another game where he exceeds 80% completion rating again. Because let me tell you, I believe in what you're saying. I think we're going to see a lot of screens, a lot of wheels, a lot of short passes, which are his game. And then he's going to let the playmakers make the big plays. So I think Will Howard, and I'm with you, Eric. I think Travion has to be big in this game because, like I said, the team that has dominated and ran the ball well and led the team that led in rushing is the team that has come out on top in this one.
Yeah, I feel like offensive line is kind of like a given, but I'm not going to say them. I got to go with Will Howard. Think he's going to absolutely dominate, and I really am starting to love, Eric, what you brought up earlier about Travion Henderson in the passing game, and the running game as well. So my 2 players to keep an eye on are Will Howard, Travion Henderson. Tony?
I'm going to go crazy here, and I'm going to be very specific with some weird stuff, but here it is. I say J.J. Smith goes for 166 yards and 3 touchdowns. Why so specific? Because that's combined what Chris Olave did and Garrett Wilson did their freshman year against Scum.
Okay.
And my second one is a Mecca Abuka because he's going to throw a touchdown pass to J.J. Smith.
Oh, shoot, bro.
Love it.
Oh, shoot, dude. He throwing one.
Yep.
Golly, dude.
Going full Evan Spencer. Right over the top.
If we do that, we just play and then. I mean, we just playing.
That means we're just out there having fun at that point.
Yeah, we're just out there padding stats and having fun at that point.
He said we just play. All right, we circled around to the defense. JR, 2 defensive players that need to dominate. Don't take. You're not allowed to take mine.
I feel like I'm stealing one from Eric, but I'll go with Caleb Downs. I think that he's going to have himself a nice day, and then. Give me Tyleik. We haven't had a good Tyleik defensive player in a game in a while. I think he's going to stop the run. I think he could rack up 2 or 3 tackles for loss in this one. Give me Tyleik Williams.
I like it. Eric?
Caleb Downs, obviously. I think he's going to have himself a day. Cody Simon. That game he had last week was electric. Best game he's ever had as a Buckeye. And I feel like he's just going to have kind of one of those moments that lives in infamy. Like, you have Bourne standing over the quarterback, pumping his fist when he sacked him. Cody Simon's going to have some kind of hit over the middle where you're going to see someone's like soul leave their body. Like he's going to light someone's world up. Maybe he'll be the quarterback. Maybe he'll come in on the blitz. He'll knock quarterback out of the game. I don't know. I just feel Cody Simon is going to be in the right place at the right time multiple times in this football game.
Nice. Chris.
I'll tell you what, for me, I think the two most important guys on the field on defense this Saturday is going to be those linebackers. I really do. So I'm going to go with Cody and Styles both, because I feel like these guys are going to go out and have a huge game. We know they're going to be running the ball. You know, the defensive line is going to tie up them big uglies, and that's going to give Cody and Sonny the chance to get in and make some big tackles. I would not be surprised, given Michigan's style of offense, if you don't see both these guys go for double-digit tackles on Saturday.
Yeah, I love the Sonny Styles prediction. That's one of mine, man. Before the Northwestern game, I predicted, that he would have one of his best games of the season. He did that. I think he's just going to keep getting better. I think Sonny Styles shows up and shows out. And not saying these are the most important, but I just have a feeling Denzel Burke is going to show up, show out, man, grab himself an interception on the game and just kind of get people back right on the kind of player that he actually is, because he is that player. You play cornerback college football, you're going to get beat a couple times. You're going to have some bad games. But as JR said earlier, he's an NFL cornerback. He's going to prove that this game. So get it, Denzel Burke. Tony.
Well, just so I don't know if you guys noticed that Cody Simon has had 10 tackles in his last 4 games since the Penn State game, or last 3, whatever it is. Like, he's had 10 tackles each game. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not picking him. I'm picking Caden Curry because he's in on every single last 3 muffed or block punt things, and I think he's going to be in on it again. I think we get another one of those. And I'm obviously picking Caleb Downs. He's going to get an interception and complete his Thorpe Award campaign and walk away with it.
Nice. I like it. All right. So we've reached the point in the show. Devan's got to take a break. I think Melo's going to come on. But before anybody's allowed off, we got to get score predictions, man. So I know I've given mine 38-6. Chris, Eric, JR, I'm sure y'all got stuff to do tomorrow, and you're probably going to take off here shortly. So we need to get some score predictions, man. Any final thoughts that you guys have on the game? Chris, let's start with you, man. Score predictions and any final thoughts.
No, I think it's just going to be a dominant beatdown. You and I are actually very similar. I predicted it earlier this week. I'm staying with it 38-3, Ohio State.
I like it.
You said 42-3.
Oh, yeah, I did say 42-3. You're right.
That's what I was going to pick.
I changed it to 42-3 because we're going to break the record for the biggest margin of victory in the game's history.
Yeah, 38 points is our largest margin of victory over them. So
really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Ryan Day's at that, dude.
Oh, he's going to go for
it.
He
knows. I guarantee he knows it. You ask him, he knows it.
He's going for 2 every touchdown in the second half.
All right, Eric, let's hear it.
All right, so my official prediction was 29-7. 42-10, let's roll. Come on.
42-10. Okay.
How are they scoring a touchdown? That's all I want to know. How are they scoring a touchdown?
Well, we give them the first one. That's what we do.
The first drive.
Yeah, and then remember they have an exceptionally good kicking game.
Well, you talk about the basic defense they're going to come out in. Yeah. Our basic defense is going to be good enough to stop those.
It might be. Wouldn't it be the most? It would be the most. Gosh, it would feel so. I would feel so vindicated if we shut them out.
Oh God, I would be so.
Oh, bro,
so good.
That is
that might bring me to tears, Eric. I'm not.
That is so demasculating. Like just think about that. Having to drive all the way back to Ann Arbor, not having scored one single point.
There will be much rejoicing. I tell you
that'd be beautiful. JR, let's hear it, man. Let's hear a score prediction and any final thoughts you have on the game.
My official prediction has been 35-9. I've said that on a few shows now, but my Buckeye homer prediction, which I will give here exclusive on the Buckeye Boys.
Yes, sir.
63-3.
Ooh.
Can't believe you gave them 3.
Come on the first drive and nothing else after that, because we all know they got to give up something on the first drive.
That's hilarious. All right, fellas. I appreciate y'all joining us tonight, man. We only got 2 hours left of our 6-hour live stream. Devan's taking a break, bro.
Hey,
Melo and
real fast,
Devin. You need to go all night, baby. This thing's all night. Don't let it stop at midnight. Keep it rolling.
Before you leave, Devin, did you hear about the power outage in Ann Arbor in the University of Michigan library?
No, let's hear it.
Yeah, there were 40 students that were stuck on the escalator for 3 hours.
Yep, all day.
Yeah, Sharon Moore was one of them, man. That sucks,
Lead
dude.
the charge.
Just crying.
Couldn't find their way off. But anyway, Chris, JR, Eric, we appreciate the heck out of you coming on, man. I always enjoy it, dude. Hopefully we'll get together again in the future for sure, bro. It's the game tomorrow, the best rivalry in all of freaking sports, dude. It's time to cash that check, man. It's time to pay for your sins. Connor Stallions, scumbag, Shamaj Moore, whatever his name is. I don't even know his freaking name. Whatever, dude. It's time to pay that check, dude. So appreciate y'all. I'm going to bring on Melo and Sean as y'all exit stage left. Again, we appreciate you guys. Give us a good IO before you leave. OH.
IO.
Yes, sir. Thank you, fellas.
Woo!
All right. Hey.
Man.
Hey.
The Podfather, the Wild Man, and JR.
Hey, dude.
Talk
bro.
about the triple threat.
I know, man, for sure. So let me give you guys a little rundown real fast before I hop off. I'd like to take myself about an hour break. Mika should be joining us here shortly, depending on whether her internet cooperates with her. But we got...
Yes, Mika. Tag in.
Yep. Come on in, Mika.
Yeah, we got Mika. We got Dougzilla at 10:30, and we got Burks at 11. You guys are more than welcome to invite anybody in the chat if they want to come on. Make sure they send you your. Don't put the link in the chat.
Right.
Make them email it, because we're at that part, right, where anybody's welcome to come on and give their thoughts. So if you're in the chat, you want to come on and join Melo and Sean right now. Tony, I don't know if you're staying or not, but
I'll take my break too.
Yeah. So it'll be Melo and Sean right now. So Mika's coming on. Anybody else wants to join. But other than that, we got Dougzilla joining at 10:30. We got Burks coming on at 11. And anybody else wants to join, dude, make sure you give us your email in the chat. We'll send you a link to come on. Melo, take it over. Appreciate you, boys. OHIO.
Oh, you did
that. IO.
My bad, dude. I'm freaking out of it, dude. I'm out of it. Peace.
Let me throw about to bring Mika on. All right, brothers.
All right, buddy.
Hey, Mika.
How you good?
Hi, Mika.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yep, we're good.
So what's your thoughts on the game tomorrow?
We're gonna slaughter them. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
What do you think is going to happen? What are you looking forward to the most?
We're gonna send them home crying like they never cried before.
Absolutely. Do you know about any recruits that are going to be there visiting? Have you heard anything?
I'm really sad that Chaz Coleman looks like he's not gonna make it, but there's some big names coming in. The Epi kid looks really good. He's coming in.
So what happened with Chaz Coleman?
I don't know. Penn State talked him into sticking with his commitment. I heard they don't want him visiting.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't want him visiting either, you know.
Yeah.
Have you heard of David Sanders?
All I've heard is rumors. Some say he's coming, some say he's not. I can't confirm anything.
What about any Ohio kids?
I know that Matt Ponatoski's supposed to come. He's a quarterback we've been kind of looking at.
What year is he? Do you know?
26.
What's your thoughts on him if you had to give him a breakdown?
Throws a great ball. Kind of reminds me of Julian saying he's a bit undersized, but I think we could work with him.
That's good. That is good to hear.
He's really good.
What about Albert Hill? I'm hearing that he might be an Oregon lean.
I think he's just enjoying the process.
Yeah, I hope he makes it here.
I think he's a Buckeye.
I hope so.
I saw that.
Go ahead, Sean.
I saw that Sam Greer was coming.
Yeah.
He posted on X. He's a big lineman that's teammates with Brock Hill, so he's a must get for Fry.
Rumors going around he might commit.
That'd be fire.
That'd be great.
Man, we might have to take back all those things we said about Fry now.
I'm still on the fence.
What'd you think about Fry? What's your thoughts?
I'm still on the fence. He's doing better, but he's going to need a couple more classes under his belt before I'm completely convinced.
Nice.
I'll tell you what, though, 3 different starting lines this year. He's done a good job with that. If he can flip Sanders and get Greer and a couple other big recruits here, I think he's definitely changed his momentum here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but is that Fry or is that Chip and Drevno?
We don't know. He has to get the credit. I mean, because if he's going to get the blame, he has to get the credit as well.
Agreed, but like I said, he needs a few more classes for me before I'm completely off the fence.
Understandable. For me,
That's
if
fair.
you flip Davis Sanders, I'm all the way in because, I mean, I've seen the development on the line. At first, I didn't think he was developing and I didn't think he was recruiting. So I just thought he was just wasting space. But obviously, he's definitely developing because there's been so many changes and line shifts. And granted, you have to give credit to the players because they're the ones actually performing and doing it. But they also have to be coached on proper technique. And then they have to be able to implement it and have the intelligence. So he's obviously identifying the right players and they're developing. So if he could flip David Sanders and start getting elite players who he could also develop in the same manner, we're going to be formidable for years to come.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I agree. I'm just saying, holding judgment off for a little while longer.
That's understandable. If you look at what he did with Simmons, though, when Simmons got here, he was a right tackle from San Diego State.
Yeah.
And he had kind of a rough year last year. I mean, he did get better as the year went on. Then this year, he stepped it up a whole nother notch. And heck, he could have been the first tackle taken off the board. So he blew his knee out. So
right.
I definitely give him credit for developing Simmons for sure. If he flips Sanders and the way this line's played this year, I say the guys earn my respect. I mean, sure, we need to see him get a couple more, what he could do in a couple more classes, but I think he's safe for another year or two.
Do you think we get another year out of any of our tackles? Or you think they go to the NFL?
I heard Simmons is going to the NFL, but that's the rumor right now.
I haven't heard either way, so just curious.
Yeah, and Fryer's out of eligibility.
Yeah, I knew
and
Fryer was.
Going too.
Did Zen have surgery?
I believe so.
I felt really bad for him.
Oh, you said Zen? Or did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure about Zen. I thought you meant Seth.
No, I know Seth is having surgery. I felt so bad for Seth. He deserves some sort of reward. He's a great leader. Him and Howard both.
Yeah.
All the transfers, this whole team is filled with great leaders. It's been awesome to watch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So did you put out your score prediction for the game tomorrow?
49-7 Buckeye win.
All right.
Yeah, I love that. I love that score. You're almost in line with me. I don't think we give up a touchdown to them.
I think we give up first drive and that's it.
Yeah, I'm giving them a field goal on that drive.
My prediction's 38-0. They're going to go with the shutout. Don't give it up any points.
I think Bryson Rogers gets a touchdown this game.
Yeah.
He's
What
an
about
awesome.
my boy B.I., Brandon Ennis?
I think he might throw a touchdown this game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, instead of Emeka. I think he'll throw one to either JJ or Emeka.
Well, he did play quarterback in high school for one season because their starting quarterback got injured.
I know, that's why I said that.
Do you guys think we're going to see Mylan Graham at all?
I don't.
I'd love to see it, but I don't think so.
Neither do I, especially because I think Day wants to stick it to the team up north. I think he's going to pour on.
I think Mylan's going to be great, though.
Same.
I do too. Did he have any snaps this year at all?
Mylan Graham, not on offense. I think he got some special team play.
Okay.
Which is, I guess, that's good for a freshman to get on special teams.
I thought maybe they let him return a kick, or punts, but
yeah.
I think Sonny has 2 sacks and a forced fumble this game.
Sonny?
Yeah.
What's your bold prediction, Sean?
My bold prediction, I'm going to say that Jack and JTT both have 2 sacks each. I think they're going to ball out. I think they're going to ball out for their senior day. I think they're both going to. I think they're going to tear them up. Go out the right way.
I'm going Caleb Downs pick 6 and Iggy interception. I keep picking Caleb Downs for a pick every single week. Eventually, I'm going to be right and I'm going to hit.
What'd you guys think of that punt return? Wasn't that awesome?
Yes, it was.
It was amazing.
I loved it. So cool.
I heard Matt Finkus talking about it on the radio, and he made a good point. He said he almost prefers that a defensive guy return punts. Because he said usually the offensive guys, they're more, they'll fair catch it, but the defensive guys don't barely get to touch the ball. So they want to touch the ball and try to make something happen. So I can agree with this point.
It's great when you have someone electric like Caleb Downs back there. He was his senior year. He was arguably the best running back in the state of Georgia, even over Justice Haynes, who's a running back for Bama, and we were after him hard.
Yeah, I know we were.
Day said when he went to watch him play a high school game that Caleb was so electric. They never came off the field. He returned punts. He played defense, and he was a running back. He said he's the best player he saw, has ever seen.
And guess what game that was?
Was it against Buford?
Yep, it was the biggest game of the year. I still remember that, man. It was standing room only. There was no seats and bleachers, and that Edric Houston was there. He was young. The guy, he's at Syracuse now, but he had a committable offer to UGA. King Joseph Edwards, he was on that team. That team was stacked, that Buford team, and Mill Creek Caleb Downs is just that guy, man. KJ Bolden was on that team.
I got a question for you, Melo. Do we land Tyler Atkinson?
Hey, Melo, did you hear what she said? Oh, I think he's frozen. I think he's frozen there, Mika.
Oh, man.
I think we have a good shot of landing him from what I hear, because I hear he's pretty excited about that with the defensive change and how they're blitzing the linebackers a lot, that he could, fall back into that position.
He's a monster, man. I want him bad.
He's definitely maybe the top 1 or 2, player on the defensive side in that class. I mean, defensive player in the class coming out.
I'd like to have Juice Gerald's too.
That one, Melo said Deuce is pretty high, lean towards Ohio State from what he's heard.
Yeah.
On the offensive side of the ball tomorrow, who do you think makes a big statement? Who are you looking for to have a really big game tomorrow?
I think Will Howard steps up and proves that he needs to be in the Heisman race.
Okay, give me two defensive players you think, two guys that are going to stand out tomorrow that you're looking for.
Sonny and Downs.
Two good picks. Melo said he froze for a second. He says he thinks Tyler's lean our way that we get him.
That would be awesome. I'd love it.
Have you seen any tape on Jameer Brown?
He is lightning fast. I'm so glad he's a Buckeye.
Isn't he? I mean, he's awesome.
He is like Ted Ginn 2.0, but built better.
I mean, he's bigger than Teddy is. I think they said he was 6'2", and that he had a chance to run for. That he had a chance to go to the Olympics and run the relay, but he's turning it down to play college football.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Man, gonna have him and Chris Henry Jr. That's scary.
I was a huge fan of Chris Henry's dad. I'm a Bengals fan. Don't hold that against me.
Well, I'm a Browns fan, so I mean, I really can't talk. So my team's horrible, so I can't, criticize anybody.
There's a reason college football is my favorite sport.
Yeah, mine too. And Brady Edmonds, what do you think of him?
I think he's gonna be a Buckeye, and I think we end up landing an Ohio kid in 26, either Bernard or Konatowski.
Now, my sister saw Bernard play, and she said he was exciting to watch. He's a real big kid. Got a great arm, very athletic. She's the principal of Marion Harding, and she got to see him play this year when they played Ashland. Hey, Dev!
Yo, what up, Mika?
Hey, Dev. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Where the heck did Melo go?
He froze.
He froze on us.
Did he?
Yeah.
I think I scared him off.
Nah. Hey, Mika, did you give your score prediction for the game yet?
Yes, I did. 49-7, Buckeye win.
Oh, okay. 29-7. All right, cool.
49-7.
I'm back, brother.
Holy crap. All right. Hey, fellas,
go do your thing. Go take a break, brother.
Take a break, bro. We got
to run back. I got to run to the store. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right, brother.
Hey, Dev, you better drive. It's faster.
Jeez.
So what you got? Oh, Mika. So yeah, with Tyler Atkinson, I'm praying. I think just from what I know and being around this area, we're definitely in this top 2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the way our linebackers are playing compared to Georgia, I'll give us a nod as of right now. But anything can happen, money involved.
What you feeling?
He's going to command Jeremiah Smith money. He's that good.
Yeah, I figured.
Now she asked about Deuce Gerald also.
Deuce Gerald's? Collins Hills is very Buckeye friendly, so we're gonna have to see. That's gonna be a battle as well. But that kid is exceptional. He when I was at the game, first play of the game, he blew up a kid that signed to go to UGA, put him right on his back. Then they were in a tight game against him. He ran a couple of touchdowns in as a running back. He was lined up at wide receiver in the slot. Like, the kid's ridiculous.
Yeah, if we could somehow land Tyler Atkinson and Deuce Gerald, that would be amazing.
Absolutely.
What you feeling on Curtis?
Jared Curtis?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough because we have Julian Sand, we have Tavian St. Clair. Is he going to be willing to wait his turn? Now, I think we would be the best fit for him, but a lot of these kids want to come in and play from day one. So
I really want to take an Ohio kid in 26.
I mean, there's a couple we could take that. There's a couple we could take, and
I want Bernard.
Is he better than Curtis though?
No, but we could develop him, and he'll stick around longer.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, in this day and age, quarterbacks will enter and exit the portal so easily that you hit Jared Curtis, and if he decides to leave, you can replace him with somebody else if you need to.
I don't think Curtis is coming here, though. Honestly.
Maybe. Why do you think that?
I think he's going to want too much money, and we got too many good quarterbacks on the roster, and he's not going to want to wait.
I mean, that's probably valid.
The bad thing about quarterback is, you only play one at a time, so it's not like any other position. So they're not going to want to stick around, especially if they got to wait more than 2 years.
Yes.
Someone that skilled like Curtis, he'll be gone. He'll go somewhere where he can play either as a freshman or at least start as a sophomore.
And don't forget, we got Brady Edmonds that's probably going to be coming.
Yeah, I think we land him for the 27 class.
Yep.
For sure.
But I'd like to see him take Bernard in the 26 class. This is a kid to develop. I mean, the kid's big, he's athletic, and he's got a strong arm. He's kind of built like Ben Roethlisberger, so I think he would be, you never know. He could end up being better than anybody else.
He reminds me of a cross between Will Howard and Ben Roethlisberger.
Dang, that sounds like a quarterback I want.
He's
6'6". He's 6'6", man. He's got a strong arm, but he's really athletic too, man. He can move.
He can run.
Yeah. Yep.
He's got like 22 rushing touchdowns. Impressive.
So what do you think of Trey Taylor?
I don't know that one.
The quarterback from Illinois.
Oh, yeah. He's been impressive. I'm surprised what Brett has done with that squad. I don't like Bielema, though.
You don't like dealing with who?
I don't like Bielema.
Oh, yeah. Bielema from Illinois?
Yeah. Ever since the KJ Hill incident, I don't like him.
Yeah.
That was dirty.
Yep. But, it's Ohio State. Everybody's trying to be dirty against us. They don't want to face us head up.
Yep. Because I know they can't win either.
Right.
That's one thing I am worried about on Saturday is I'm trying to take some cheap shots and try to get us into some stupid penalties, try to get people ejected.
As long as we're not out there headbutting people again.
Yeah, no kidding. They got to keep their head.
Yeah.
Our tight ends have really stepped up this year. I've been proud of them.
They've gotten better as the year's gone on.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
I like seeing Jelani get more involved.
Jelani, man, that's my guy. He's always been a beast since high school.
I'll tell you what, though, Bennett Christian's really stepped up in the blocking role, man. He's really a great blocker.
Absolutely.
I know. Everybody laughed at, when he fell down that time and the ball hit him and the helmet when he slipped on the ground, but he's really stepped up and been probably the best blocking tight end we have. He's improved, but he's still not a great blocker, but at least he tries.
Yeah, no.
We've really improved in that area, though.
So what's your guys' stat line? What do you think Will Howard's going to have tomorrow?
350 plus passing, and maybe I'll go 75 rushing.
I'll go I'll go 50 rushing, 1 touchdown, 300 passing, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Nice.
So I look for Quinshawn and Trey to get a couple rushing touchdowns.
Yep. So what's the score of the Georgia Tech game? Chat, let me know. I'm not watching it right now currently.
Georgia was losing 17-0 last time I saw.
I think they might be down 20-6.
Last I heard, Georgia scored, but I haven't looked at the score recently.
They shanked the field goal really bad.
Is it 40 yet? Tyler, I emailed that link to you, by the way. Yes, it's the fourth quarter. Let's go. You know what it would be? That's going to be crazy, though, if Georgia loses this game and then wins the SEC championship.
That'd be garbage.
So, everybody, I'm about to bring on my boy Doug Zilla to the building. What's up, Doug?
What's up, guys? OH.
Ayo, baby.
Ayo.
How y'all feeling?
I'm good.
I'm doing all right.
Fantastic.
How's the weather out your way, man?
Oh, so check it. I'm actually not in Phoenix, Arizona right now. I am in Vacaville, California, and I am freezing my butt off. I'm in Northern Cali. It's called Vacaville, California. It's like inland from the Bay Area, probably about an hour or so due east of the Bay Area, San Francisco and Oakland, if you're not familiar. And my brother's up here, and so I decided to spend Thanksgiving with him and his wife, and they opened up their daughter's room to me, their 1-year-old daughter. So it's like if you see some pink hue and everything like that, that's where I am. Yeah, I had to throw up the blanket real quick.
Man, you don't have to lie to kick it, Zilla. We know you like pink. That's your color, right? You're part of the Cam era.
Hey,
you like that
listen,
pink.
You know, it's pimping over here. But it's gonna be exciting. I can't wait to see the game tomorrow. I actually have my my little 1-year-old niece. She's gonna be all decked out in her little Buckeye cheerleader costume. Yeah, we got family up here. Yeah, we're gonna turn some non-believers into believers up here too. But I definitely just got done having dinner with my family, and I out of nowhere, right behind me sits a guy with a gold M on his chest, and I was just like, man, this is not happening to me.
Yeah, no,
it's not. Man, I was like,
McDonald's.
yeah. They were golden arches for sure. So, but yeah, I was playing golf this morning, and I was like, you know what? Golf is a good game to get me to start hating people and start a good rant going. So, I think I'm about fired up. Hey,
but when you get your daughter dressed, we need to see some pictures. Send them in. We can post it on the show probably.
Yeah, I'll see if the mom allows her, if my sister-in-law allows her to, go public. We'll see about it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah. How's everybody doing?
We're good, man.
Good.
Doing good.
So
the party don't start till Zilla gets in the house, man.
You know what?
Yeah.
It's just different because I can't spell everything right now.
Right. One word at a time. Somebody else is doing it in the chat for you.
I dig it. I love it. And
yeah, they were using some words I can't repeat, but it was something for
my brother is a preacher, so I'll try to refrain from certain words too.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's your thoughts on the game? What do you think is going to happen?
Thoughts on the game? I think it's going to be there's two ways I look at it, right? You either unleash, or we're actually going to be playing this tinkering game that we've been playing for the longest time because we don't want to necessarily reveal our hand that we have been hiding for the longest time. But I would think so. On one hand, I think, okay, we could have a 13-21 win. And then on the other hand, I'm like straight blowout. We're 63-10. So I don't know if anybody else put that in, but I think at first they're going to have a little bit of juice for us at the beginning of the beginning of the first half, and then I definitely think they're going to have those little tricks up their sleeves. Like Wink Martindale likes to change up the defensive scheme and the defensive looks by the second half, so it's supposedly confusing us or whatever. But we saw how well that worked out for people like Texas, right? So
yeah.
Well, I wouldn't expect them to do nothing but throw trick play. I mean, they're going to try everything they can to beat us. So any trick play, we got to be, watching out for. I mean, Donovan Edwards throws a halfback pass at least 2 or 3 times a year. So he got us last year or the year before on that. So they'll try anything they can to win,
Yeah, absolutely. One thing's for sure, I don't necessarily, for being an offensive line coach, offensive line guru, I haven't really seen anything impressive about that coming from the offensive line from the University of Michigan. Oh, that team up north.
Hold up, you about to get kicked off the chat? No,
yeah. No, it's so funny because
I want to give you. I want to allow you to say some final thoughts. I'm gonna throw Tyler up here. What's your final message to Buckeye Nation?
Me?
Yes.
Anyone that goes to the game, be as loud as possible. I'm not going to the game, but you'll be able to hear me clear in Columbus. I promise you.
Thank you, Mika.
Thanks, Mika.
You up here on the show in a little bit, so we can do another recruiting show if you're up to it.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we'll stay in contact with you, and we'll try to set something up here in the future soon.
Good to finally do a show with you, Melo.
Absolutely, Mika. Go Bucks, OH.
I am.
Right on, Mika.
Now I'm about to bring in my boy, your boy, everyone's
favorite,
Tyler with a K. What's up, baby? How you doing?
My man, Tyler
So
K.
I got something to say, Melo, Sean, Doug. I ran into one of their fans today.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
I mean, it couldn't go. Hold on, before you go into the story, it couldn't have went the way we were all thinking because you're here on the live.
Yeah, you're not in jail now. Right.
So go ahead, proceed.
So I was doing some shopping, right? I was doing some shopping for getting my house ready. I ran into one of their fans today, and so I was just like doing nice and being nice and respectful and all that stuff. Yeah, me and him were sharing a picture together, and we were, and then I showed him a picture of Will Johnson not playing, and Buddy cried, and I was like this. I was like, why are you shocked? Why are you shocked? He hasn't played all year long.
He hasn't shown up even when he was healthy.
Exactly. So I'm like, why are you crying?
Sad case.
Arkansas State was beating his butt, man. He was getting burned every time he played.
Exactly. And they're talking about Optimus Prime wouldn't have done that. Optimus Prime would have cooked him.
And guys, I got something to celebrate for tomorrow after the game.
Don't tell me it's a Wolverine head.
No. A nice bottle of champagne.
Let me see. Ooh. Who's that? That looked like
Snoop.
Ghostface Killer or something.
That's Snoop. I think that's Snoop, ain't it?
Yep, it's Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
He has his own champagne.
It's a whole company called 19 Crimes.
Man, you better let me tell you something, man. Snoop was going to those Diddy parties, I heard. So you better have somebody.
bro.
Because if you wake up blacked out and your pants is off and you laying on your stomach, just know I warned you.
Oh my God!
I warned you here first, man. I don't know. I can't mess with that Snoop.
Well, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that.
Won't forget,
so
right?
that's if I made a mistake, that's on me.
It's all good. It's all good. At least it isn't baby oil. So I mean,
there ain't no baby oil.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
but yeah, I ran into another one of their fans the day before that too, Melo. I was at Walmart and I told him the same thing. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm not going to stop believing that we're going to lose until the game's over." I'm like, dude,
these people
you
are
guys
delusional.
they're 6-5 right now.
You can't throw a 4 pass past 5 yards, no matter what Ferris told them. See, that's the thing. They were all listening to Ferris. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And okay, who else checked out? We already said Will Johnson checked out, or whatever his name is.
Loveland is out.
There we go. Colston Loveland's out. So
they definitely not doing anything.
It's receiver one. As sad as it sounds,
you might as well just pop that bottle of champagne right now.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
While you on live, so that way if something happens to you, right? Then we can all.
I want to see it when they're crying. I want to pop it when they're crying.
Yeah, I understand that.
I want to see Samaj Morgan cry.
Oh yes, I want them to take. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I want him to not. I want him to start the game, but not to finish the game. You know
Go ahead, say it. It's
you know what I mean?
It's 8 week.
Take his knees out. No, that's going to get clipped, and somebody's going to come back to me with that. Hopefully not, but I'm not that important.
I would like to say. I mean, I would like to never mind, because we got to play Oregon next week. But I was going to say I would love to test out the targeting rule to a kneecap. See how because they did the butt targeting earlier this year.
They didn't. Some depending on what kind of refs we got. Some they didn't call it for Shedeur. So and that's not saying anything about Shedeur. I just know that he got hit late, and that was nasty.
Yep. And didn't Kirk also say that no one calls it if you're an offensive lineman? So
chop block.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he always talks about putting the knee to the or helmet to the knee. Awesome.
Yep.
So I know about that. I've done it in high school a couple times. It works every time, man. I'm telling you.
It sucks when you're a defensive end. Oh, Mason Graham might have a yeast infection and not show up tomorrow. So
that's why I was like, "What's hurt on Will?"
He needs a bottle of Vagisil.
Yeah,
he'll be all right.
And just say it like that. We don't want y'all to be demonetized before y'all can even make money. So
we're just talking about actual products you can buy at the store. You can't demonetize me for that.
You can find them in
what
the
I
future.
don't understand, guys, is I've been thinking this all week long, right?
We can see the smoke coming out.
Is my brain cannot comprehend with the fact that they somehow think that they still have a chance of winning this game.
Nah, I'm not even gonna They're just so how we say once we get this win we're gonna be insufferable, dude. Yeah. This is just pent up for 2 decades. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they're gonna take every moment that they can because of the fact that soon enough, it's going to come to an end. It's going to come to a head, and they're going to have to hear us again for however long we decide.
About 14 hours is about to start to come to an end.
They're enjoying every second. Every second they can get of it.
Yep.
Man. So I have a question. So I was just thinking about, the 2 inactives for their team. And I was thinking about Jackson Smith and Jigba and Nick Bosa. How did you guys feel when those guys were not able to compete?
Well, Nick had a serious injury, though.
Nick had a serious injury. Yeah.
I was disappointed because we got deprived out of watching Chase Young and Nick Bosa just destroy O-lines. It would have been unblockable. That team's winning the natty period. So that was my first thought. My second thought was man, he just left the team and went to Cali. I know you're injured, but dang, you just left to get ready for the draft and the combine instead of being here with your brothers. But whatever. Yeah. JSN, I was more angry with the program itself because of the turf. And if you remember and you can recall, we were having a lot of soft tissue injuries, back to back, a lot of them. So like
I
that
think
kind of
even Trey was out for a little bit.
And then with them rushing him back, I didn't understand why you were rushing him back. We were winning. We didn't need you to rush him back. So like with all that together, it kind of made me angry.
Okay.
But it wasn't the same thing as if I'm a Team Up North fan and Will Johnson is just like, I'm getting ready for the draft. I don't want to lose my stock. The team is trash. I'm getting cooked by Akron State and Arkansas State and every other mid-major.
Akron State is crazy.
You know, and every other D3 school in America.
Hey, as a man of 3-3-0.
Now, what's going to happen when I got to face some real dogs
Akron.
like the Ducks wide receivers or the Ohio State wide receivers?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to just go ahead and tap out right now. And Colson Loveland, we know you tapped out. Caleb Downs is going to completely take you out the game. You are going to have maybe one catch the whole game. You aren't going to do anything. So you decided to sit as well. And I don't care. Yeah, you got hurt in the first half because you knew what was coming in next week, and you're like, this is a good time to fake an injury.
So how long was Colson Loveland around? Was he around since 2020?
But this is junior year.
Because
this is junior year.
Because I was going to say if he didn't start his career ducking and dodging the Ohio State University, he sure did end his career ducking and dodging the Ohio State University.
Yep.
So, you know, hopefully they get better. I hope they don't go to my favorite teams, but you know, my favorite.
Hold on, did you say teams?
Singular.
Oh, okay. Who's your team?
You can go to the Browns. I don't care. Go to the Bengals.
Hey man, hey.
Don't go to the Bengals.
No.
Don't go to the Bengals. Who they?
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. No.
Y'all need something.
Let me say this for
tight.
Nick Bosa, right? Because he went to my team, the 49ers. So after he came from his injury, from his abdominal injury, he had a fantastic freshman year as a defensive player. And we went to the Super Bowl. We should have won that game. And then after that, he has significant drop off. So honestly, I don't mind the fact that Nick Bosa sat out because my team got him.
But your team was going to get him anyway.
I know, but it's just like right now, he's not worth the money right now. It's just he's not playing good.
See, I wanted him to play because we win a natty that year. They're unblockable. You got to double team both of them, and that's impossible.
The thing is, though, guys, they couldn't have played. They had serious. It's not like Will Johnson and Loveland. They're just sitting out because of bull crap injuries. Nick Bosa and JSN had to have surgeries. I mean, they would have been able to play. I mean, that sucked because that was the last time we were going to get to see either one of them. I mean, JSN tried to come back, and even against doctor's wishes, he still went out there and tried to gut it out, but he still couldn't do it. So, I mean, no one could say he's soft. I mean, he tried his butt off to come back, and he just couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, well,
49ers are facing the Bears this weekend?
Yeah, we're facing the Bears. My buddy's a Bears fan, too.
What do you think's going to happen in that game?
I hope we win. I've legitimately given up, Melo. Honestly, they've been playing so bad, and it's making me. It hurts me. It hurts me. Like I physically. I feel like I've had this suspicion this whole time, and every week is giving me more validation that it's true. I don't think they've mentally gotten over the Super Bowl.
That could be true.
You know what else I haven't mentally gotten over? The last 3 years of the team up north cheating. And I'm ready for a belt to ass. I know we're supposed to say BTA now, and that's what Mama Sanchez said. But BTA, and it's time, and I cannot wait.
Rent is due.
So originally, we were supposed to do this podcast for a 24-hour stream. That's what the original idea was. We were going to go 24 hours up until the game. and then go and watch the game. But we realized, like, man, we might not make it through the game. But yeah, we might try that next year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're going to get wrapped up into this game. Of course, we're going to be like head over heels because we're going to be unsatisfied because we're Buckeye fans, and we're going to be nail biting and everything until we get an actual score, like score separation, right? Yeah, that's my niece. So, yeah, she probably doesn't have her bottle right now, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute the mic and then come in when I can.
I didn't even hear anything. Did y'all hear something?
Good. He's good.
So what else you want to talk about, fellas?
Well, I mean, other than you guys were talking about, who your respective teams were playing for Sunday, and let me just say, I'm a Buckeye and I'm a Bengal, and I have both my rivalry teams this weekend. So there's a lot of hate going on, and if you've been on my timeline on my Twitter or my X, you'll see there's been a lot of hatred going on, and so the Bengals have to play the Steelers or that team out east. So
what's the team out east?
Pittsburgh Steelers. Shout out to all the Steelers fans in the chat.
Boo! Shout out the Steelers, boy. Boo. You got to root for the Steelers. That's one of my teams. Just
that's one of your teams, plural.
No, I got two teams. I'm gonna be honest. You only allow one for the NFC and one for the AFC. Somebody told me
I got the same mentality.
Okay.
So I got the Houston Texans. Because my boy CJ is over there, and Stover's over there. And then my first team, that's my second team. My first team is always going to be the New Jersey
Cowboys.
Giants.
See, my other team is the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
How? You have some random teams.
No. See, I had this mentality. I only like one team from Ohio, and that's this team.
Yeah. Same.
And I just can't stand other teams from Ohio other than this team because I am very much a sore loser. So the past 3 years have been nothing but miserable for me and Melo.
Yeah.
I got you.
But how do you go to West Coast though?
Well, because I don't know. It's just for one, the 49ers are scarlet, so it's scarlet gray and scarlet gold. So it's like fell in love for that. But then I'm a huge Peyton Manning fan, so I didn't follow him. I didn't like Peyton Manning I didn't really follow football until later in my teens, and my first team I saw was the Denver Broncos. I was like, oh, Peyton Manning.
Okay, got you.
So,
that makes sense.
So so I originally had two AFC teams, but my brother always tells me you have too many teams, bro. And so I was like, okay, but I first started out liking the Titans because they are going from Houston Oilers. And they had all these cool color change and logo change. They looked real cool and macho. But on top of that, they had Heisman winner Eddie George on there.
Yes.
And bruh,
Air McNair.
Air McNair. Oh, bro.
Air McNair.
Big body. Oh, one time for him. Big body quarterback who could sling the ball, pause, and then just it was hard to tackle the brother. So that was a cool little show, and then they, the greatest show on turf came about. But I was like, well, if I were to choose a team out of Ohio, it would probably be the Bengals, and then Ocho Cinco started showing up. So I kind of was still partial to, rooting for the Titans or whatever, but Chad Ochocinco came around, gold teeth, dances, gold hair, gold jackets, everything. So that's how that came about.
How'd you end up
Super Bowl
a Browns fan, man? I
was born and raised, man.
They never were a winning franchise.
Yeah,
when they first
I grew
started.
up in Northeast Ohio too. It's
You weren't
Bernie
around.
Kosar.
You
I feel
old,
bad
but you're
for
not
you.
that old.
Hey man, Bernie Kosar was my hero growing up, man. I'm a diehard Browns fan. I'm an Indians fan, Cavs fan, and Buckeyes fan. I mean, the Browns are the only team.
I got to yell at the chat because they didn't tell me that Georgia
Oh,
Tech scored.
that's what I was about to say.
And they're
Georgia
up
Tech's
27-13 with 5:30 left to go in the game.
5:30 left? Oh my goodness.
Chat, you're supposed to be keeping me updated. What's going on?
Come on,
Chat?
Georgia
Like,
Tech.
come on.
Come on, Georgia Tech.
Blitz, I see you got the time up there. Maybe I missed
What's the score?
27-13.
See, I root for the Browns because they're the only team in Ohio.
Now there's the
pro
Bengals.
football team. That's Northern Kentucky.
Oh, you calling them the Kentucky Bengals?
Yeah, Northern Kentucky. That's what Cincinnati is. It's Northern Kentucky.
Man, don't be disrespecting the nasty natty, the 513 like
Oh,
that, baby.
the Queen City. I wonder why they call it the Queen City.
Yeah,
I wonder why they call it the Queen City. I wonder why they call it the Queen City.
What's the most powerful piece on the chessboard?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes,
the Queen.
Yeah, you know it. Like my whole family from both sides are from the nasty natty. So I've never been to Cleveland. I heard the flats are pretty nice to go to.
I've been to Cleveland, Melo. Don't.
What the
flats? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're from Akron, boy.
I heard the flats are actually redone.
They are.
I think it was LeBron money, championship money.
Was it really?
Tyler trying to diss on freaking Cleveland. He's from Akron. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I've been to Akron too. It's scary.
Bro, how you not an Akron State fan? Let's get to the bottom of it. Like you gotta be with Chris Drew. I gotta root for Akron State.
Akron State. Hey, my sister goes there.
Oh yeah? Yeah. Now you definitely gotta root for them. No?
Home of Julian Edelman.
Does that work? Do you gotta root for the school your sister goes to? I'm asking.
Oh, no, he went to Kent. He went to Kent. My bad. He went to Kent.
Yeah.
See,
Him and Josh Cribbs.
I'm asking for Justin Fields. Do you have to root for the school your sister goes to?
No. If I was Justin Fields, I'd disown her.
Where's she go?
You guys root for your sister.
Don't tell me she
goes
goes
to the team up north.
Get out of here, bro.
No, my sister's a diehard. Well, my other sister's a huge diehard Buckeye fan.
So Justin Fields' little sister is going to the team up north.
No,
I would disown her.
Just forget her. Forget her.
I mean, is she gonna be a beast?
Yeah, I mean, look at her.
You know, more power to her. Best wishes to her athletic career, but that's where it stops, bro.
See,
sorry.
I got a problem with that though. Some people they have to learn the hard way that their life choices are sometimes make good choices and sometimes make bad choices. So she made a horrible life choice and didn't learn from her brother. And she's going to regret it.
Maybe the Ohio State didn't extend a scholarship offer to her.
Yeah.
You know, Ohio State's funny like that.
Well, she could have went to Purdue then. She didn't have to go to Michigan.
Exactly.
There's 100 other schools to go to.
The Ohio
Was she
State
volleyball?
not sending her
Soccer?
Basketball, I believe.
Basketball.
Okay. Yeah. His other sister plays softball. She went to UGA.
That's right.
So their whole family is freakishly athletic, man.
Mm-hmm.
She could have went to UConn. UConn's awesome at basketball. She should have went to UConn.
Yeah, UConn is a beast
anywhere.
at basketball.
You gotta be a certain caliber to go there.
She ain't that caliber?
I don't know, probably not. If she got offered by UConn and didn't go there, that's kind of insane. Unless you're getting offered by South Carolina right now or LSU.
Maybe they had a good doctoral program at that team up. Nah, that's hard to believe.
I'm
trying to liken her to David Sanders.
Salute to Maze Madman, but like get that Go Flu stuff off of here with your McDonald's emblem. Bro. Look, he's throwing up the McDonald's emblem.
Yeah, the McDonald's sign.
Hey man,
would you like the fries supersized?
Hey man, I was a barbecue sauce in my nuggets.
Yeah, bro. Flip them fries double time.
Hey man, fix that ice cream machine. Fix that ice cream machine, man.
You know they
Just kidding, bro.
Fixing the ice cream machine.
Like,
come on, it's always broke.
Machine that's always broken.
No kidding, man. Come on, man. Fix that machine.
Man, you know somebody from the team up north, or the college up north, or the cheaters up north, or whatever else you want to call them.
That mental
owns
institution
McDonald's,
up
and that's
north.
why all the ice cream machines don't work.
That makes sense.
So
yeah,
I got
it
questions
does,
for you
man.
guys.
You know what's going to be the best part about tomorrow?
What?
Besides Ryan Day, I hope he goes on an epic rant at the end of the game, and all the players as well. I really do. This is so worth it. But I want to see. I hope if any of you players are listening, any of the parents, please give the players a roll of Cottonelle or Charmin Cottonelle toilet paper tissue and hand it to Charmin Moore and let him wipe his tears with it at the end of the game. They say, Jim, we did it for you. This was for you, baby.
My man called him Charmin Moore. I've been calling him Sharon. I've been calling him Sharon this whole time.
Oh, I've been calling him
the cousin of Karen.
Because he's always crying. Even his running back was looking at him like, what is wrong with this dude? Why is he crying? Blake was thrown off.
And dude, at the end of the game, he'll be crying, Connor, come back. Connor, where are you? Connor.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
And be as honest as possible. So, how many points do you want to see them score to be satisfied as a Buckeye fan?
See, who score? Us or
us?
Team up north?
I want to see a definite win. I want to see a definite win that carries us into the next chapter. That's all.
What about you, Sean?
I want 70.
I really want to see. I really want to see 100. Like honestly, that's what my heart says. But that's also empty in the tank, and that's also we might have to show a lot. You know what I'm saying? We still holding some cards close to the chest. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think we're good enough that we don't have to show that many cards. I mean, look at Urban Meyer that year. They had 62 points, and they could have put up 70, and they chose not to. They took the foot off the accelerator. Yeah, and it was funny because freaking Urban, they did an interview with Urban, and Urban said when he was on the sideline, they called down to his headset and said, hey, they were doing that last drive, and they go, if you score, it'll be 69 points. If you kick the field goal, the extra pointer, you go for 2, you get 70. And he goes, I'm glad I didn't have to make that decision at the end. He goes, I probably would have went for 2. But he was told ahead of time on that drive, hey, man, you score here. You go for 2 and you get 70 points. I was praying they would have scored that last touchdown just because I wanted to see 70.
Man.
Why didn't he want to make that decision? I forgot why.
Maybe because he didn't want to see 69 on the board. I don't know.
Well, I just think because it would have made him look like he was running the score up,
Who cares? That's what we're supposed to do.
Hey, shout out to Steely. I think is he playing nice tonight? He
ain't
chopping no heads.
Steely the man. See, Steely, they didn't believe in you. I'll be sticking up for you all the time, brother. They're like, Steely, he gonna get kicked out the chat. I'm like, not tonight.
Right, hey, that's my bro. That's my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Melo, Grandpa's being good tonight.
Yeah, bro.
Gramps.
Grandpa's.
We got him a brand new pack of Depends. You know how that goes. He's happy right now.
Boy.
Hey man, he's down in Columbus right now.
You know what they ask you on death row? What do you want your last meal to be? Because they want you to be as comfortable as possible. Okay? So as long as you're comfortable as possible, go ahead. By all
That's
means.
for you, Maze. That's for you, 3M. He said this your last supper. You're not eating again after this.
You're dead, man. Walking.
Dead man walking. That's what they said when they're hauling him down the freaking Green Mile, buddy. Dead man walking.
Yep.
Hold on. Did the team up north already qualify for a bowl game?
No. Oh, wait. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think they did.
Wins.
They did a toilet bowl.
Man, I wish they would have had 5 wins, so it would all come down to this if they could go to the bowl, so we could stop them.
That would be
they're going to the toilet bowl.
I think it was a Kotex bowl.
Well, that would make this game even more significant. Spoiler against spoiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to the toilet bowl.
Yeah. Have fun with your Cheez-Its.
Hey, man, maybe they'll make the Motor City Bowl. That way they don't have to leave the state.
Man, I hope they do not come out to Arizona. Oh, my goodness.
Man, he knows this is all cap. Stop, 3M. You don't even believe this.
First of all, I don't even think Ryan. I don't even think Ryan Day.
What's going on?
What do you say?
This is Ryan Day's last game Saturday.
I don't think it's Ryan Day's last game.
Yeah, okay.
Like if Ryan Day were to lose, he'd just hear a whole lot of fire Ryan Day. But it would not make any economical sense to fire Ryan Day right now. Why would I let Ryan Day go when there are so many coaches out there with enough talent on the team for him to formulate something? No, that's stupid.
See,
I
don't understand the whole fire Ryan Day.
It's because we're fickle Ohioans.
I know we are, but it's with all this cheating. Do we really think that we want to fire him? Like,
No.
honestly,
Logical people
that's the other logical people don't, because if once this stuff starts coming out further and further and further, they're gonna be like, oh wow, like he had a good hand, and they just went ahead and peaked. They peaked on the other side, so they could go ahead and take away accolades and awards. They can go ahead and say, CJ Stroud up there looking dumb with Aiden Hutchinson. You really think
Howard.
Aiden Hutchinson? You think Hutch belongs up on a Heisman stage?
No.
TFO, bruh. No.
Oh, I
Mika,
can't wait.
absolutely. We're gonna get him. Just to let you know.
Hey, man, maybe Michigan will go to the Motor City Bowl. That way they don't have to drive.
We got a better path to the NFL for him. He's absolutely 100% going to be a Buckeye. I expect him to flip after this weekend.
Who's that?
Epi. He's a defensive end out of UCLA that we're trying to flip.
Well, y'all heard Dylan Stewart's not showing up to the party tomorrow.
Who, Jakeem Stewart?
Yeah, or Jakeem Stewart, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not showing up.
Oh, he's not coming anymore?
He's actually going to another game.
Which game?
What?
I forget.
USC?
There's only one game tomorrow.
USC.
They're saying he's going to USC.
What I was saying. That's what I was thinking. I don't know. They had a package for him. Pause. I don't know.
Well, from what I heard, I watched the USC little podcasts, and they said they gave him like a star movie role next to some elite actors. At 17, that's kind of hard to turn down, especially because you're going to get paid every time they sell that movie.
Unless it's a Diddy movie.
Diddy locked up, though.
That's a slippery situation.
And then you got to think about it. You could, with the transfer portal, the way it's set up, he could go there for a year, do the movie, get paid, take the NIL money for that year, and then transfer if you want.
Yeah, bro. This NIL is turning a lot of people into some farm teams.
Yep.
Yeah.
The whole placement developed as soon as the room clears out of a premier school, a blue blood, jump in. Yeah.
Man, it's bad when the team up north gets 50 M's and still can't even pull Jakeem Stewart. You guys are pathetic, bro.
Yeah, they dumped all 50 M's on one player.
Oh, and guys, do you want to know another? I don't know if this is a lie or not, but I saw this on Twitter, and there was a post. I'm pretty sure it was a lie, and I'm not going to call anybody out but there was a post where they had Arkansas flipping Bryce Underwood. So I was
Nah,
like,
that was fake.
Oh, that was fake.
Yeah,
Was
I know,
fake.
but I
saw
was just
that.
like, I don't know why they would make a lie about that. But I mean, like, if that were to happen,
they would have to pay him like 30 mil to do that. That's
They
crazy.
got Jerry Jones money though, so I mean, it's not
Who?
like Arkansas.
He's from.
They also got Tyson Chicken. They got Tyson Chicken money too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they got Walmart money.
That's how they were able to get Cal down there for basketball.
Who wants to live in Arkansas though?
Exactly.
Hey,
and what black man
millionaire
wants to live in Arkansas? Better yet,
you pay me $1 million to be peace and quiet and stay out of the way, I might just do it.
I can't live in Arkansas.
Down there.
Arkansas and Mississippi are off limits for me.
Too many sundown towns.
Hey.
Yeah, I could go anywhere else, but those two places. No thanks.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arkansas and Mississippi. I mean, shout out to my grandma. She's from Arkansas. She made it.
This is my bold prediction. And Maze, if you're still in the chat, I want to see your reaction. And this is what I truly feel too. I don't think Underwood will take a single snap under center at the team up north. I think he doesn't even show up on campus because once those sanctions hit, he's going to be like, nope, I'm out. Next highest bidder.
So somebody said something to the effect of they were pushing the extension for this NOA so that it doesn't come out before signing day.
Yeah, but you could sign it. You think his family's not smart enough to put a stipulation in there?
I hope they did.
They're not that dumb. Nobody's that dumb, especially someone like him.
Do you guys think Portnoy and this Daddy Warbucks, whomever the heck he is, do you guys think they just think, oh, okay, Underwood, you came and then you left. You think they're gonna allow him to keep the money?
Yeah, because I'm putting a stipulation in. If you get this, and this, I get to keep this, and this, and leave. If not, I'm not coming. You need me more than I need you.
Okay. I was thinking that they were. I thought they had the upper hand, but that makes sense. That does kind of make sense. So yeah.
They're also saying that money was spread out all 4 years, though. He wasn't getting it all at once.
Stop
it.
So,
Chill out. I would be saying the same things too because I love my school. So respect to you on that. But you are dog trash for that take.
You're going to be hung over. You keep drinking like that.
You're probably an upstanding citizen, but keep that in that state of north.
Probably drinking.
Man, dude, he's going to be hung over. He keeps drinking like that because he's drunk, man. He's got to be really drunk.
Or
I hope he's settled in somewhere and doesn't have to drive because
May, stop drinking the water from Flint. It'll give you brain damage. Do not drink the water from Flint.
Couple with the blood
he's from
pressure
Dayton,
meds, bro.
Like he lives in DC area.
Yeah, he's from Ohio, Dayton.
Bro, those are the most trash. I feel like they do that out of spite. If they don't have any family members from that state, and then like they're just touting the blue and the gold or yellow, I don't even give them gold. Screw that. Like, what are we like? Why are you doing? You're doing this out of spite, bro. And you're annoying. Get out of my face.
The other part that I don't understand. The rest of his family is Buckeye fans.
Yeah, he's doing it out of spite.
Maybe he got dropped down his head.
Tyler, are you coming back on at 11:30? Because I got to bring another guest in that's slotted for right now. That's waiting.
I can take off. Let Tyler talk for a little bit more. I've been on for a while.
All right.
I'll come back on.
Party like a rock star.
Hey, great to see you guys, brothers.
I
bro.
I-O.
The show.
Hey, so the next guest we're going to bring on, everybody knows him. The only sensible Team Up North fan. You guys know him as Burks. Wolverine.
Oh, my brother.
Oh, shoot.
Is that still your brother with that attire on?
Yeah, hold that anonymous identity, brother.
What's up, Burks? How you doing, brother?
Yo, what's up, man? So excited for tomorrow, and it's gonna be a fun day. You know, it could be really fun for me or really shit, but we'll see. You know, it'll be.
Hold on, it depends on what's your definition of fun.
Yeah,
If by
if
fun
we
you
win,
mean the
obviously.
Buckeyes winning 51-3, then you're gonna have a blast, my guy.
Yeah, hey man, you guys have been talking way too much shit. I ain't gonna lie, but you know, we're gonna let me give you my. So I'm gonna be honest with you in this game,
Yeah,
right?
give me your
I'm
assessment.
gonna try to be the most honest Michigan fan I try to be, right? So this game can be really ugly if you know if you guys don't stop a run game. If you stop a run game, it's basically over, right? You know, our receivers are really bad. Our tight end, Colson Loveland, if he plays, he's not 100%. You know, QB is just God. I don't even know what to say. The fact that he wants NFL, he has NFL dreams is even hard to believe. You know, and you know, it can be really ugly. But if you guys don't stop a run game, this can be a long day for you guys, you know, because of what we did at Northwestern. And I'm not going to lie. And if our defense makes some stops, our defense has been average, you know. If we make some stops and you guys just cannot stop our run game, then I can see this game being like 2016 where, you know, it's just, you know, it can be a close game. But Ohio State should take the win. It should be at least by, I'm going to be honest, it'll be probably maybe 2 touchdowns, I'd say. But like I said, if you guys don't stop a run game, it's going to be a long day. So
one of the things that, like, I definitely agree with you. I believe, though, one of the things that is going to play a factor is the crowd noise. I think that they're going to the feeding of energy between the play on the field and the fans in the stands, I believe, is going to be electrifying. And it's also going to help the team because when you stop cheering, you sometimes stop momentum, and it's indicative of stopping momentum stoppage. So, I mean, you have to shut up the crowd also. That's what I think.
Yeah, no. And another thing too is, you know, like I said, I feel like it's, hey, I understand why some guys can be stressed. You know, we did beat your guys' ass 3 times in a row, but, you know, at the end of the day, it makes sense that you guys can be stressed. But I'm just saying that, you know, yeah, you guys really have to stop a run game because of how we played against Northwestern.
This is what you got to do to beat us.
So funny.
What's that
Tyler.
sign right there?
So funny, Tyler. Come on, man.
First, I'm gonna be honest with you.
This is.
You guys won't score a touchdown. We're gonna shut down that run game. You can't throw. You have no wide receivers. You have no tight ends. Your defense is gonna be on the field all day. It's gonna be so obvious that you're gonna run. Davis Warren might not make it through the game. He's like $160. Yeah, and this is just my honest assessment. I just don't see you guys doing anything. And then you're not going to be running the ball when you're down. You're going to have to throw the ball. You're not going to get back in the game running the ball against us. You're going to be playing from a deficit most of the game, if not the entire game.
Yo, low-key,
Yeah,
I've been looking at your guys' like run defense, and lately it's kind of been trash. I'm not going to lie. In Oregon, you guys' run defense was terrible. I'm not going to lie, right?
Oregon had wide receivers that you had to account for that you guys do not have. They have legit first-round wide receivers.
Yeah, that's true.
We could stack the box and not even worry, and just we're gonna play y'all like we did Penn State. We're gonna man up on the outside, press man, and say, "Go ahead, try to run it." You're not gonna run, and you don't even have Colson Loveland, even though he wouldn't have done anything anyway. To be honest with you.
And Burks, we're gonna put 10 men in the box. Can you run against a 10-man box? Can you do it? I don't know.
You know what? You know what's been an interesting thing that has plagued Ryan Day in the past is time management and the opposite team holding the ball so much longer than he does. He was effective in getting the ball out and scoring the touchdown. Bet okay. Then it's time to turn it on the defense. The defense is out there for 5 to 10 minutes. This has stopped. This pattern has stopped. Shout out to Jim Knowles and shout out to guys actually making a play on the field and shout out to Chip Kelly. He knows, he's like, okay, This is what time management needs to be. So some of these things that we don't agree with sometimes, we also have to factor in, like, okay,
Oh,
we
and
need
shout
to
out to the
run.
special teams too.
Shout out to special teams. Yes, you have to make. I hope it doesn't come down to that.
This is a question for Bert. Is he wearing a mask to cover his shame?
No,
I mean,
Mecca, no. It's because I'm trying to, join the FBI, and I kind of want to keep my identity a secret, and the last thing I want is what if one day the people who try to, trying to do a background check, they're Buckeye fans and they know I'm a Michigan fan. Who knows, so I'm trying to keep my identity a secret, because if they find out I'm a Michigan fan, then I won't be, who knows, maybe I will not pass the so
you Ryan Day's brother? No, just
are you Ryan Day's brother?
Yeah, I don't think he's FBI. Isn't he like a lawyer or something? Or
he was something to the effect of some sort of investigator, and he also had a law background.
So yeah, I try to keep my identity a secret. In fact, it's funny part is the email is actually not even my email. It's my brother's email, so it's not my name. So it's pretty funny. But yeah, man. But
man, good luck to you, man, in your endeavor protecting our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
FBI.
Yeah,
I hope you make it and do big things.
Yeah, it's gonna.
And I hope you still come in the chat so we could talk trash to you.
Yeah.
But I will say this, right? Michigan is really, like, the fans, it seems like it's really pissing me off, because it really seems like they don't give a shit about winning this game. They feel like because they got Underwood, right? We got Underwood and we got all these people. They're taking the game like it's like I'm looking and reading in people's comments and stuff, and it seems like they're not stressed at all, which I think is kind of like bullshit. I feel like like I'll be stressed tomorrow. Obviously, it's just a game, And now these Michigan fans, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of my fan base, it's like they don't want to they don't actually care because they think their season's over. If you to beat Ohio State, if you beat Ohio State, how important that is, and now I'm kind of getting all mad because it's Underwood stuff, just landing him when he doesn't have, when the thing is that Underwood, he has not proven anything yet, and we all think that he's going to be the savior. Yes, he's more likely to be the savior because he's a number 1 QB recruit, but right now he hasn't proven to show anything yet, and until we see that, yeah, I don't know why we're just so overly positive.
May I interject? I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
So, even if you get Bryce Underwood, right?
Yeah.
Which you get.
Dude, he has his own clothing line, all right?
No.
He's signed everything, so we're going to get him, all right? This whole I'm not getting Underwood stuff, it's all BS, okay?
No, that's not what I was going to ask at all. What I was going to ask is, even if you get him, do you have the coaching to actually develop him?
Yeah, that's a good question. If we have Kirk Campbell, dude, if fucking Kirk Campbell stays, I'm literally going to freaking. Whoa! I want the whole team gone. Honestly, I will literally, beg Larry Ellison to buy all their damn contracts or fire them all, and give him a threat saying like, hey, I'm not going to give any more donor money to you guys unless all these 3 clowns, Sharon Moore, Kirk Campbell, if they keep Kirk Campbell and Wink for next year. I don't like both, but I guess Sharon is going to stay next year, and I guess you can give him another chance, but if he fails, he's out.
So I think
Tyler,
go ahead.
That brings up a great point that I wanted to say to Maze and Maniac that I had forgotten. That even if Bryce, the best thing that could happen for Buckeye fans is not that Bryce doesn't take a snap, is that Bryce goes to Team Up North and he fails, because how would they ever recruit another quarterback again?
Exactly.
Ooh. You make a mess of this guy? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree, man. I agree on that,
And Burks, another suggestion, next time you want to wear a mask to cover your face, though, I mean, that's cute and all, but you should have got a Brutus head because then it covers your entire face.
Yeah.
It's just a cleaner
Burks,
look. You know what I mean? The Brutus.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's never too late. It's never too late to change your citizenship.
This team
so much.
Hold on. You want to see my room? Bloody hell! It's too late. Are you kidding me? Look at my room, bro. Look at that. There's no damn Wolverine. There's a sticker at Block M.
We can take that sticker
off.
off.
They're all recyclable. I bet they all have the
Hey,
recyclable
it all belongs in the garbage.
Yo, look at these are all Michigan stuff, man. Look at
You
this.
know, it's getting
Burks, you
cold
can
out
donate
there.
that to our next
It's
fire
getting cold
video.
out.
Look at here,
I'm
man.
sure Tony has some good usage to that.
Yes, I could. I mean, he could. Yeah.
Oh, the battle of the masks.
Better mask.
Burks, have you seen the video that Tony made?
No, I did not actually.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
I don't know how to do it.
I got you. Hold
on. When Devan comes back on, I'm gonna have him played again for the.
I can tell Devan's getting on. Oh, nice.
Tony
it.
got it. Tony's about to pull it up.
Tony, you know how to do it?
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, throw that on.
Oh
yeah,
Burks, you're gonna enjoy it. This is just for you.
And Burks isn't wearing a paper bag mask either. He's still holding on to hope with pride. But we all know that pride comes before destruction. So I'm not here to quote the Bible or anything.
It's too late, bro. The Michigan plague has taken over me. So if you guys think
the fall is coming.
Hell no, no. It's too late. You saw my room. You've seen my room, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, I found it. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh yes.
This is a message for Buckeye Nation and a warning for that team up north. Buckeye Nation, I'm 41 years old. Do you know how I've stayed alive this long and believed so deeply in our Buckeyes all these years? Fear. The spectacle of fearsome acts. Someone steals from us, we cut off their heads. He offends us, we cut off his tongue. He rises up against us, we cut off his head, we stick it on a pike, and we raise it up high so all on the street can see it. If someone cheats us, we bring hell to their house and burn it down. That's what preserves the order of things, fear. And that one, Connor Stallions, who is he? A coward, a nobody. That team up north chose to lie, cheat, and steal from us and the sanctity of college football. They did that to get their crown, so now they must know. When you kill a king, you don't stab him in the dark. You kill him where the entire court can watch him die. So, at my challenge, by the ancient laws of combat, we will meet at the chosen ground to settle for good and all who hold sway over the game. Us, Buckeyes, born rightwise to this fine land, or the northern horde defiling it. And when we run on that field, that team up north will see us and know these words are true. They came riding a scarlet and gray horse. We know their name is the Buckeyes, and hell followed with a wage.
Hey, Tony, the shirt one.
What's up?
I
meant the shirt.
Yeah, the shirt
sorry.
one. Sorry.
That was like anonymous.
Yeah, because I was telling Burks he could donate all that gear and you will have good usage for it.
Oh, do you want just the straight shirt one?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, here we go.
How can that not get you fired up, Burks? How can that not get you fired up? Donate your gear. We need some more gear to burn down, baby.
Yeah.
You know what I love about you Ohio State fans? You guys wear weed stickers on your helmet. I love Tyler's hat when he has his avatar because it has it. Don't you guys agree that Ohio State looks like it's like the Buckeye leaf looks like weed?
Except for weed leaves are 7 and not 5, but it's not. Who's counting? Who's counting?
I've worn masks during the COVID period with the Buckeye decal on it, and my boss had told me that you need to get rid of. Or he's like, "What's that on your mask?" I was like, "It's a Buckeye leaf, you know." And he's like, "I don't think this will fly with everybody else."
And you know what? I'm glad y'all mentioned that, right? There was this one time where during COVID, I was wearing one of the masks while I was in the Army that you can't wear any. Melo knows this. You have to wear everything in a either black, all black, or all tan, or all match your uniform. Well, underneath was an actual was the Buckeyes mask. So I ran into a Michigan fan who was working in my office, and he was a captain. So I go in and I show my, I was a sergeant at the time, and so I go in there and say, "Hey, sir, I'm a Buckeye fan," and he's like, and he was a Michigan graduate. He had a block M, he had all that stuff, and I was like, and I just laughed at him.
Hilarious.
I just laughed at him.
It's like, what are we? I think even when, the time where, okay, I get it. You're still repping your team even when we lost. It kind of probably looked how we did when we were in the Cooper days. Like, respect to you sticking to your team and everything like that. But still, you don't necessarily need to be a Scum fan, bro. It doesn't. Like, there are so many better teams. And the thing about it is the fact that half of your fan base, or a good portion of the fan base, is basically saying that we don't care about going to run it back to the national championship again. We're just satisfied and complacent with the one we got almost last year.
Bro, I can never not, dude. The Wolverine is a much better bloody mascot than a Bucknut, all right? A Buckeye. I'm sorry.
Have a mascot.
Okay, go ahead and eat one of us.
How many people
how many Bucknuts does it take? How many Bucknuts does it take to kill a Wolverine? 0, because Wolverines have some of the strongest immune systems, strongest, like, look at Logan, man. He can't die from disease. He can't die from, like,
Wolverines are on the endangered species list, meaning they're dying out. You cannot kill them.
Logan did die.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, what's up? What's up, Burks?
If you chop his head off, man.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Burks? I'm Ohio 7715. How you doing, man?
How you doing, my man?
What's good, Dev?
Oh yeah,
what up, Dev?
What up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Speaking of the animal endangered, I actually do get pissed off at my fan base whenever they have, Wolverine skin, because it really pisses me off. Like, those animals are beautiful creatures, and I actually got into a fight with a fan, believe it or not. He has this bus, right? And he has this like Dumb and Dumber. That was his haircut, right? He literally had a Dumb and Dumber haircut, and he literally had Wolverine skin, like the
shag bus.
And I got so pissed off at him. I was like, "What the hell, man?" And then he kicked me out of his tailgate.
Hey, so I gotta tell you, I want to show you guys something real fast. Number one, I don't know if this has been brought up for a minute, but it's been 4,751 days since Scum has beaten the Buckeyes. And let me explain to you why that is, right? Because we got this little graphic here. Shout out Justin Spiro, right? Let's take a little gander here at this here. What's over those last 3 wins? Those would be called asterisks. And then you got the 2020, I'm too soft to play, I got a cold type crap, bailout. That's a win for us. You know what I'm saying? So just wanted to bring that up real fast, just in case everybody forgot. I saw you guys play that. I saw you play the
I played the wrong video first.
Did you?
I played the Scum Assassin message first. So
it was like a ransom note. It was like a ransom. I was scared. I was like,
Burks, I gotta know. I gotta know. Have you given a score prediction for the game yet?
Yeah, unfortunately, I did.
What is it?
Oh, I haven't
Yeah,
heard it.
let's hear it.
So I like to be true to myself. I don't like to, I'm not trying to be like delusional as shit. I try not to be ever. And unfortunately, I just don't see Michigan just getting the win. So I think I'm going to give it a 28-14, I'd say, or 30-14, one of those two. But
gotcha.
Two score game, and I'll just be honest right there. But it could get worse. Like I said, I could be wrong. It could be way worse if you guys stop our run game. But
when did they score? When did they score the second touchdown?
Who? Michigan?
Be real. Yeah.
Well, first off, I gotta tell you, you were there's been 3 Scum fans on the show tonight. 2 of them have picked Ohio State to win. So, two of them are realistic. The other one, not so realistic.
Irrational.
Who was that?
Yeah.
Who was the other one? I know Maniac and
Madman.
Yeah, Maniac and Madman are my 2 guys, man. Great guys. Love them.
Hey, did you squash all that beef? With all those Scum fans hating on you?
Oh, what do you say?
Did you squash that beef with all those Scum fans?
No,
Michigan insiders.
I'm not
locked on.
It's
Michigan.
the insiders. Don't ever let the beat get under your skin, bro.
It ain't really the beat. It's the voice of college football, team up North style.
No.
Oh, okay.
And I was trying to
The Austin Ward of Michigan.
But hey, Sam Webb though. Sam Webb's the biggest liar of them all, though, too.
From the mouth of the enemy.
How can you, if you were, they were talking about it was, and how can that be? What did you just say to me, Scam Webb?
Who's worse, trying to say or Isaiah Hole?
Isaiah Hole,
yeah.
I can't stand that guy.
He's not my favorite for sure.
He's too positive. He always thinks like, "Oh, we'll win a natty every year." Like I'm not a big Isaiah Hole fan either. I'm not gonna lie.
He has an untrustworthy face.
He does.
Hey,
fellas, real punchable face.
Hey, real fast. There's one more set of stats that I did not get to read off during this show. Perfect opportunity to get everybody's opinion of these stats. So what I did as I went down, I found the top 3 tacklers for each team. Hausman on the team up north has 74 tackles. Barham has 60. Page has 42. For us, Sonny Styles is our leading tackler with 71. Simon with 65, and Downs with 50. So, want to get your guys' thoughts
from the safety's position.
Right. Want to get your guys' thoughts on out of those players. Burks, you can speak on your players on your side. If I don't really know much about any of those players, is one of your guys' linebackers? I know one of them's a transfer from somewhere. Which one is that?
That's
Maryland.
That's Barham.
Nebraska.
Barham. He was from Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland.
Barham 60, the one that was supposed to come in and take over the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was also thinking Ernest Hausman. He's also transferred from
He
Nebraska,
was a transfer, but he was a last year transfer. But yeah, he was.
So he was last year, though. Okay, gotcha. So let's start with Doug Zilla. Doug, what do you think about those stats? And how do you think they impact the game? You can take it as tell us how Sonny and Simon Downs are going to take over on defense, or tell us how we're going to eliminate Hausman, Barham, and Page from their team.
Well, I think it's just going to be more of the same for us. I think we're trending in the right direction. I don't think if those are your top 3 guys, you need to keep pressing that button. You talked about this activation of Caleb Downs. Keep pressing that button. Find ways to get him involved because he can pretty much play any position. He just has the body of the safety, right? True football player, and I love to see him play. With that, I think those type of stats, should be put in the face of those young men so that it can be a confidence booster. You know what I'm saying? With the guys that are transfers, I don't necessarily know if the transfers are going to feel the same way about this rivalry. We've seen it in the past, even with guys who've been there for multiple years, signed with us, and came up the ranks. Some of them have said stupid, childish things like, "Oh, it's just another game to us." Don't go in there thinking that it's just another game.
It ain't.
So, and that's kind of the problem, or kind of the downfall. What happens with people who aren't originally from this thing. We're grateful that we have our transfers who are understanding of this situation and the brevity that comes as such. And I think Caleb has done a great job as a transfer. And Sonny is a man among men. And I think, fire them off, fire the LBs off. Let's see some blitzing.
Amen. I love it. Tony, what's your thoughts?
I think you know what I'm saying? Like our linebackers are going to be amazing. I think, like Douglas said, like we have lucked out, especially this year, with people like Will Howard and Caleb Downs that have come in and have embraced being part of this brotherhood wholeheartedly. And like the way Will Howard talked at that press conference, you would have thought he was born and bred in Ohio. And I couldn't be happier with it. And I think their linebackers and stuff and whatnot, I'm not really that worried about. Like I don't never seen them, never heard of them. So that's the best I got.
Melo, you got to wake up over there, bro. What's your thoughts, dude? Bro, we've only been streaming for 6 hours. That's it, dude.
I'm awake. I'm letting people.
That's dude.
I'm waiting my turn patiently. I don't want to interrupt anybody. So I'm gonna go at the team up north linebackers. They read and react slow. They don't have the foot speed to cover our slot receivers. Look, I'm disrespecting your team. That's what it is. It's hate week. It's disrespectful week. It's the truth week. And the truth hurts, and it might burn you like a cigarette commercial. You know what I'm saying? And don't get that misconstrued with Coach Sig from Indiana, because we smoked that Newport last week. And it's time for y'all to get smoked this week. So like I was saying, they don't have the speed, whether that's physical, mental, or any other way you want to slice it, cut it, do whatever you want with it, is all the same. They're going to be burnt toast. We're going to destroy them. They're not doing anything. They can't cover our tight ends. They can't cover our slot receiver, AK Mecca. I'd like to see them try, because that would be hilarious. And they're not going to fill the holes because they're going to be slow. Trey's going to run over them, around them, through them. Same with Q. And yeah, you could yawn. That's what I'm going to be doing at halftime when we're up by like 50. So yeah, I don't respect your linebackers. I don't respect Wink Martindale because he was trash when he was at the Giants. We're going to expose him. You're going to get hit with a whole bunch of mesh routes concepts because you guys like the blitz. So unless you want to play zone, which you're going to get destroyed in if you play that. If you play man, you're absolutely getting annihilated. And I'm going to sit here laughing, and I'm going to be looking for you on our next pod so we could bring you on. You and 3M so I can laugh at y'all. But mostly 3M because he's the only one that picked y'all to win. Because I think he got a little drunk today before he came on the show.
Need a hallelujah in the chat. Hallelujah.
Hey, gotta give us. Hey, Burks, first off, shout out to you, man, for coming on, bro. Come on here with 5 Buckeye fans sitting here by yourself. You showed up, bro. So you've earned my respect. So we're gonna open the mic to you right now.
You're the man, Burks, for real though.
Yeah.
Let's go, Georgia Tech.
Is this still going on? What's it? Wait, I need an update.
Whoa. One talking at a time. Time out.
You started it.
Well, we got okay. So Georgia Tech just had a good run. We're in overtime, second overtime. Both of them scored a touchdown. Oh, he lost that bug and then recovered it. Georgia Tech fumbled it at the goal line, recovered it at the goal line. So now they're at the goal line, going to score. Then Georgia's going to get the ball. Georgia sucks ass.
Back to the worst.
Oh, goodness.
Scored, baby. GT.
Get out of here.
They just scored. So now Georgia's going to get the ball with an attempt to score. Carson Beck most likely is going to throw an interception. They're going to lose. Burks. All right.
Deb, you want me to give my opinion first?
No. It's because 2 Buckeyes have given their opinions. Now Burks gets to go, and then 2 Buckeyes will give afterwards. So, Burks, the mic is yours on your opinion on how your linebackers will handle the Buckeyes. Or try to.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I feel like they might stop your run game. I think Trayvon Henderson is overrated, and I think that Judkins is even more overrated. And I think they'll stop them. And
bro,
And
hold on, how do you mute his mic?
Hey, here's the thing, right? I feel like linebackers will not even try to guard your receiver. Your receiver.
Okay. No, you got to unmute him, dude. That's not nice.
Time out. Time out.
Wait, I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, he did give our receivers a shout out. He said that they're not going to be able to guard our receivers, but to
My bad,
say,
Burks. I had to mute your mic. You started talking crazy about a guy that's averaging 7.5 yards per carry.
7.6. 7.6.
You forgot it, Tim.
But hey, so let me ask you this: if Trey is overrated, then what is Edwards?
Horrible. Worst ever.
Oh no, Edwards, he's worse than in my opinion.
Okay, all right, okay. So you're hoping that the linebackers can stop our run game, but you don't like their chances against our receivers.
No way. I don't think they'll even I think Carnell Jeremiah Smith will actually destroy. It'll be hard to guard those guys,
Gotcha. Okay, all right, Tyler. Now your turn.
Okay, so I'll give my. I know Ernest Hausman. He is a good hitter. I will give him credit. He is a big hitter. So, but they're slow. They're slow. Makari Page, he's slow too. I don't think you guys are going to cover our guys at all, including our running backs. I think we're going to just throw all over you guys. Facts are facts. Burks.
Yeah. So Georgia Tech went for 2 and they failed. I think they have to go for 2 in the second.
They had to go for 2. Okay.
Yep, they have to go for 2.
I think they do. So now Georgia's got
Let's
the ball.
get a stop. Just get the stop.
But yeah, it's my turn now. So if any of these linebackers on Scum that attempt to tackle Trey Henderson will probably not be in the next play.
We'll send flowers. It'll be fine.
Are you kidding me, Georgia Tech? What kind of defense, dude? They scored on the first play, bro. Anyway, yeah, man. So just being realistic about it, like Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, the best 1-2 bunch in college football. I mean, they've outperformed themselves in a lot of games, and to say that, linebackers on a 6-5 team are going to come in and be able to stop them. They might get a play or 2, but they're not going to be able to handle the entourage, because here's the deal. Not only do they have to worry about our running backs, they're going to have to worry about our slot receivers, our tight ends. And then there's one person here that hasn't got brought up yet that's going to put your linebackers in an absolute spin cycle, and that is Chip Kelly. Your linebackers will be so confused and really have no idea. Yes, they stopped him for 2. Another overtime. Here we go again.
This is gonna be a Chip Kelly versus Wink Martindale situation.
Yeah, and then you got that, and then so Chip Kelly putting him in the spin cycle, and then you got Will Howard, bro. You've seen what Will Howard's done, escaping from several different sacks on the season. He's only been sacked 10 times, so I like our chances.
What wins big games? Quarterback play.
Yeah. Yeah, quarterback play. Your quarterback has 1,064 yards, throws for 64%. Ours has 2,685 and passes for 74%. Your quarterback has more interceptions than he has touchdowns. That's not good.
He's thrown almost the same amount of interceptions as Will Howard has in one game.
Also, our running backs have hands out of the backfield, and they are going to be able to have. I think they're going to have over 60 yards, maybe close to 100 yards reception.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there saying this might be a part of the game that we haven't seen a lot this year, but both of our running backs but can catch the ball out of the backfield, especially Travion Henderson. We saw his one catch, his fade ball to the sideline. Any linebacker that attempts to cover, especially Travion Henderson in the pass game, it's completely unfair. It's like putting a defensive tackle on Jeremiah Smith. You might as well do that. You know what I mean? Your chances are 0.
Or you might as well put one of us out there.
Yeah, the dude is just, I don't know. I'm pretty quick, bro.
I'm 6'6". I'll just push him down.
I like to say I'm quick, but 4'5", 40 is not quick enough. That'd be pretty slow. And I ain't running no 4.5 now. I'll be more like a 5.0. My God, I'm getting old, dude. Getting old, bro. But yeah, man. So like overall, like I said, there's a lot of people saying that it's a rivalry game. So take the stars and the skill and the records and all that out the window. But I just think it's just way too big of a discrepancy to not, because even if you do, you put in the hunger of these teams. I promise you, this Ohio State team is way more hungry. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at all the drama the team up north has to deal with this offseason, with the losing record, with their recruiting. They have to go out and spend $10.5 million to get an in-state quarterback there. Like,
I thought it was 12.
It probably is 12. Nobody knows, but let's just say it's $10.5 million. That's freaking nuts, bro. And
all I know is bands will make him dance.
He's going to transfer when the NOA comes out anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
Bro, why did he commit? Hey, why did he commit? He committed because of that Michigan's, and they might not get a bowl ban. They'll probably get like scholarships taken. What I'm hearing the rumors is it's about 25 to 30 scholarships, but I don't think there's going to be a bowl ban, because then why did he? That's what Michigan was telling him. So we'll see,
Michigan will lie to anybody.
They could be lying to him, but I don't know. We won't know yet. So
yeah, here are the guarantees that I know, right? Scholarship reductions, bowl ban. We just don't know how long. The Natty's already gone. It's already toast. It's already in the trash can. That's already decided. They're just working. Yeah, it literally is. They're just working.
I want to see this.
My uncle runs.
How the hell is it gone, bro? They won.
My uncle runs the NCAA.
The NCAA president said they want it fair and square. All right.
My uncle does not run the NCAA. That was a lie. My uncle does not run the NCAA.
I got a question.
I was like, what did I miss?
So, what would be sufficient enough of a punishment for you guys? Give a
beautiful question.
Honest question. What is a sufficient punishment for you guys?
So here's the thing. If they find, so yes, I agree. Michigan did cheat. All right. I'll say it. But I watched the Connor Stallion video. Connor Stallion is a nut job. I'm not going to lie. He has a obsession with our program. It's crazy. And I think that, right now they haven't found crazy amount of evidence until they found evidence that they cheated, but they haven't found like evidence where, their advantage was so great to the point where we should vacate everything. No, but if I were to give a punishment, I would do about, I'd say 25 scholarships a year for like 3 years, I'd say, or something like that. That's what I would do. But no bowl bans, no Big Ten championship bans. That's what I would do if I were to be honest.
That's it. 25 scholarship reductions. That's it. Nothing else. No.
A year. I scored 25.
Yeah, but do you guys get to keep your Big Ten titles?
Yeah, we do. Because there's not crazy amount of evidence right now. That's the thing. There's not like a crazy amount of evidence. If they find more evidence that their advantage was so big they had, right? Then yes, then you can vacate our bowl wins if you want, right? But right now, the evidence is that, yes, they did do some, they did steal signs and they did do a lot of that stuff and have like a whole operation. But right now, there's not crazy amount of evidence right now. Until we find out, then my thing will change. But as of now,
we lost the Big Ten title and we had vacation. And we've had scholarship. We've had the book thrown at us almost literally like
over tattoos.
Tattoos.
Not the worst cheating scandal in the history of college football.
Let me go hurt myself.
How much more evidence do you need? Sorry.
No, you're that's right. This is what we call in law precedents.
They're establishing precedents. Like Connor Stallion's on the side of Central Michigan. Two Central Michigan coaches got fired over it. How much more evidence do you need? Please, do you need to see him doing it?
One retired.
Yeah, the thing is,
suspiciously retired.
I love how now we've reached this point where all of a sudden, out of the blue, there's no evidence, right? I'm telling you. Like Michigan fired coaches, okay? Connor Stalions was seen. Hold on, let me finish. Connor Stallions was seen on the Central Michigan sideline. Okay. The NCAA has come out. The Big Ten already, punished Harbaugh and wouldn't allow him to coach on the sidelines. That's just the Big Ten. For them to come out and do that, the Big Ten letter stated that they have irrefutable evidence that advanced scouting was done for cheating. Like the commissioner of a Big Ten wrote a letter saying they have irrefutable evidence that Scum was cheating. And now all of a sudden, because a little bit of time has lapsed, you are the third person I've heard that roots for that team that say there is no evidence. There is an overabundance amount of evidence, or else why would the NCAA be waiting this long? Why would Central Michigan be getting rid of their coach? Why would all the coaches that just won a natty leave your team? That's unheard of. That's not a thing that happens. So, like, somebody over there just needs to say, oh, hell yeah, bro, we cheated. There's evidence. Let's just move on from this damn thing. Let's give us our bowl bans, give us all this stuff. Let's move on. But the more time that passes, the more I keep hearing there's no evidence. Dude, you guys forget like the Big Ten letter, the NOA that came out. I mean, this is just one thing. You're also a repeat offender. Like, it's just not good, bro.
How are you willing to admit you cheated, but there's not enough evidence for you? Like, either there is or there isn't, and you admit you cheated. So, like, what, you know something we don't know?
There is evidence. I said there is evidence, but the evidence is not like, it's not like, okay, yeah, we did cheat, but like, it's not like crazy amount, like to the point where we had such a advantage to the point that we were winning games like that. Yeah, we did cheat. I agree. But our evidence, there's not evidence where, you know what, we knew every single Ohio State play, what they were going to do, and we found a counter for that. Or it wasn't like, yeah, so far they haven't found evidence for that. But yes, we did cheat. I agree on that.
The whole sideline's doing this, and nobody knew enough to stop us. You're right.
But then,
hey fellas, I gotta jump off here. Melo, can you close her down at midnight? Hey, I appreciate y'all. Love you guys. OH, go Buckeyes.
Hey,
hey, got a little sweetness.
Bye-bye.
That's why he's leaving. Okay. All right.
Bye-bye.
Mama told her.
She said, get off. He said, yes, ma'am.
Get the hell off there.
But
no, Burks, you can't be serious. How are you going to say, oh, there's not enough evidence, but they cheat? It doesn't matter. I didn't steal that much money from the gas station, but I still stole it, so I might not go to jail. Come on, bro.
They only got me on one camera, so there's not enough evidence.
Dude, I don't know, bro. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't freaking know, man. I really do not know. All right,
you're smarter than this. You're about to join the FBI, bro. You're smarter than this. Come on.
I'm trying to join the FBI. It's pretty hard to join, believe it or not. But yeah, it's true. But no, I just listen. It's like. I'm really like pissed off too how even our program, like Connor Stallions and stuff, how, if you saw that picture of him and Bryce Underwood and he's coaching Underwood, I'm really mad that our program is still affiliating with him. Like some of these people are still affiliating with him when he really is the biggest clown and he's the reason why our reputation has gotten destroyed. And Michigan fans are saying like he's like the GOAT, he's a savior. It's like, bro, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like I'm just like so pissed off with this stuff. Connor Stallions should be nowhere near this campus, not even in Michigan, bro.
You guys should be upset. You absolutely should be upset.
So, Burks, how do you feel about his used vacuum sailing?
I have no clue about that. His used vacuum sale. I don't even know.
He doesn't know about it. Just let him know. Inform him.
Okay. So you didn't know that he paid off his parents' house, which was $250,000 with an LLC with Blake Corum.
Yeah,
which was selling used vacuums in front of his house.
Really? I did not know that.
So much so his HOA told him to get all these used vacuums off his porch, and the LLC was like BC2 or something, like literally Blake Corum's initials and number. Like suspicious.
You look up BC2, whatever it is, and it goes back to Blake Corum. And I've never heard of another Blake Corum in America in my life.
Not wearing the number 2, that's for sure.
So you know what that means? Every single game that he played in, he was ineligible to play. You know what that means? The whole season is gone.
Vacation.
Every single game he played in.
Hey man, until they find legit evidence on that, I can't say anything about it, dude.
So I mean,
it's a
that's the thing. But the thing about NCAA and even the FBI, they move in silence until they have to be loud. And when they're loud, it's pretty much so that there's no point of return.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't just go ahead and spout something off like, oh, we're checking into something just for somebody to shred some papers elsewhere.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's gonna be biblical.
I'll be it'll be interesting to see what happens in a year or two. So I ain't gonna lie. So I'm really waiting for it. What's gonna happen?
It's really unfortunate because of the fact that we want you guys at full strength. We say it all the time. We want you guys at full strength. We really don't care. We'll still beat your butt. But like the fact that this, I don't know, like you gotta take your lumps and then you have to regrow. But this type of thing feels like you guys seem like you guys are going to bounce back from it because everybody knows about it in the nation. Even some of these recruits know about it.
Yeah.
So
we'll see.
So Karras is saying he found that information about Blake Corum on the Secretary of State's website in Wyoming.
Jeez.
There you go.
What up, Karras?
Yeah, like it's a registered LLC. Like you don't need more evidence than that. Like,
do any of those guys live in Wyoming? Why are we doing it in Wyoming?
Probably tax breaks and whatnot.
There's nothing out there. There's nothing out there.
Or how about this? Nobody's looking at Wyoming.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. There's nothing out there.
Yep. And like it goes back to Blake Corum, and literally like a coach on the team has all the business stuff at his house. Like, I don't know. Seems like a pretty straight line to me.
Isn't Blake Corum from Wyoming too?
I got you.
Oh, he's from DMV, Blake Corum, DC, Maryland. He's from Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, I mean, you can start an LLC in whatever state you really want. Like,
yeah,
just have to establish some sort of precedence there, residence there, and then like you can take it wherever.
And you're right. There might be tax breaks, compared to being in the DMV area.
Yeah,
but it's kind of sketchy.
It's real sketchy.
But I don't understand, guys. Right? Like so we lead by 10 games in the rivalry. Don't you guys want Michigan to somewhat be good every year so then you can have a chance beating us three times? You have a chance beating us 3 times a year, right? Because what did the great Jim Tressel say? I can live in rest in peace once we lead in the series, right? And think about it, right? If Michigan was good, right? And Ohio State and Michigan are both number 1 and number 2. Let's say Ohio State beats Michigan, at the game, and then they verse in the conference championship, right? And then Ohio State beats them again, and then they verse in the playoffs. Ohio State beats them again. Don't you guys want Michigan to have somewhat of a good regular season?
Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna say you're trying to tug at our heartstrings by using one of our legendary coaches in his quotes. F you for that, okay? Second of all, how dare you invoke Jim Tressel? Second of all, I would say, yes, we want you guys at full strength, partially because we don't want to hear you guys talk about, oh, well, we were weak and, it doesn't matter and all of these things. Well, yeah, like, of course, they're going to have a downtime. But we also have had Urban Meyer as a coach who always preached about 60 minutes of relentless football.
Listen, I had that view of like, we should lead in the series and be respectful and stuff right up until all this happened. Now, I don't care if they show up with the girls volleyball team and put a helmet on them, taking them out.
I'm with you, Tony. That's exactly how I feel.
Are they still wearing volleyball gear? Or
no, they put the helmets on, of course. Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not a monster.
Well, I mean,
you guys,
shorts.
Here's
shorts,
the thing,
but, it is.
You guys disrespected the rivalry, like period, point blank. So now I want you to lose every game. I don't want you to ever be good. I don't want you to ever get another 5-star recruit. I hope the dude that donated $50 million. I hope when President-elect gets in there, he's a that guy is a part of some scandal wrapped up with this Diddy and Epstein investigation. So they freeze all his assets and you can't even have access to it. Like that's how much I despise you. And it would be fitting seeing how you had 2 child pedophiles on staff and you had that coach that was raping the gymnast. I mean, your whole school is just tainted. It's disgusting. It's a cesspool, as Maze Madman wants to call us. You guys really are the cesspool, a disgusting cesspool at that. And I wish nothing but terrible things for your program.
Burks, but we love you, and we will start an NIL collective just for you, Burks.
Yes.
Absolutely, Burks. We got you,
bro.
We do love
get
you,
the
Burks.
fire.
You're not
fire
a part
gear,
of that
bro.
cesspool.
We won't give you none of that knockoff champion. We'll give you straight Nike gear, bro.
Straight scarlet and red.
With the
Scarlet
LeBron crown on it. I know that's not
elite,
but we'll get a LeBron crown.
I need LeBron, man.
It's gonna have a block O on it, like
I'm a Jordan guy.
We'll just do a swoosh. We'll do a swoosh. It don't even matter, bro.
Dude, you've seen my room, bro. It's too late.
Swoosh like this too.
It's not.
It's time for a makeover.
It's too late.
God has blessed you with the second to hear us talk your ear off about the Ohio State University. It's never too late.
I can tell you one thing. That all that stuff will burn. We can get rid of it. I'll personally do it. We'll switch you over. It'll be fine.
And
that
mask looks flammable.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we can sell it like how
makeover.
Connor Stallions sell those used vacuums.
Oh man.
Don't you want to be on the winner side for once?
Bro, we're leading the series. We're the winningest team in college football. Why would
Hey, don't
you
do
were
that,
winning
'cause
games.
you guys are
before
playing Sisters of the Poor.
desegregation. Like, does that count? There wasn't no hash marks on the field.
Winningest team in C.
You were playing YMCA in the Boys and Girls Club.
Before segregation.
Yeah, I believe that too. I go with the Chris.
You were playing the Sisters of the Blind. You were playing high schools. Like, you really going to count those?
You are true.
Since black people could play football, you guys have not. No. We've been smacking you guys around.
Oh, and I heard about an Oberlin. Did you ever hear about the Oberlin story? Shout out to Kurt. Shout out to Kurt.
What's that story?
So Oberlin, it was of course you had to take the train out, and then it was like there was like sometimes they didn't even have hard stops to a game, and they would just be like, okay, bet it's either too dark or it's or we got to catch the local train back to the state we came from. And so instead of playing according to what other officials were saying, okay, we're going to quit because trains coming in, they end up I think sneaking and scoring like a touchdown or something to go up against Oberlin. And then they're like, oh, we won the game. So that one's like kind of like, yeah, got to catch a train.
Hey, Burks, did you ever hear of Oberlin?
No, I have not. I heard, what I heard of?
Those are the teams you were beating.
No one.
Yeah,
Burks, how's it going?
They're not even D3
Seriously,
now.
This is a serious question.
You make a
how's
point.
it going to feel to be the first team to reach 1,000 wins twice?
Yep.
How's that going to feel? Are you going to feel accomplished? Bro. Like, yo, we did it twice. We did double the work.
Bro,
twice as good.
We'll acknowledge
what's going to go
through your mind in 3 years?
Hey man, it's hey. Right now, there's no evidence right now, so I'm gonna enjoy my 1,000+ wins. Right.
So, all right, we got 2 minutes left in this live stream.
Oh man.
So I want everybody's opinions on tomorrow. Final word about what's going to happen, what you're expecting to see, what you're expecting. How about this? What you're expecting from the opposite fan base and how they're going to react to what happens tomorrow. And we'll start with Tyler, and then we'll go to Doug, and then Tony. And then actually we'll start with Burks, then go to Tyler, Doug, Tony, and then I'll finish it.
Bet.
Yeah, so I basically expect our fan base to, they're honestly, when they lose to Ohio State, I expect them to say, hey, you guys spent $20 million and that's why you beat us, right? I'm going to be honest. I think that's what's going to happen. And say congrats. Basically, they'll just say that next year, man, watch out because Bryce Underwood's going to destroy you guys. And, it could happen. So, that's basically what I see from most of my Michigan fan base is that be scared for next year. And congrats on your win because you spent $20 million. And that's what I expect that to happen.
Tyler?
Honestly, I expect nothing but excuses like we've heard this whole time from nothing but Michigan fans. We've heard nothing but excuses. They make excuses. So when we beat them again, they're going to go back to what they've been in originally, making excuses.
Doug?
My prediction?
Love it.
And what do you think how their fan base going to react?
Woo, I'm messing things up. So I think the fan base is ready to react the way that they usually react. It's going to be troll season. It's back to troll season for sure. I think, like it's going to be a whole lot of. We're going to talk. We could just say we beat you, we beat you, we beat you, and they're like, oh, this, that, and the third. They're going to find their excuses. We didn't have a full strength team, and then we'll talk about, well, you just had an old team. And then you had all these opportunities to get a better team, but you didn't. And then you made fun of us for putting some money out to bolster our team and retain our team because we respect the kids that come back enough to make sure that they get paid a little, almost a portion like an NFL player. This is just an extension of their development. And I think there's just going to be a whole lot of disrespect, but we got to be ready for it. We're going to throw up asterisks. They're going to be throwing up so what? Congratulations on your first win in 3 years or whatever like that, as if they haven't lived through 20 years of agony.
Tony?
Listen, I think nobody has mentioned this all day, I don't think. But one thing I need to see tomorrow is one really good brawl. It's been a couple years since we saw a really good brawl, and I just want to see hands put on people tomorrow, mainly us on them. So I hope that happens. And then, two, like, I think the fan base is going to just move on to the next illusion. They're just next year be scared of us or whatever. How we heard Alex Orji was the greatest quarterback ever for 8 months. Like, we'll be real scared of you next year, like we were this year. And they may not cry in public, but in private, Niagara Falls, Johnny, Niagara Falls.
So for me, I expect them to go back into their little hole. They're not going to say anything. The ones that do come out, like Burks might be honest, but he's going to have some kind of excuse a little bit. He might not have as many as the other ones, which make him a little more tolerable. Obviously, the podcasters, they can't hide. They got to stand in the paint, but they're going to have a whole bunch of excuses. And we're going to bask in our glory, and rightfully so, and be back on top of the throne. So with that being said, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's 51-3 victory, belt to ass. And Georgia just won the game.
Crazy. Son of a bitch.
But anyway, go Bucks. Before I get out of here, thank you to everyone in the chat that came and joined us and was here for us. Thank you to all of our guests that came on. Shout out to Burks, Tyler, Doug, and Tony for holding it down. Devan, Sean, B. Moses, Juck, the Ohio
Eric.
Pod. JR, everybody that came on, we appreciate you. We love you. This is what makes this the greatest rivalry, and you guys the greatest fan base. So with that being said, go Bucks. OH.
IO. Don't say nothing.
Hey, Burks. I forgot. You forgot to say IO.
Right, yeah, you got to jump in, Burks.
Say
in.
it.
Come on,
better say it.
Come on, Burks. Say it.
If we
later, guys.
If we lose tomorrow,
we'll
you got to
catch
say
y'all
it.
tomorrow.
All right. See you guys.
All right. Peace.